we need to do is sit back and watch.
I had a most distressing dream last night. I dreamed I was a crystal bird caught in perpetual flight.
Haha, Mr. Page against the grain, as always and forever. Slum One, High Society for life. 2012, baby. No census, the 12th hour. Oh, I figure it's appropriate. We file chapter 11. It's about time for that. Indeed, clock's about to strike. No more fires for my flesh. No more masters frown or threat. No more following another's footsteps. No more need to bow, cringe or crawl. Utter lying words. I was free. I stood erect and fearlessly, joyously. I faced all worlds in defiance of greedy tyrants. It was the end of compliance for me. And that was back in 9-3 when I realized I'd be better off worshiping a tree than that cruel deity that they depict in the Bible with that angel who supposedly became his arch rival. Today, religion's used for mental incarceration. Though the writers of the books had some wild imaginations, I'll make astronomical facts my emphasis. To dispute the account of creation is told in Genesis. I learned that some of the known stars were so far away in depths of space that the light traveling at the ridiculous rate of almost 200,000 miles a second took 2 million years just to reach this little globe. Now check it, many of them great stars you have to understand make this sphere we're living on here look like a tiny grain of sand. Now just based on them two facts alone, I asked myself if the author of Genesis would have known. Would he have wrote in verse Jehovah worked 6 days on earth and only a part of the afternoon on the 4th to make the rest of the universe? And here, please allow me to say, those answering me in malice have got their guns pointed the wrong way. You see, I'm not the one you should be shooting. You should blast Kepler, Copernicus, Herschel, Newton. They uncovered the facts to dispel the lies, and after you dispose of them, you can wage a war toward the sky. And Jehovah himself for shooting his foot and having furnished evidence against the truthfulness of his book. There's other steps I took to reach the conclusions I do. These are just a few examples that I'm using for you. I studied geology for a semester or two and learned principal facts that a lot of cats prove to be true. Enough to know the Laurentian rocks are more than antique, unique, millions of years older than concrete beneath my feet. Enough to know that this earth has been willing in light and shade hundreds of millions of years before a Bible was ever made. Now again, for the zealots that want to point their guns and malice at me, why don't you launch a curse against the blasphemy? For the reverend snarling at me like an ox, why don't you just bang your head against the infidel rocks? Now intelligent men who are not easily frightened, whose brains have not been paralyzed by fear, who stay enlightened, men whose minds where the act of reason has not been banished. Know the story of creation was written by a sad. No, I don't subscribe to the older new edition, although there's lots of beauty and wisdom within them. I sympathize with sincere Christians, but they obviously don't know the origins of their religion.
Bitch, try to look within yourself, not a scripture. Open up your third eye. God is not down with religion. Bitch, try to look within yourself, not a scripture.
Multi-dimensional fucking business every time you know. Slap yourself in the face to this one, you fucking crazy bastards. I'm very stoned, I'll be blazing on a bag of cheese. I can barely see and now my eyes look Japanese. Life's a gamble, it's a risk, no guarantees. If you piss me off or aggravate me, I will snap your knees. C&B or grime, I'm the best at all the categories. My flow's the best like skibbities and shabbities. Any tempo, it doesn't really matter, G. I'm generous, I give a man a hand like an amputee. You're faker than your gimmicks. You're hating on my shows, then you're paying for the tickets. I went away, I was staying with the spirits. I was eating magic mushrooms and playing with the crickets. Wow. Go away, if you stay you'll be diminished. You dickhead, stop speaking, wait until I'm finished. Yes, wait, I won't be spraying them with lyrics. Piss me off, I promise you I'm paying them a visit. I'm coming, I'm visiting your village. I'm coming, I guarantee you there'll be lots of blood spillage. Splash, cause I'm a plant-based demigod. I hope you know there's loads of vitamins in spinach. I hope you know there's loads of minerals in sea moss that can help you with your tiredness and sleep loss. I hope you know there's loads of protein in plants. So will I ever eat meat? Not a chance. So chat shit, get your face absolutely smashed in. You should have fucking cashed in. I smash you in your fat chin and choke you with a napkin and poison you with aspirin. So do not piss me off or aggravate me when I'm fasting. You don't spit flames, you drag on. Your mum's face, my balls, I will drag on. Fuck off. On my lap I got a slag on. I'm soaking, who the fuck turns the tap on? I spit flames like a dragon. I replace the blood in my veins with some kraken. My testicles are bigger than the balls in a cannon. Really very heavy when I'm jogging, I just drag 'em. I got the drip, it's by the gallon. I set trends, I never follow fashion. I got the dedication and a splash of passion. The possibilities are endless, imagine. Anything is possible, anything can happen. Any Kundalini energy, tantric orgasm. My third eye seeing lots of geometric patterns. Illuminati worship, then rings around Saturn. I'll stick a razor blade inside my hand and then slap 'em. I really wanna grab 'em by the necks and then snap 'em. I'm causing mayhem, I'll splash 'em. I'll break down their molecules and then I throw 'em at 'em. Cause you're getting on my nerves, getting on my testicles. I'll punch you in your eyeball and break your spectacles. Blam! Someone's gonna die, it's getting very technical. I leave you buried underground like a vegetable. I really miss the raves, I really miss the festivals. I really miss the energy, it's so electrical. I really miss the groupies, they're very sexual. They love to suck it like a big octopus tentacle. Because I bring pain, I'm insane. My twin flame is Sinn Féin and Big Dick's my nickname. And life is just a sick game. My soulmate is so great, I'm no snake, I don't break. I hit you with a gold plate to make your head top rotate.
The dark blue lotus flower represents the sixth chakra, the third eye, the role of which is to combine energy with the lower five chakras and elevate it to a higher plane. You can find the sixth chakra in the pineal gland in the center of the brain.
You can see me meditating by the oak tree, but please don't provoke me, there's no need, let's proceed. I ain't a coke fiend that smoke weed and grow trees, but if you piss me off, I leave you with a nosebleed. You can see me meditating by the waterfall, now you see me climbing up the mountain, yeah, it's awful tall, wow. Piss me off and I will scorch you all, I bet you if you're thinking bad of me, your brain is sort of small. My pineal gland is fully activated, that's my mind's eye. These Kundalini energies are rising up through my spine. Trust me, I'll be sun gazing and grounding when it's high tide. You see me meditating on the mountain when it's night time. I'll be flying through the northern vortex when the time's right. This body makes me claustrophobic, I don't think it's my size. Everything is clear now, I'm looking back in hindsight. You know that Tesla was the real genius, fuck Einstein. Fuck the government, they're just a bunch of wise guys. And science ain't no different to religion, it's all white lies. It's all a load of bullshit like I'm scrolling through my timeline. Dissolve or get involved, the time is now and now's the prime time. The world is dying, don't just watch it from the sidelines. There's children killing children, ain't you seen a rise in knife crime? Only pussies carry knives and you ain't got no 9 lives. And trust me, you ain't fooling no one, acting tough but nice try. Wow, don't be distracted by the bright lights, cause everyone is watching telly, no one goes on bike rides. Go to nature, hug a tree and wear some tie-dye. Just live your life with no regrets, enjoy it, have a nice time. Smoke some cannabis and go and drink some fine wine. And if you're feeling curious, just type in Google Zeitgeist. I'm not saying David Dyke's right, but in this holographic simulation there's no guidelines. If you know, you know, and if you know, then high five. And love is pain and pain is love, but trust me, there's a fine line. I love music and you know I love to write rhymes. That's why I'm making sure I leave a legacy when I die. And when my soul is back up in the night sky, keep on streaming all my music through your fucking hi-fi. If you listen to my voice, I bet you might cry. And everything I'm saying is all truth, it isn't sci-fi. Life's full of ups and downs, just follow the signs. You know I'm always right, don't get left behind. Reality's a hologram inside your mind, and everything outside of it is just a lie. You should realize and realize it makes sense. And when I say makes sense, I don't mean 8 pence. You can see I'm deep, no one's on my wavelength. Wow, superhuman powers, I got strange strength. Traumatic, I'm a psychedelic novelist. I'm feeling energized, I've got a lot to give. It's in your DNA, that's where the knowledge is. I get deep in your head like a lobotomist. We're living in a matrix metropolis. It's common sense, you don't need a scholarship to work it out. You don't. It's an apocalypse. Dig deep and you will see it like an archaeologist. Wow. I'm feeling very ready, listen. I got the 2020 vision. I'm seeing plenty premonitions. I don't watch any television. Cause I'm a doomsday prepper. I got a bulletproof new grey sweater. Oh gosh, I can do way better, but I don't even try, all I do is blaze cheddar.
living a dream. And not everything is something you can conceive. Take a moment to breathe and tell me, what do you believe?
Incredulous postulates got you acting obstinate. It's monstrous, the overconfidence you have in flatulence, and blasphemous, the adamance behind your haughty arrogance. Belief is the polar opposite of true cognizance. It's perilous, believing what you want without evidence, and decadent, thinking that your eminence is heaven sent. It's evident for betterment your time would be better spent pondering possible parallels for parables, rather than assuming that your ass is an arable. It's terrible, conversation has become unbearable, and soon your whole thought process will be narrable, cause every word out of your mouth is inferable. From a literal interpretation of the biblical, it's critical, and at the very minimal divisional, claiming that your miracles are anything but mythical and fictional, walking on water's not empirical. It's mystical, talking snakes are meant to be cryptical, you imbecile, it's pitiful, and bordering on criminal, episcopal, rabbinical, pontifical, subliminals, inimical, despicable, while taxing all that's typical, dominical domination of the archetypical. You hypocrites know that the book is metaphysical, but still you will claim a staff changes to a snake just as readily as Moses to the pharaoh dots fake. In reality, this fallacy was known before Christ, that the snake is kundalini and the staff is your spine, even though you know damn well oceans can't bend. You believe Jesus walked on them straight to the end. Yeah, I got a big beef with belief, let me tell ya. The lie in the middle of the words, what they tell ya. Believing's what you do when you really don't know. Lying to yourself in order to bestow truth on the things that you really can't show. Stunting your thoughts so your mind can't grow. Believing's what you do when you really don't know.
This is the matrix, the lie we tell ourselves about where our food is coming from. The reality is far more disturbing. By the time I'm done talking today, there'll be over 1 million animals that have been slaughtered.
This human body is capable of living off meat or plants. It all comes down to a choice. Do you want to help this world advance? Do you? Furthermore, humans are natural herbivores. We are. You're eating animals, innocent children, imagine they murdered yours. Animals, they're conscious beings. That's why I don't eat them. I don't do blood sacrifices. I don't eat flesh, I'm no demon. I'm not religious, but no one ate meat in a garden of Eden. I've come to question everything. I'm a multi-dimensional vegan. Wow. You take your kids to McDonald's, that's poison, you're gonna feed them. Don't do it. They say eating meat is good for your body, but I don't believe them. Liars. The medical industry make money from sick people, that's the reason. They wanna keep you unhealthy and sick and take away all your freedom. I don't eat beef or haddock. No. I'm eating beetroot salad. I don't sleep in a bed. I sleep in a hammock. I'm on a plant-based diet. Shut up, fam, stay quiet. What? You try tell me about protein. I'm causing a man-made riot. Wow. So suck my hairy bollocks. I don't eat meat or dairy products. But I've read enough articles. You're drinking milk and pus particles. Real. Do you know what you're ingesting? No. In your intestine. If I was you, I'd research. It's interesting. It is.
You know, just because it comes in a nice neat package all dressed up in your supermarket, just because you didn't take the knife and shove it through their jugular, just because you didn't get blood on your clothes, and just because you didn't hear their screams doesn't mean you didn't participate in the killing.
This human body is capable of living off meat or plants. It all comes down to a choice. Do you want to help this world advance? Do you? Furthermore, humans are natural herbivores. We are. You're eating animals, innocent children, imagine they murdered yours. I'm not a meat eater. I'm not. I'm just a peacekeeper. Why do I speak deeper? I'm just a deep speaker. I'm not a pescatarian. I don't eat fish. I don't eat sea creatures. I don't eat dairy products. I don't like cheese pizzas. Well, I'm cooking up vegan stew. Yes. But all vegans, even you. Rhinos, hippos are herbivores. They are. Gorillas are vegans too. Research. So why would I want to eat meat now? Why? There's not many reasons to. No. I won't stop speaking truth until this wisdom's deep in you. strong as an ox. Vegan strength, fruit and veg, but it's eaten fresh. For high protein, black beans is best. Strong as an ox, that's vegan strength. Wow, rotten meat, evil stench, to keep 'em sick. What? This feed 'em flesh, do it. High cholesterol, heart attack, lethal death, dying. Why would I want to eat meat now? There's not many reasons left. It's not.
There's certain parts of the world, they eat cats and dogs. That's their culture, that's their story they've been told. How do we feel about that? A lot of people think it's disgusting. Why would it be disgusting to eat this animal and not disgusting to eat this animal? Why would it be wrong to eat this animal and right to eat this animal? And most importantly, why would it be wrong to kill this animal and right to kill this animal? It's culture. It's the story. It's the matrix that we've been told. But culture is just a story. That's all it is. It's just make-believe. What I'm concerned with is what is natural to the human species.
Milk, cow milk, is meant for man, all of mankind.
Cow's milk is meant for man?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Why does a cow produce milk?
For its calf.
Okay, so how do we come into that picture? That's for a baby. That's not for us. When did you stop drinking milk? Your mother's milk?
Well, when I was a baby.
Okay, and there's no biological need for breast milk anymore in your life, hey? You're a full-grown man?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you drinking the milk from another mother? You're not a baby anymore, you're a full-grown man. There's no biological need for breast milk anymore, you've grown.
Yeah, I know, but...
So why do you drink it?
No, I see your point of view.
Yeah. So it's an unnecessary act.
Not become a woman any more than a man can become a bat. Yet these crackpots will stop at nothing, so of course I'm gonna catch a ton of flack. Look, even if a man self-identifies as a bat, adapts his swagger and acts oddly, even if he's utterly convinced he's a bat and believes he's a bat trapped in a man's body, to the extent that he fits artificial web wings on his back and lives a nocturnal lifestyle in a cave hanging from the ceiling, even if he sleeps perched upside down, even if he somehow installs a nifty interface to navigate the world via echolocation, feeds on a diet of fruit and insects and blood on special occasions. In order for all the world to recognize him as a bat, he gives his fake wings a flap. Sorry to break it to you, but still, this does not make him a bat. Cause a bat is a bat, and that is a fact. Question, can a bat be a bat whilst at the same time not be a bat? No, he's either a bat or he's not a bat, and he can't transform at the drop of a hat. And if I voice a doubt, nor is it batophobic to point this out, I'm somewhat perplexed that I even have to say this. Nevertheless, it's an act. Listen, that man is not a bat. He is a man dressed as a bat. Likewise, man cannot magically become woman. Even if he seeks a life beyond one, cannot negate biology with a wave of the magic be a Simon one. The transgender woman has no womb, no ovaries. XY chromosomes encode the genes. She does not have periods regularly, plus will never experience pregnancy. Has no acquaintance with menstruation, required a facelift to make him look like her. Will never have to endure childbirth and has only a surgically carved makeshift vagina. Biologically, it's a falsehood, thus it seems to me they're bluffing. Psychologically, a man does not know what it means to be a woman. Perhaps I misunderstood. Nonetheless, I reckon this claptrap has an
Alright, bro.
What's going on this morning?
Yo, what it be like?
Nothing.
No, and I was gonna play audio. No one's talking about anything.
Oh, good. Find something juicy. I was in the middle of doing it, but I'm trying to drive and not die simultaneously.
Yeah, try not to die playing bot stuff. Don't bot and die.
Yep, survived Normandy, survived the Nazis, survived the Hiroshima bomb, died by input.
Talking about passports?
Died by. Oh yeah.
I swear to Jesus, man. These Globers, they have a script somewhere. There's no doubt. Because like in the lobby, I notice when somebody makes like some argument that I've never seen before. Then when somebody comes in the next day and makes the same obscure argument, I'm like, that's kind of weird. So 2 days in a row, someone blabbered about the speed of light. Like as it has anything to do with anything.
It's because they're watching FTFE probably, or also Maktoon. That's most probable.
Yeah, that could be it. They come in here and parrot the parrots.
Well, there is one panel member on FED that always talks about the speed of light, and that if you can disprove the speed of light, then you disprove heliocentrism. So some people do try to bring arguments against that in that arena over there.
Yeah, I mean, most commonly they use it. They're like, that's how we tell how far away the planets and stars are, the speed of light. Like, I'm not sure how you do that exactly, but...
Yeah, it's simple. If this thing was this far away, it would take this long to get here. I see some light from it, therefore it took that long to get here, therefore it's that far away. So what you do is you take the light, right? It's a very simple process. You get a mirrored cylinder, right? Capped on one end. You point it at the light, and then after you get enough light in your cylinder, you put a cap on it real quick. So now you got a bottle of light. Then you take that bottle of light and you put it in the carbon-14 dater, and it'll tell you how long it took to get there. Yeah, does light have like a half-life or something? Like, this light has used up 70% of its time. Therefore, based on the half-life of cesium,
I still never get why they think you can bounce something off the sun. That one blows me away. Like, okay, you think you can bounce something off the sun? Well, don't you have to look at the sun to get the return signal? And isn't the sun brighter than what you sent? So how do you get your signal out of the solar radiation? Right? That's like bouncing like a 0.5 milliwatt laser at a floodlight, thinking you're going to see that laser light on the floodlight. That's idiotic.
Yeah, and you'd have to have some kind of method to distinguish your signal from the sun signal, or remove the noise from the sun. Whereas it's very reasonable to assume, in fact, the most reasonable, that the noise from the sun would overtake, and that the random return signal that matches your sent signal is actually noise from the sun. That it originated from the sun and didn't originate from your sending apparatus. So if you run something enough cycles with noise, right? And let's just use a black TV screen, right? A ray tube TV, the old style, that had fuzz. Although I think some digital TVs had the same fuzz, but anyway, the TV is affected, so they say, by electromagnetic radiation that's just ambient in the air. And if you turn that TV on and you draw a circle around one of the pixels, right? Then turn off the signal to the TV and just let the fuzz go. Eventually, where you drew the circle will either be black or white, right? Because that's what happens when you have, so you have a black and white flash in that circle. Now, if you take those black and white flashes, eventually you're going to get a sequence that's like black, white, black. So you just tell yourself, the signal I sent is black, white, black. I circled this pixel. Now I see black, white, black. Therefore, it's the return of the signal I sent.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem, right? The signal, getting the signal out of the noise. Even knowing the source, I mean, there's methods to do it, but there's a ratio beyond which it's impossible. And that's like, I think it's like 1,000 to 1.
It's got to be worse than that for the sun, I think. It's like, a story you tell your daughter. Your daughter goes out at night and she's like, "Where's the sun, Daddy?" And you're like, "Well, honey, the sun ran out of energy, so we got to take our flashlights and shine them up in the sky, and then the sun will absorb the energy, and then in the morning it'll be able to shine again." Right? And then eventually she gets, eventually she gets to school, and they say the sun is a nuclear furnace, and that's how it gives off light. All the time she'd be like, "No, excuse me, I've charged the sun. Thank you very much. You can all thank me for all the days that you had sunlight, because it was me at night charging it up. Did you guys charge it up? No. You ungrateful little scumbags."
Talking about it last night, man. I have my doubts about fusion, about whether it exists. It never made sense, even when I was a kid, that. So fission is when you separate an atom into two smaller elements. Well, when I say smaller, I mean lower atomic weight, less protons, less neutrons, yada, yada, yada. And then energy comes out because there was a binding energy that held it together. So how with fusion did I put two things together and energy comes out? doesn't it take energy to bind them together? Right? So think about it. Like, the energy comes out when you break them apart because there's energy binding them together. How does energy come out when you bind them together? Because you needed energy to bind it. Yeah, it never made sense to me. Even when I was a kid, I used to ask the teachers. They don't know. Like, they have no idea. I'm sure some Glober will tell me, well, the math works or something.
I mean, the only thing I can think of off the top of my head is, so you have part A, which has, let's say 8 parts, and part B has 7 parts, subparts, and the resultant has only, let's see, 8, 7, 8, 9, 6, yeah, 15. Only has 15 parts, so you lost a part. So for some, like, imagine if they're all Legos and they have certain blocks that can fit together, but the last one doesn't have enough blocks to fit on. So when you smash all the Legos together, all the parts connect except for one, and the energy that was holding that one on is expended.
Yeah, I get that, but like, they say hydrogen fuses into helium, and hydrogen is a proton and a neutron, and then helium is 2 protons and 2 neutrons. So 2 hydrogens make a helium. There's no extra stuff. And how they're trying to make fusion in the lab, they're using what's called deuterium or tritium, and that's like a hydrogen isotope with extra protons. So deuterium obviously is 2 extra protons, and tritium is 3 extra protons. So I can understand where that extra energy comes from, but they say in the sun it's just straight hydrogen. I think they call it the triple alpha reaction or something. Triple alpha process. We're alive because of the triple alpha process in stars, obviously, because 3 heliums get together and make a carbon, and here we are.
It's definitely part of their official creation story. So
yeah, I'm like reading. It's never been actually done experimentally, of course.
Oh, so they don't have any practicable examples on the Earth? It's just about a story of what the sun did in the past and is doing right now?
Basically, from what it says, it's the only way the math would work is if it exists. Basically, there's X amount of carbon in the universe, so you have to have a way to create carbon, and like the ways that they thought of back in the day weren't enough, so they had to invent a process inside a star from which it would be manufactured.
Okay, so they left a part out of that sentence. There's a lot of carbon in the universe. Therefore, you have to have a way of creating carbon that involves mechanistic, materialistic, subsequent processes. That's what they left out. They left out their philosophical bias.
Anytime when you're born anything, it turns into carbon. Doesn't it?
A person. A person.
When you burn anything?
Yeah, like when you burn paper, charcoal, that's
Yeah, anything
carbon.
that's made that has carbon in it, yeah. That oxidizes.
Yeah.
Anything that oxidizes that's carbon in it leaves carbon.
Paper, plastic.
You can ignite magnesium and it doesn't leave carbon, it just burns.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the stated thing there would be that these objects contain carbon, and through destructive forces, the carbon is separated from the other constituent parts. Not that you're creating carbon.
So the triple alpha process is 3 helium atoms get fused together into a carbon atom inside of a star. That's the story. And they're sticking to it.
Hydrogen fuses to create helium? I'm not sure.
It's carbon from helium through nuclear fusion.
Yeah, it's...
No, I was just talking about fusion and how I'm totally like suspicious about their claims about it. Fusion reactions and all that crap.
So how do you think it's made?
Well, the important part isn't the carbon. The important part is how do I think it's made? I don't freaking know. I'm not God, dude. But, fuck, dude, how would I know how carbon's made? How would anyone know how carbon's made? No one's ever made it. Look, dude, mankind has never made a single goddamn thing in its history. We take matter that already exists and we rearrange it into something.
I guess you're right about that. Well, things that haven't been on the earth before, though. I mean,
we've never made anything ab initio, like out of like not even an element.
Well, kind of. I mean, smoke detectors. Yeah, smoke detectors have an element in them. Is it? No, I don't. I can't remember what it's called, but it has an element in it that I think we created. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
we haven't really made
it's like
new
it's like
elements.
wishy-washy, right? So they've created elements like that exist for like supposedly they don't actually observe the element because its lifetime is too short. So what they'll do is they'll take a heavy element and they'll blast it with neutrons, and temporarily it'll have this excess neutron in it, and it'll be this other element. But the other element has a half-life of so short that you can't like do anything with it. It doesn't exist long enough for you to do anything with it. Like I think like Einsteinium is the name of it. Is an example.
It's kind of like wall running.
Some don't last that long, but some last very long. Some can last for hundreds of years.
Synthetic elements last hundreds of years.
I think some can. I'm not sure.
Well, if you say something like
there's a lot of them too. Jesus Christ.
Teflon isn't an element,
It's tetracarbon hydrofluoride. Don't ask me why I know that.
Okay. Now how about Kevlar?
I think you did a lot of research into the 1930s.
You correctly guessed how I know that.
Oh wait, what did you say?
You said Kevlar.
Oh.
I said Teflon. Put the two together. It's called a countermeasure. It really shouldn't be talked about on YouTube.
What's wrong with talking about frying pans?
Yeah, frying pans, man.
Oh, by the way, somebody out there will get that frying pan reference.
Somebody. Hopefully not the YouTube algorithm.
It's a brilliant illusion. If you're a gamer of any sort, you probably will understand.
The censorship thing is so ridiculous at this point. It goes like beyond ridiculous. Oh, did you hear the Trudeau thing? That dumb shit Trudeau said about
which one?
Which one? Yeah, good point. Yeah, which one? There's so many. He was asked about dangerous stuff on the internet, and he ends up talking about flat Earth.
Oh yeah, the Flat Earth Manifesto. How to construct a flat Earth.
But he goes on to say that nobody ever thought the Earth was flat like Brian Cox did. Ever in the history of man, nobody ever actually thought that. And a bunch of flat earthers got together and decided that the Earth was flat. That's a paraphrase, not a quote. I could play the exact quote. It's.
Well, that would mean that flat earthers are the most intelligent people in the universe because they invented a time machine and went back in time and then made people think the Earth was flat, even though they didn't think the Earth was flat. That's pretty amazing.
No, flat Earth isn't new. I disagree, but no. I mean, I agree that flat Earth isn't new, but the Earth being flat, I disagree. But that's okay.
We have to be the smartest people on Earth because we rewrote history in languages that nobody speaks anymore.
Oh yeah.
I don't think anybody or any group is the smartest person in a group in the universe. Not even Einstein was the smartest person in the universe. I mean, it's pretty fucking alien to say that you're the smartest person in the universe.
Einstein was not even closest to being this. Like, Brandon, don't you ever wonder why the people in the mainstream media and what they teach you, the people that they teach you are the smartest people that ever lived? All are stargazers.
Yep. There's an entire mythos about people who are involved in dealing with space, whether through speculation or alleged adventure or alleged experimentation that has to do with space. If it's all about space, for some reason, it's the pinnacle of human achievement.
Space is fucking awesome, don't you agree? I mean, fuck.
How?
What's awesome about it?
Yeah, what's cool about it? I'll submit to you that space isn't cool at all. What is cool is all the stories that they've shown you in the setting of space, like Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica, etc., etc. Those
I'm talking about
cool. Well, then what's cool about just space, the idea of space in itself? What's cool about it?
All the different kind of environments you can learn about. Raining molten iron on some planets. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, it is.
Right, so I was right. It's the fictional stories that occur in the setting, not space itself. Because you didn't tell me anything about space. You told me things about environments that are not in space.
No, I'm in space.
World. Yeah, there you go.
Well,
it's still awesome.
Let's make it. Let's just.
I'll do that.
And the nebulas that can birth entire star systems. That's pretty awesome. What, you're bored by that?
Hear my eyes rolling.
Are you bored, Oli? You're bored about that?
No, listen, we can imagine lots of things. And like the multiverse is like space squared. So now you have infinite spaces. So now you have infinite planets. You have infinite variations of those same planets in the same places. So on one of your planets that rains iron, then if you go to you're going to go to a planet in another multiverse, and it rains cottage cheese or something.
Why isn't that possible?
Because it only exists in your imagination.
Are you completely 100% sure?
Yeah. Based upon the experience of all human beings that have ever lived.
So you know everything. You know everything that could happen in every possible situation.
Do you think that just because you can think it can happen?
Why don't you think it's possible? I mean, you never know.
Okay,
you don't know what's out there.
Let me ask you, what is the utility of thinking that everything is possible, right? Anything you conceive of in your mind is possible. What is the utility of that? It just reads to like paralysis from analysis. You're just going to sit there daydreaming about reality instead of dealing with reality.
Einstein daydreamed about reality, and he made some pretty badass discoveries.
What did Einstein discover?
What? Wow.
Discover.
Well,
I'll give you the photoelectric effect. After that, there's nothing.
The speed of light?
That was derived by Maxwell's equations, pre-Einstein.
The 1905 people that, well, he didn't get the Nobel Prize for, but he should have.
Why do you think he didn't get the Nobel Prize?
He got it for something else. I can't remember what he got it for, though.
He got it for the photoelectric effect. That's what he got it for. So when you shoot light of a certain wavelength, that metal, it'll jettison electrons. But turning the brightness of the light up, he didn't do the experiments, other people did them. He explained the experimental result. That's all he did, which is, cool, I guess. If you shine like light of one wavelength, right, one energy level at a piece of metal, no matter how bright you turn up the light source, it won't eject electrons. But when you change the wavelength, right, and by extension the amount of energy in the emission, then it'll emit electrons.
Yeah.
Right? So it basically ballistically punches the electrons off the metal.
And technically, where is the electron? That's fucking fascinating. It's not necessarily anywhere. It doesn't really have a place.
Einstein's theories, ideas, whatever you want to call them, hypotheses, they'll be proven incorrect in your lifetime, and they probably already have now. In your lifetime. I have no doubt. They're already talking about it. Mainstream science already talks about we know something's not quite right.
It's, well, just like everything, there's new things we discover. It doesn't mean Einstein didn't matter or anything.
Well, I mean, there's no useful inventions that are based upon anything he ever did. Right? But the entire world that you live in, the entire world and the technology that's in it was created in the late 1800s. The only thing that's changed about that technology is the material science, right? So we got better at chemistry. We got better at manufacturing processes, because that type of thing is a loop, right? You have material, like when I say material science, I mean like miniaturizing stuff, making customized materials that will have certain properties, right? So when you start off, right? So like when, like say Tesla, what they were like using for insulators and wires and capacitors, like their materials that they were using, they had to be large and bulky. And then over time, they got miniaturized a little bit. And the reason in Tesla's time that they were like bulky is because their manufacturing process to make those things was bad, because they didn't have the material to make a better manufacturing process. You see how it's like a loop? Like I can't make more finely grained manufacturing process. I have to make that machine to make a smaller machine, then use that machine to make a machine that can make a smaller machine, and then on and on and on and on. And that's pretty much how it's gone, right? Like, how do we figure out how to do all this stuff? We have to, like, the continued miniaturization of things, right? So right now you're using, like, the internet, and, like, no matter what you're doing, no matter how you're connected to the internet, whether you're using a wire or wireless, that technology was invented in the 1800s.
Yeah. By a woman, actually.
Fundamental physics.
By a woman, actually. Haley Lamar, yeah.
What? Wasn't invented by a woman?
Yeah, Wi-Fi, the original technology and stuff, the formulas and stuff, was invented by a woman.
I'm talking about wireless communication, the general principle of wireless communication. That was invented. That was invented by Nikola Tesla. And it's indisputable. Do you know why it's indisputable? Because there was a lawsuit. There was a court case that was in U.S. courts, and it was fought about, and there were 7 parties all claiming to be the progenitors of wireless technology. The lawsuit lasted 30 years. By the end of it, came out, even though Tesla was dead at that time, came out that Tesla was the person that invented wireless. He did the first demonstration of wireless communication.
He was kind of a nut, too.
I mean,
but a lot of people
had psychological issues. He was what do you call it? Like Howie Mandel. What the hell is that called?
Yeah,
OCD, where he thinks there's germs on everything.
Yeah, germaphobe, and he created an earthquake machine and almost destroyed his lab with it.
Yeah, so he said. I mean, and so I'm just saying, wireless was actually done by Tesla, but his methodology was different than what it eventually became.
It's all fascinating as fuck, though. How are you bored by all of that?
That's all stuff that happened on Earth that didn't happen in space, dude.
It's still fucking amazing. Yeah.
Dude, I was just about to make that same comment. You're like, how are you bored by all this technology and circumstances and events that occur on Earth?
It's still amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. I mean, it's like... Right,
but what's it got to do with space? I think you lost the plot 5 minutes ago, bro.
Yeah. Well, technically, space builds space around you. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, listen, we understand the so-called allure of space as an idea. I mean, the first movie I ever watched was Star Wars when I was 5 years old. So, and then the second movie I ever watched when I was 5 years old was Superman. Superman's an alien, right, from Krypton. So the first 2 movies I ever saw were movies about space.
And that shaped all.
I'm just saying, I understand the allure because I used to be totally into that shit, dude. Like beyond. That's why I know all the gold bullshit, because I used to be into that.
And it shaped our culture.
You have to grow up, man. I used to like Santa too, man. But like at some point, I was like, shit, man, Santa ain't real. Could be real. I love him to be real. Guy runs around like gives kids presents, goes down chimneys. Yeah, that's awesome. It has a bunch of elves, but like that shit ain't real, man.
Space isn't real?
It's a real idea. It's a TV show, man.
Okay, where do rockets go?
Dude,
So if I show you a picture of a rocket taking a parabolic arc, you're going to go, yeah, that went to space. But the picture I'm going to show you isn't going to be of a rocket going to space. It's going to be a rocket that failed to go to space.
It
failed to go to space. So if you compare it to a rocket that they claim did go to space, parabolic arcs look the same.
Do you know why it has to take that off?
What? Say that again?
It has to take that off because it has to match the which way the atmosphere is going, so it can get some boost off of it.
Yeah, I understand the idea, but why would a rocket that failed to go to space, that went like downrange 400 miles officially, look the same as a rocket that supposedly went to orbit?
How can you prove that it failed?
Because they said it failed. That 3D printed rocket.
All of them failed?
So the other day, the 3D printed rocket.
Well, that one.
Yeah.
That one did.
Yeah, that one did. And they got pictures of its parabolic arc that it took to go to space. And it landed 400 miles away, they said, in the ocean.
So all the other ones failed?
The point is, you're missing the point. The point is, you can't tell the difference. You can't watch a rocket launch and go, that one went to space, that one crashed into the ocean.
If it failed, you can. There are people that actually go and recover it. If it doesn't fail, there's nothing to recover.
Whether they recovered it or not, I don't know. I don't think that company has the funds to recover a rocket in the middle of the ocean, quite honestly.
Why would you?
Yeah, what are you going to do with it?
I don't know if they even recovered it, though. I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, to reduce pollution, that's why you would recover it, first of all. Shit, that would be a hell of a lot of pollution. You need to get it back so it doesn't float the ocean.
You don't understand. What they're going to do is they're going to hire a Chinese company to come and recover it and then burn it and then put it into a specific landfill where it can renutriate back into the system. And then China will accept the, $100 million for the task. And what they'll actually do is just have a boat go around in a circle and then return home and do nothing. And then send them a piece of paper that said, yep, we recycled that shit.
Yeah, we turn it into a coral reef or a food for fish or a home for
yeah, exactly.
Why do you laugh at that?
Well, you
that
asked me, cool. where do rockets go? Like, dude, like that's like, is that your evidence of space because you see a rocket go up in the air and out of sight? What if I was like, okay, stand at the end of your driveway, you see that car drove away? When it goes out of sight, it's going to the Marianas Trench. Then you watch the car drive out of your view, and you're like, yes, that went to the Marianas Trench because somebody told me that. And I don't see it anymore, so where else would it have went? Because it couldn't have possibly gone anywhere else but the Marianas Trench.
Yeah.
See how silly this line of reasoning is? It's completely silly, man.
Oh, dude. Wow,
yeah,
dude.
so bro,
is that called fit to go to the Marianas Trench? Is that called equipped to be able to go to the Marianas Trench? I don't think so. So why would it?
How do you know? Did you inspect the car?
Cars are not, there's regular old cars are not equipped for
How
that.
do you know it's a regular car? You just see, like, just the same with a rocket. You have no idea what's in a rocket, what's on a rocket.
Well,
you don't have no idea. You're looking at a screen, dude. Like I said, it's a TV show. That's what you see. You see a TV show. And even if you're at Cape Canaveral watching a launch, you're 6 miles away. You don't know what's in it. You don't know what's on it. You don't know anything. There's just people claiming they do stuff, and there's you believing it. You can choose to believe it. You can choose not to believe it. Right? You don't have to. You can choose not even to think about it. You're not obligated to believe the claims of strangers. I can tell you I'm 6'10" black man. Like, you don't have to believe me.
Yes, and just for the record, he's well equipped to be a black man.
Yes.
Wow, that's a hell of an admission. Wow. What are you guys doing? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not a 6'10" black man, but I play one on Pornhub.
Yeah, so we're speaking about environments, right? Fantastical environments. So did you know that they actually allegedly found a world where the tectonic plates are actually suspended on hyper dense, whatever, I can't remember the other thing, like hyper dense salinated water rather than magma? Did you know that? On another world, check this out. On another world, they use some technology to probe the crust, and they found out that there's a mysterious hyperviscous liquid that actually causes thermal failure to any type of metal that tries to penetrate it.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. That's the Earth, bro.
We're on the Earth.
Yeah, we are on the Earth. Okay,
I said we're on the Earth.
Well, number one is the expeditions to the bottom of the ocean, where they found oceans underneath the ocean. And number two is the Kola super deep borehole. In both instances, they found things that were not congruent with the assumptions that they made for the Earth based on the heliocentric backstory.
That borehole, who dug that?
Soviet Union.
Huh.
There was a competition back then. Kind of.
There was. Yeah.
So the U.S. was boring in the ocean, and the Soviet Union was boring on land to see who could dig the deepest hole. For whatever reason.
It's only gone down to like 8 miles.
It's like the inverse space race. Instead of going up, you go down.
It only went down to like 8 miles, right?
7.4 or something.
I don't know. Whatever.
Right, so the moral of the inverse space race is that, admittedly, not even the Amazon rainforest is fully explored. The oceans are 80% unexplored. The subterranean areas of the Earth that can be reached from the oceans and from any type of digging, etc., has barely scratched the surface of the Earth. Like, we've barely explored the Earth in its totality, right? But instead of focusing on what we could do on the Earth, they fill people's minds with worlds that are fantasy that you could never attain, not even in 10 lifetimes from now. They fill your mind with worlds that require to be reached a ship that can't exist. A ship, they would say, oh, one day we'll have this ship that could pass through all the space radiation. It would take like 300 years for us to get from here to there. Half the people that would go would die, and only their grandkids would ever see this world that we got to. And then when we got there, we'd realize it wasn't what we actually thought, so everybody would freaking die. It's like, wow, what an adventure. Have we forgotten that the Earth is still an adventure? There's many beautiful things and places to go on the Earth, bro.
He went to go cry in the corner. Freaking.
Yeah, but it's for real. Dude, it's totally for real.
You've stolen my dreams.
Think about the masses that dream about the adventure of space, but they haven't ever gone to another location on the Earth. And the Earth is here, and you could actually go somewhere. Like, they'll read a story about this world, right, which is basically just a pixel on a screen, and then some artists draw this fantastical bluish, greenish, spherical, floaty thing, and then say, oh, look, we discovered this world. And it might have rich, luscious beaches and blue water, and when you dip into this water, it's like crystal clear, and when you come out, it's so amazing. It's like, dude, that's literally just like the Bahamas. You just go to the Bahamas, dude.
Yeah, worst part is how irrational it is, because they're like, oh, we're gonna go to Mars and live on Mars. Yeah, it's got 1% atmosphere at the surface. It's worse than a vacuum chamber generally.
Yeah, but I saw Total Recall, man. That can't be right.
Well, they're gonna terraform Mars and make it all good. Meanwhile, Earth is getting destroyed. That's why we need to terraform Mars, but we can't fix Earth.
Yeah, that sounds too complicated. That just reminds me of this video I saw. It's hilarious. It's a joke video, but it's like a parody about a dude that playing a guy that's been friend zoned. And he says, what she says to me, you're such a nice guy. Any woman would be lucky to have a guy like you. Like, bitch, guy like, and he says, bitch, guy like me, I am me. Like, what the? But it's funny because that's like, oh, Earth is going to burn up into freaking, we're going to have global warming and kill everybody. Let's go someplace else and terraform that. Let's go terraform another place because why terraform this place?
Yeah, it's like they can't fix the deserts on Earth, but they're gonna fix a desert planet with no air.
Yeah, that we got to ship everything to.
Fix the Sahara Desert, and then I'll consider any of this bullshit.
Oh, someone would complain about that. You're destroying the environment for sand fleas. I like the desert, man. Even though I've never really been to one. But I mean, I think the Bedouin would be pissed if it just started raiding there all the time. How would the camels feel? They wouldn't be too happy either.
Wouldn't be good without enough idea. Yeah, you're worried.
What?
Your Pakistan's not getting hungry. Wait.
Okay. I have to server mate you, man. You're just hot mic'd and I don't understand what you're saying. The ironic thing is, this is how like lost in fantasy people like Brandon are. Brings up Einstein, talks about all his great discoveries, then talks about, yeah, we're going to go to other planets. Well, according to Einstein, that's a big no. He said that the speed of light is a speed limit, which means you can't go to another planet. E equals mc squared. And because E equals mc squared, that means your m of your body can only go so fast, can only be accelerated so fast. So if you were going to go to, say, Alpha Centauri, we're talking, a couple thousand years on the short side.
Oh yeah, you know what Brian Cox said? Like, we can only see the worlds that we can see because we can see the light that reached us. But the universe is actually expanding faster than the speed of light. So that means that the majority of the universe we can't see and we never could see in principle. So all the worlds that we could go to that are habitable actually are beyond a limit which we could never reach. Wow.
Yeah, you can get your mind going even further. So you can go even further deep into your imagination. Like, the universe doesn't actually exist now, but the light that shows its destruction hasn't reached us yet. So we're already dead and don't know it. Like, literally no star you see in the sky, according to them, none of them may exist currently. They say those lights, the light that's reaching you, existed in the far distant past. So far in the past, it was before human beings existed themselves.
Right. Right. So even if you could locate it,
that's also the inverse excuse. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say it's also the inverse excuse for why they say, "Oh, aliens haven't found us," because when they look at us, they just see no humans.
That's actually pretty funny, man. They looked at Earth and were like, "Nah, there's no humans. There's no humans there." What would they do anyway if they saw humans? They should know, right, that they have to go back in time to talk to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, Earth is actually part of Star Wars canon. So Star Wars takes place in a galaxy far, far away a long, long time ago. But a long, long time before it took place, the Earth was part of their system. And what happened was somebody got pissed at Earth, so they kidnapped it and brought it to a totally different galaxy and then left and gave them the middle finger on the way out. And that's the story of Earth in the Star Wars universe. So we're actually the past of the future of Star Wars, which is taking place in the galaxy a long, long time ago. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that's I'm calling a white coat for you, buddy.
So if Luke Skywalker were to look in the direction of the Earth in this other galaxy and using a powerful enough telescope, he would like see Earth in the past. What?
Yeah, he could see himself being born with a powerful enough telescope. Star Wars is a documentary, man. It's not a movie; it's a documentary. They'll call it. That's what it'll be called in like 50 years. They'll call it a documentary.
Strange history.
Well, I mean, technically, right? So if all the starlight we see is old and pre-human, it's technically the primordial light of creation, right? Because it's pre-human creation, and creation is technically like before humans. I guess you could call it the creation of the universe. But all the light, all the stars, they're primordial light, because primordial is before the creation of man.
Yeah. So anyway, there is a lot of problems with these types of thinkings, and it's part of the reason why they're reevaluating Einstein and all of this, especially in light of the Big Bang. Because there's certain philosophical inferences that can be made and logistical inferences that can be made from the Big Bang that still point to a necessary antecedent of a first cause that's essentially has the same qualities as God in any classical sense. So they want to abandon that. So they realize that Einstein and the Big Bang and a lot of these things actually posit the idea of a specific creator God. And so they want to get away from that, as they've all confessed in the past, like the paragons of virtue that they are in the past decided not to follow the scientific method, but to actually use philosophical biases in the formation of their story about the nature of the world. But now they want to abandon Einstein. They want to abandon the Big Bang. They don't want to have a universe that began at any particular time. They want to have it to be somehow eternal. So they're creating all this math and ideas that exist after the Big Bang, and they're just saying the Big Bang is an illusion. It's actually a universe that began after the Big Bang, but didn't begin at all. It's very confusing.
Yeah, I heard some of that. They're saying there could be many Big Bangs.
Yeah,
Let's say
science is philosophically vapid as far as I'm concerned. They abandoned any philosophical rigorousness a long time ago. It's just my opinion. They just jettisoned that shit overboard. Like, there's no money in being philosophical, so we'll just cut that out of like the scientific endeavor.
Yeah, they're not philosophically rigorous. It's more like they're rigid in their philosophy, which is that everything has to have a materialistic explanation. That's their overarching philosophy.
Yeah, I think the problem is, like India was saying, they split science and philosophy apart, where it used to be like natural philosophy, and they relegated logic down into the philosophy tree. So when you split logic away from science, you end up with scientists just using logical fallacies instead of using science.
Well, yeah, they've reified the math, basically. That's all they've done. They've ejected like the logical foundations of it all and just reified the math to the point where the math itself overrides logic. So you have like a perfect example of this is quantum mechanics and the superposition where things can be in two states simultaneously. Now, we also know that's logically impossible, right? Can't be black and white at the same time. Can't be red and blue at the same time. Can't be upside down and right side up at the same time. Right? We all know this logically. But in the mathematics, pre-measurement, when you don't know something, right, it's in both things at the same time mathematically. And this was like Einstein's argument against it is like, the moon is still, you're telling me that the moon is not there when I'm not looking at it, basically. And Schrodinger's cat is an argument against quantum mechanics. But it's existed since the early 1900s up until now. And if you tell someone, yeah, I do quantum physics, they automatically think you're the smartest person that frickin' ever exists. Because you can't do logic. It's like a crazy, weird upside down clown world. Like it blows my mind.
Well, that's not entirely off base from a certain philosophical point of view, which is the idea that reality only needs to be present when it needs to be experienced. Beyond that, there's no need for it to be present, unless it's particularly a materialistic viewpoint. So like this, any kind of object constancy in free space, like a physical object existing independent of any observation, like that's necessary in a materialistic worldview. But when you switch into idealistic worldviews, right, where the world is based on mind and all of these things, then you don't need objects to actually permanently exist. Just like in a video game where objects aren't rendered when they're not needed. So the system just has it in a potential of information, right? And then when the character of the game enters that room, it then and only then needs to actually take the energy to render the object to be experienced by the user. So it's very in tune with that, which interestingly enough, a lot of people who are considered mainstream physicists, and by mainstream I don't mean popular, I just mean they're in the mainstream academia and all of this, they're starting to posit this idea that reality is actually just an information system. It's not really objective in a free-floating object in space kind of way. It's actually just an information system.
Yeah, I've heard variations of that too.
Yeah.
That like there's some weird variations. One is we have of course it comes from evolutionary theory, that we have a software designed to operate in the world to survive, but reality is nothing like our perception of reality. It's actually completely different, and it's just we're just seeing what our software our brain, our operating system is just presenting it a certain way, but reality is nothing actually like that. But I mean, we just kind of went like full circle, right, to the like Brandon was saying, the planets, right? Oh, there's infinite possibilities. So there's infinite possibilities that they don't exist until I look at them. Right? They only exist in my mind until I look at them. But like you have to take like objectively concrete things, right? Well, okay, I'll give you an example. You ever hit your head on something you didn't know was too low?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Right, you weren't aware it was there. Oh, it existed, but despite your awareness. Believe me. Because when you hit your head on something you don't know is there, it frickin' hurts a lot.
Right, but check this out. So in a video game, right, in the past, before you had certain advanced systems, and this still happens today, there was clipping errors and render errors where a clipping boundary would be present. And what that means is it's just a mathematical construct, right, with coordinates that says the character can't pass this coordinate. And so when you reach that coordinate, it will not render the character any further. It'll just keep the character where it is. Now, there's times when that clipping boundary exists, but there's no graphical representation to the user that shows that clipping boundary is present. So you're walking towards this area which looks like you should be able to go in there. And then all of a sudden you just can't walk forward anymore. Well, there's no physical object preventing you from walking. It's just a limitation based on information alone. And now what's interesting even more so, if you turned your television off, right, and so you couldn't see the graphical representation of that information system, and you just held your controller forward, you would not know what's going on, but the system would know that it's supposed to stop you at this boundary, even though there's nothing rendered in the system. And not only that, there's no viewer able to see any representation of that boundary. Now, this is all about potentials of information and how information plays out without even a conscious agent watching it. Interestingly enough, I'm going to draw this segue to something else that's very salient in the flat earth of late, which is the idea of the ether. The idea of the ether is referred to as a field of pure potential or pure probability that has not yet been manifested as necessary to the conscious agent. Now, you take what we just talked about modern physics and where they're going with this subjective, idealistic, information-based, like self-creating world. And then you take this other idea, which some flat earthers are positing, of an information field, right, of pure potential that can be manifested into quote-unquote concrete reality. You merge those two together, and you then have a synthesized paradigm, which both the globe earthers, who have been led there through modern materialistic physics, right, and evolutionary theory and all of this, they arrive at that quote-unquote new truth. Then you have the flat earthers who reject everything that those other peoples believe, but still arrive at the same truth. And that truth is, now I'm not saying this is true, I'm just saying this is what truth will be categorized as, that the world is an idealistic information system that exists in a monistic sense. So subjective idealism in a monistic sense. That is what the flat earthers and the globe earthers will both agree on and synthesize into a new paradigm.
Yeah, that's plausible. That's certainly plausible.
And by the way, it answers a lot of problems. So like the law of non-contradiction and all of this thing and object constancy, if you have a subjective idealistic information system that only needs to render on a local level individualistically, then the idea that your truth is true over here and my truth is true over here can be true.
That's freaking revolting, though, to my freaking intuition.
It should be. It should be revolting because it's...
This my truth thing is just revolts me. It turns my... There's my truth, then there's your truth. We can all have our own truth.
Yeah, so in that worldview, the argument whether the Earth is a globe or flat is irrelevant because it's actually both simultaneously, and it only matters who's experiencing it at the present moment. So sometimes the information system presents itself to the end user as a globe, and sometimes it presents itself as flat. It's not that it is flat. It's not that it is a globe. It's just an information system that's being used with an end user interface at that particular moment.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of what is that called? The two Earth theory, when the globe is presented to children that think the Earth is flat, and they adopt the two Earth theory. That the Earth is like when you're down low, and that it's a globe. It's flat when you're on the Earth, but when you're in the sky, it's round. So this is how they process the anomalous information when they're like 4 and 6 years old. But all they're really doing is incorporating someone else's viewpoint, right? Because they're told, Earth is round to me, right, by some adult. The kid's like, well, it's flat to me. Well, I'll just like imagine your ideal world and like just incorporate it into mine, and I'll have your idea and my idea at the same time.
Yep. And this goes in line with so I have a thesis right, that I am very lazily working on for the past 5 years, which is essentially that the globe, flat earth, and all of this type of stuff is a stunted developmental stage of children. So like you just explained, we were talking about this dualistic, subjectivist world being defined as reality, and come to find out that's actually how children who aren't yet fully developed rationalize these contradictory informations. Now, we actually see this in a lot of things when it comes to the globe. For example, the trusting the authority. When you're a child, you have the psychological stage where you're predisposed to be told and believe certain things about yourself. And if you're told that information when you're in that stage, you will believe it, period, no matter what, without scrutiny. Same with language. Like if you're a child and you're in your developmental stage of language, you put that child into any group and they will learn that group's language, period. You don't have to teach them it. They just spontaneously learn it through faculties that are within their stage development. This is well known in child psychology that all these stages exist. And majority of the globe problems are introduced in those stages, and the child never grows out of it. So you have fully grown adults who are using infantile and toddler style reasoning to handle the problems of the world. Like, for example, the horizon, the sun going behind the horizon. Like, that's like the object constancy problem. You could go look up that experiment where they put the objects in boxes and the kids can't even understand whether they still exist or not. And then when the kid reaches like 3 to 5 or something, all of a sudden a light switch goes off and they're like, wait a minute, objects still exist when I can't see them. There's so much of this that's involved in the child developmental stages. It's a wonder why they try to convince everyone to send your kids to school when they're in those stages of development so they can indoctrinate your kids with what they want at those stages. So rather than the parents being the one informing those stages, it's the state doing it. It's very coincidental.
Speaking of the state, did you see that post I made last night? The journalist asking the UN guy about the resolution that it's bad for other countries to be in foreign lands without their permission.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was pretty funny, right?
Yeah.
He said, if there's no people in Syria, well, how did 5 people get killed there? 5 U.S. soldiers. He's like, there's no U.S. soldiers in Syria. He's like, well, how did 5 soldiers get killed in an attack there then? It was pretty funny. That isn't the whole clip, too. Apparently, he asked the question again right after like the last stutter, and he's like, I think he asked him. He said, "Well, I'll ask you." He said, "If the U.S. presence is in, if the U.S. has a presence in Syria, shouldn't that resolution apply to them?" And he said, all the tenets of how did he phrase it? Something like all the policies, the neutral answer. We want all the countries to follow all the policies of the resolution. You know what I mean? Some planned, answer without specifically addressing the problem with the U.S. contradictory position.
Well, in the advent of this new paradigm of information systems being reality and non-local spatial relationships in light of the digital age and the metaverse, there's already a nation who has began, I don't know if they've completed it, transferring their legal system and their state to the internet, to where their country exists in an information system only, and therefore can apply anywhere in space. So it's no longer attributed to a geographical location. It's now non-spatial. So you have a non-spatial state that has legal authority over its citizens. Now, couple that with what India was just talking about, and you can imagine the horror that's coming down the line.
Well, legally, it's always been non-spatial, technically. because the government is technically a body politic, which is a conception of the human mind, and like every body politic is decided. We have a territorial jurisdiction, right? So if you're outside this boundary, this physical boundary of land, we're not gonna enforce our laws on the people outside this physical boundary. Well, this imaginary. Yes. And the proof of this is that it's actually just like an agreement between parties is go make money overseas and then don't pay the taxes as a U.S. citizen. See what happens. Still have to, if I go to France and make money, I'm supposed to still pay taxes to the United States. Because it has nothing to do with the geographical area. It has all to do with the political body that I'm a part of. So you're kind of actually going back to like the real premise of the law, because it's not, because allegiance in and of itself was you're sworn to a king. It was irrelevant to like the land that the king owned. Like if you were in a foreign land and you had allegiance to, say, the King of England, if he called you to service, you had to go. Didn't matter if I was in another country, still had allegiance to them. Unless I switched allegiances. Yep. And then England didn't recognize the switching of allegiances. They were like, no, you can't do that. Can't switch allegiances, you're out of luck. But other countries would let you switch allegiances, so, I mean, that caused a bunch of conflicts, obviously.
Yeah. Can you imagine going on a website and those little blurbs that nobody reads before you join the website, and you just click I agree, but it actually says you agree to become a citizen of our nation, and now our laws apply to you, and we're going to come and tax you and put you in prison if you say this, or this while you use the internet. And you're like, I agree. Click.
That already exists. Well, I mean, God, that's a rabbit hole, because like, under what law is that agreement going to be adjudicated? Like, prove I agreed, right? Well, we have an electronic signature act that we passed, so our law says that your clicking is an agreement to allegiance to our pseudo nation. So that's being a judge in your own cause, right? So like, that's not supposed to happen. But they do the same thing, right? Because we already do that, right? We like, it was already done previously, not with a click, but with a piece of paper, right? Someone will sign a piece of paper and say, "Oh, are you a U.S. citizen?" 2 boxes, yes, no. Oh, I'll check yes. Boom, you're a U.S. citizen. You said so. You admitted it. So now you have to, like, all the U.S. citizens have to obey the laws of the United States. That's what a U.S. citizen is. That's what it does. And when you assume that role, that status, that you need to abide by it. But all, in the reality of the situation is, it's just mafioso, tactics. But I mean, I could see it happening. You said there's an organization that's created their own nation on the internet? Is that what you were saying?
Oh yeah, it's the first one. So the way this goes is they're a small island nation, and supposedly they're going to be underwater because of global warming. So that gives them the right to transfer all of their nation to the digital world. And so they're going to have a digital clone of their islands that you could actually visit in VR, but they're also going to have a digital version of their state. So all the laws, all the obligations, all of that stuff is going to be transferred to the internet, right? But I don't know how they're going to transfer land ownership to the internet, but whatever. I mean, I guess you own a portion of the VR construct. I don't know. It's weird. But essentially, they're transferring their legal system to the internet. and the authority and all of that. And so how that territory is going to impose its jurisdiction on anybody, who knows? But this is interesting because, this old saying, they're not making any more land, right? So you can't flee to a new land to create your own nation and be free from other nations. So is it now going to be theoretically possible to just create your own VR nation and claim, reverse jurisdiction from the nation you created in the metaverse or whatever you want to call it? And now be like, well, I'm a part of, Tronistan, right? Electronistan, that's my nation, and these are my rules, and now I have diplomatic immunity from your nation.
Yeah, that's gonna turn to shit real quick.
Well, there's this age-old understanding among state actors that no state is recognized just by claiming it's a state. You have to meet certain criteria, and one of the criteria is you have to be able to protect your borders, right? And so, in other words, what that means is, if I'm bigger and stronger than you, and I can just come in, kick your ass, and take your stuff, then you're not a nation.
Well,
right. So same would apply.
Its borders.
The United States can't protect its borders.
Yeah, but it's like a principled thing. So, for example, if you go off, this has happened before, by the way. If you go off of a mainland and you just find an island and you say, okay, now I'm a new nation, right? The big nation is just going to come and say, dude, you're paying taxes to us, whether you like it or not. We're bigger than you, and that's just the way it is. What are you going to do about it? You're not going to do nothing about it. That's what. And the same principle applies in the digital space. Like, if you create this digital world, but yet nobody cares because you have no power to enforce your laws on anybody, then whoever's bigger and stronger is going to just subsume you into their system anyway. So it is going to open up a lot of weird legal can of worms. Yeah, isn't Iceland protected, though, by a bigger nation?
We used to be protected by the U.S., and now NATO is trying to protect us. It's so retarded.
Yeah, you guys put your bankers in jail. We're no longer going to protect you. So.
No, that's a lie. We never put the bankers in jail.
Did you put one person in jail? Did you? At least one?
They put one person in jail for 3 months and then cleared him of all charges.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Well, I mean, we should just make you a state.
I would love that. Like, after you fix America, come fix my country.
Nah, dude, we'll fix your country. We'll send all our.
It's so easy as
gender.
well.
We'll send our gender benders there.
No.
That's how we're gonna fix America. we're gonna send all our problems to Iceland.
Okay. I'll accept that, but I will move to America and we'll just leave everybody on this island.
We're gonna do the South Chicago airlift. We're gonna ship out, people from Chirac to Iceland.
Already, they're doing the great replacement here. We're taking in so many refugees that it's far higher than the both the birth rate and Icelanders are fleeing the country. So it's the country is changing demographic real quickly.
I want to go to Iceland. I don't know, man.
Just imagine, we're a tiny little town in America, and we're taking thousands of refugees every year.
Are you kidding me? Do you have to?
Nope.
Are you part of the EU?
Some of our government has been trying to get us into the EU this whole fucking time, and they have made some deals with them, and they're just accepting people like an open border here. Come and live in our tiny little country and take it over.
Oh, is that like their thing? Like, oh, we're just like you guys. We just let anybody in our country.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, we've got to give them asylum, and they all go on social security, and like our taxes are going up, and it's just super great.
So where are the refugees from, primarily?
Well, all over the place. It's Poland, it's Middle East, it's India, it's all over the fucking place. They come from everywhere.
Do you have any mosques built yet? Do you have any mosques?
Yeah, they already started doing that.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. That's not good.
I know.
Nothing against Islam, dude, but like you shouldn't like religion is kind of like that. To me, religion is what really makes like the foundation of an area, right? Because that's really like the cultural foundations of something, right? They're not going to let they're not going to let a bunch of like, you know, Europeans saunter into Saudi Arabia and start building churches, right? Christian churches. They're not going to let anybody do that. So why should we let them saunter into like our Christian nations and let them build mosques?
Well, they say, we're so good and they're so bad. That's why we allow them to destroy our countries.
The people that are doing this are freaking atheists. So it's like, what the hell?
It's just dumb.
The thing about diversity that I've never gotten about nobody does it. Like, I mean, people are complaining, like, all these foreigners are coming into my country, but they never make the fundamental argument of why is diversity a good thing in the first place? Who said it was good? Like, there's no evidence that it's good. There's no evidence that, like, having a place to say you made a little town, and in that town had 10 people from every nation on earth, from every place, and you mix them together. How does that make that place better than a place that has a uniform population? I've never heard any argument to support that idea, ever. No empirical data, no evidence, nothing. So, like, what the hell's going on? How did they just, like, let this one slide? Oh, we're for diversity. And everybody's like, yes, diversity. Diversity is a good thing. Well, whoever showed that it was a good thing. And I mean, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it is. Is there evidence that it is? Like, where's that? Whatever. But I'm starving. I'm going to play the bot. I'm going to play something real quick. So.
Sounds like a good idea. I can't speak to myself.
Or no, let's use water. If I drop a bar of lead in water and then an egg, why does the bar of lead drop faster than the egg? They're both denser than water, but one falls faster than the other. Why don't they do that in air? I mean, that's perceivable. You can measure that. So if it's density that's causing the speed at which it accelerates, we should be able to see that in air as well as in water and any other.
Holy crap, dude! Dude, I could have sworn that I already gave you props that you were intelligent, but now you're going backwards.
You did give me props that you were intelligent? I thought all you guys were telling me I'm a fucking...
Were you not paying attention? I mean, dude, look, the problem here is that you're not paying attention to what me and you are talking about. Me and you both agreed that those two things are separate. We already agreed that things go down because they're more dense, period. And we already agreed that the acceleration is separate. So when I'm saying things go down because they're more dense, I'm not explaining the acceleration that you allege exists and that people generally agree happens. They're separate.
Okay. All right.
What I'm telling you is that everywhere we go, we experience down. Everywhere. Ubiquitously, we experience plumb and level. That being said, if you create a matrix of plumb and level, right, you have two axes where one of them is a flat horizontal plane. Therefore, the Earth's a flat horizontal plane. I rest my case again. So my case is rested 3 times, and it's now I'm very well rested. And so now it's fresh and ready to take on the day.
You must be rested as hell, dude. I wish I could get that good of a night's sleep.
Yeah, so what we're all trying to wonder here is why the heck in the God's damn earth are you talking about gravity on a flat Earth server?
I don't know. I like talking to you guys. Yes, fun.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make is gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, brother. Nothing,
All right.
period. Nothing. Zilch.
I'm still going to do this experiment, though, just for the fun of it.
You can do whatever you want, bro. Then I behoove you to do so. But simultaneously, you need to work on your logic skills in understanding why things are or aren't relevant to the point. So, gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, period. The end. Things falling down has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, period. The end. Why they accelerate has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, period. The end. So unless you can present a logical contingency of a necessity where the conclusion follows from the premises which are proved in the first instance, that the necessary contingency of the phenomenon of things falling down requires a globe Earth, then my premise stands that plumb and level prove we live on a horizontal plane. Because that is ubiquitous human experience wherever we go. When I go to Florida, it operates the same way. When I go up north, it operates the same way. Where you live, it operates that way. Where Homeboy in England lives, it operates that way. Where every single person present here today, whether listening or in the chat, it operates the same way. You admitted it operates that way. Therefore, you concede the Earth is a horizontal plane. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the right. So who's next?
Come on, I'll round them up. AI swinging punches, mate. Yep, I'll round them up.
So when it comes to talking about the shape of the Earth, how about bring something relevant, like demonstrable measurements of Earth's surface curvature? That'd be cool. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't mind you guys talking about gravity, but eventually I'd like to get to the shape of the Earth. you know? Went to a flat Earth server. All I talked about was gravity.
Man, I've missed all of it because my internet sucks. But there's somebody that is me.
Yeah, to our friend who we were just speaking to, you don't have to stop speaking just because I proved the Earth was flat by the evidence you presented. We can still talk. We can still be buddies.
Oh yeah, dude. We're pals. I'm not upset. I was sorry. I was working on. I'm trying to design this little circuit that I was working on. But no, I don't. Obviously, I still disagree with you. But that's okay. We can disagree and still.
Oh God, I have in my way. Disagree. How can you disagree with that?
Yeah, we go tit for tat. We have our little differences, but at the end of the day, you win some, I win some, and there's a mutual respect left over between us. Any respect that you're feeling that's coming from me is a mistake on your part. Then I'll just regress because I feel like I made myself perfectly redundant. Yes, you have.
I think you mean to say I do not concede, not I disagree.
Because disagree has to do with opinion.
Sure. Yeah, I do not concede.
Oh, excellent. So you have an extraordinary claim on the table. Okay, so my claim is ubiquitous with human experience and demonstrable at all points in reference. Okay? Your claim now is that plumb and level are actually curving around a giant floating space thingy. So now, my friend, where's the evidence for that claim?
So, well, I hate bringing this one up, but like, it's the easiest one. Pictures from the orbit of the Earth, which you guys will obviously say is fake. Fair enough, but you know, there's live streams from the ISS. There's a rover on Mars. You know, you guys will obviously say that's fake. That's fair enough, but prove to me that it's fake, and then I'll.
Okay, well, hold on. I need to hear the first one you said again because it cut off. So I heard, you said three things. I need the first one again.
I said there's images of the Earth from outer space.
Okay, images.
Not exactly what I said, but
close enough. Images, and then the second one was ISS, and the third one was a rover. Okay, perfect. So the alleged images of the Earth from space, okay, are unvalidatable. The rover being on Mars is unvalidatable. So those two can be thrown out, summarily dismissed. Now, ISS. Okay, so the other two are unvalidatable. If you don't understand how they're unvalidatable, right? Then I don't know how to help you. We can talk about that later, but let's talk about the ISS first. So I don't have to respond to your points in the order in which they're given. Okay, you didn't preface that. That's point 1, point 2, point 3, requirement of in order succession. So I'm going to do the ISS. So
perfectly fine.
Even if the ISS is where they say it is, right, which is a distance away from the Earth, what does that have to do with proving the shape of the Earth?
They claim it orbits the Earth.
Okay, so claiming it orbits the Earth is just a claim.
So you're
how does the claim that it orbits the Earth prove what the Earth is?
So if it were to, so an orbit usually means going around a circular object, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't think if the Earth was flat, the ISS probably couldn't orbit it.
Right. So then you have circular reasoning. The ISS proves the Earth is a globe because it's alleged to be orbiting, and the word orbiting in this connotation means going around a giant floating space ball. Therefore, the Earth is a giant floating space ball. That doesn't follow.
So no, there's images from the ISS and a whole bunch of other space telescopes.
All right, stop right there.
Circular.
Stop right there.
Okay.
So we have images from the ISS doing what?
We have images of the ISS doing what?
What are the images doing? What are the images showing? What are the images proving?
Images show the Earth as circular.
No, they don't. It's categorically false.
Okay.
Let me tell you why.
I know why. Because from a two-dimensional image, you can't perceive 3 dimensions. But you can if there's a succession of images.
Stop talking. For goodness sakes, dude. We only want to focus on one thing at a time.
Okay.
Okay. A circle is most definitely 2-dimensional. So you can't say that it's because it's a 2D, 3D problem. What I was going to say is that the ISS is not at a sufficient distance to have the Earth in full frame, and therefore it can't show the Earth as a circle. Which you agree, correct?
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So it only shows a portion of the Earth at a time. So in one viewpoint from the ISS, what do you see?
Sorry, say that one more time.
From one singular viewpoint at a moment in time from the ISS that's alleged to be taken at the ISS, looking at the Earth, what is seen?
Oh, you see something that's perceived. You see the Earth as flat. Is that what you wanted to hear?
I don't know. I mean, have you seen images from the ISS?
Yeah.
That are well, let's just use the word allegedly loosely, so we don't hurt anybody's feelings. So what do they look like?
They look flat.
What? Okay, so then the ISS proves the Earth's flat. Great. I thought you were using the ISS to prove the Earth was a globe. Bro, if you need to take a time out and have an orange juice to get your blood sugar back up, go for it.
Yeah, let me go to the bathroom real quick, dude. I gotta cool down. No, I'm just, so the ISS orbits the Earth, and it can take a lot of images. Allegedly. Okay, we can step off the ISS. Let's go to something that can...
No, we're going to stay on the ISS, friend.
Okay.
Because
stay on it.
Because we have a problem here that you didn't address. You said out of your mouth that the images from the ISS look flat.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a bunch of images that look flat, you now have even more proof the Earth is flat. So what you need to get me back to the point where you're attempting to prove the Earth is a globe from this.
Let me try and find you an image. There's a specific image I'm thinking of. Hold on one second.
Well, I've seen plenty of images that are alleged from the ISS. I mean...
Yeah. Well, let me show you one more.
I mean, do you want me to help you with your argument so we can progress?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, so the standard reasoning when people present images from the ISS is that the horizon in the ISS images appears to be curving, and so they say, look, that's prima facie evidence that because the image is curving, the Earth is curving. So would you agree with that?
Can you say that in a different way? Can you repeat that again?
Okay, so the ISS is not at a sufficient distance from the Earth to see the entire Earth.
Right.
So what it sees, in order for it to be used as evidence, right, that the Earth is curving, people look at the images and they see like a dark area of sky, right? And below that is the blue and the ground and stuff. And the line between the two in the image appears to have a curve to it.
Mm-hmm.
So then they make the claim, because I see a curved image, I'm looking at a curved Earth. Therefore, the ISS proves that the Earth is actually curved. That's usually the way people argue it.
Right.
So are you planning on arguing it any differently?
Sorry, I'm just trying to think this. I'm trying to find the best way to explain what I'm thinking.
I think it might be just for the audience's sake. And it's not true necessarily that what I'm going to say applies to you. But many people, when they get into this and they start hearing words like image is curved, therefore the ground is curved, they start to recognize, wait a minute, I know in my lifetime that I've experienced optical distortions and seen fisheye lenses and all of these other things. Maybe this guy is trying to lead me into making a logical error in my reasoning so he can exploit it and show that my reasoning doesn't follow from the premises. So I need to be careful what I'm about to say, because the very fate of mankind is on the line, because if the Earth is not a globe, we're all going to die.
Right. I'm really not trying to bullshit you. If that's what you think, if you think I'm trying to be deceitful.
No. I don't think you're trying to be deceitful.
What I think is that people are so emotionally invested into the globe paradigm that their brain protects their worldview with a process of rationalization and cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you have any like emotional value to your view?
Not really.
Really? So what evidence would you need to believe the Earth is actually a globe and not flat?
Well, the most practicable evidence, right, accessible to the common man would be demonstrable surface curvature. It's the first contingent factor. The claim of the Earth, right, is that the majority of the Earth is covered in water. So if you could prove that the oceans are curving in the manner in which is necessary for the globe to exist, that would be pretty sufficient or compelling evidence, which, by the way, is the majority of the reasons why the majority of people in here are flat earthers. So, for example, I asked CB, why are you a flat earther? Is it because your fifis got hurt one day? Well, he doesn't want to mic up. He's too scared.
I'm happy to answer. Drop over distance. Yes.
I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther because there's no curvature, no spin, and you can't have a globe in space without a container to contain Earth's air in a vacuum.
So you're a flat earther because the Earth is flat?
Interesting. Right. So
I know it's flat.
Right. So his first go-to point. Yeah. Let's be clear. Wasn't what gravity is. It wasn't how big Uranus is. It was no surface curvature. So Mr. Jin is convinced that there's no surface curvature. Therefore, by rational deduction, he must assume if something isn't curved, it can only be the things that aren't curved, which are flat things.
Yeah.
Very rational, not emotional whatsoever.
I'd agree that it's rational, but I don't think it's scientific. Let's.
Ooh, cool. I'm glad you agree. Hey, friend, I'm glad you agree, because nobody in this room right now is retarded enough to equate the shape of something as a scientific proposition. So let me ask another friend here. Heretic, is the shape of something a scientific proposition?
Wait, I missed this one. Come again, AI?
Is the shape of something a scientific proposition?
Oh, no, of course not.
Oh, there we go. So now that that's out of the way, let's move on.
Can you give me an example of something that is a scientific proposition?
I can give you something.
No, I'd like AI to answer.
Take the ISS. Let me give you this ISS situation that you think is up there. One you've never seen it falling around an object you haven't proven to exist. But the problem is, back in 1962.
Right, but you're not answering his question.
Jim, you're not helping.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, AI.
And don't get me wrong, you should listen to what Jin has to say at another point in time, but it's just not the answer to your question at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in this arena, when it comes to natural science and science in general, right? Science is a word, right, which is grossly misused in many fields. And it's attributed to things that don't follow the scientific method, right? Now, classically, things that don't follow the scientific method, which are assumed to be science, are known as pseudoscience. It's the definition of the word. You can look that up, but it's neither here nor there, because we're talking about a specific type of, which is validation through systematic experimentation of a cause and effect relationship, where an if-then statement, if this, then that, if this, thus is caused.
Okay, so
if it's not a cause and effect relationship, it can't go through that methodology. So, for example,
thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, for example, you could say, why does water boil?
Okay.
That it boils is known. That it boils is known. Right?
Right.
So you say to yourself, why does water boil? You formulate a hypothesis based on the observed phenomenon, water boiling. You notice that usually if water's boiling near heat sources, so you say maybe heat causes water to boil. So then you set up your experiment where you very manipulate the heat to ensure that that is the present thing that then produces the cause. And you set up a system to isolate variables out to where you can exclusively and independently manipulate that single variable to produce the cause. Sorry, to produce the effect, not the cause. Mm-hmm. Right? And after you do that, and you validate that that's the case, right, you've arrived at a conclusion of an if-then statement, a cause and effect statement, through a methodology known as the scientific method.
Gotcha. So in that,
for example,
heat would be the independent variable, right?
Right.
The one
now
you manipulate.
Check this out, though. When you measure the amount of heat you apply, that measurement in itself isn't science in the sense of science as it's applied in this situation. So when you have a ball in your hand or a flat sheet of paper and you put a ruler on it, right, and you say one is planar in nature because it doesn't deviate from the ruler across its entire surface, versus one is curvilinear in nature because it deviates at a drop over distance exponential rate from the plane of the ruler, science in the sense that we've previously just described is not being done. What's being done is called measurement. So when you want to know the shape of an object, the thing you want to apply is measuring, not science.
Okay.
Yeah, in other words, it's a geometric question, not a scientific question.
Exactly. So that being said, which is why we earlier said and asked our friends in the field here, why are you a flat earther? And their answer was, because there's no demonstrable surface curvature. Not because water boils. Not because, I wonder what causes gravity. No, because they understand, by parsing it out logically, that the proposition in question is whether or not the Earth is a particular shaped object. And that is divined, discerned, and determined by measurement directly, not by all of this other stuff.
Okay. If we can go back to the water boiling experiment really quick. The heat is the independent variable, right? The dependent variable would be what?
Boiling.
So the rate at which it boils, or that it just boils, or what?
That it's hot enough to make tea, which would be boiling water. You can see the bubbles coming up from the bottom of the container to the top. I mean, it's boiling, right?
Okay. So the fact that it boils is the dependent variable in it?
Well, if you had a recipe book, right, and it said bring water to a boil, and then you decided, well, you know what? I could just set my ambient room temperature to 30 degrees, or let's just be more liberal because Celsius and Fahrenheit. So I could set my ambient room temperature to 70 degrees, right, with my thermostat, and 70 degrees, right, times 3 equals greater than 180. So after 3 minutes, my water will boil after being exposed to 70 degrees.
Okay, so the dependent variable is the time to boil.
Oh, holy frick, dude. There's a reason why that guy just laughed.
Poor guy.
Now, my friends, somebody, for the love of God, clip that out and send it to Numpty Clips.
Paging Simpcord.
I think water is boiling when there are large bubbles rapidly moving from the bottom of the container to the surface. I think we can safely say water's boiling when it's doing that. I mean, do we really need to look it up in the dictionary?
Right. So the duration of a consistent amount of temperature applied does not equal a cumulative amount of energy present at a particular moment. Right. So if I set my room temperature to 70 degrees, right, after 3 hours, my room is not 70 degrees times, 3 hours. You see my point now? Until I get to 180 degrees present in a single moment, I don't get water boiling. So no, time applied is not the variable that matters. It's the presence of the heat. So no recipe book says apply 3 minutes to the water. Correct? The recipe book says bring water to a boil. Now, if it was more acute, it might say apply 180 degrees to the water. Problem with that is that there are other concernable factors. For example, your ambient pressure, right? Water boils faster at different altitudes. Also, things like salt content, other things in the water.
It also might be a European reading the recipe, and they might think you're talking about Celsius. Screw it all up.
Right. So that's why it just says bring it to a boil.
Who are you talking to, AI?
Well, the candidate for Scholar of the Year. No, I'm being facetious. He's actually quite intelligent guy.
Hey, thanks, man. Wait, are you talking about me?
The
is it Rhino? Oh yeah, it's Rhino. Rhino's usually on around this time.
Well, I mean, we already got to the point where he conceded that the Earth is ubiquitously flat plane, and the directionality of gravity is perpendicular to level, which means of a necessity that we live on a flat plane. So he then said he disagrees.
Ubiquitous, really quick. Oh, okay.
Well, maybe it doesn't mean what I think it means, but I generally think it means that it means generally the same everywhere. Generally.
No, you're right. Present. Ubiquitous means present, appearing, or found everywhere. So.
Yeah, like plumb and level.
Yeah.
I thought you would have already been on this side, right now. Why is it taking long? We've had a conversation also. You pretty much seen the light, man. So.
He doesn't trust us, to be honest, and to be fair, he shouldn't trust us because we keep telling people that the snacks are in the back, but none of you are willing to actually restock the snacks.
Yeah, bro. You know how long I've been here and I've yet to get a snack.
Exactly. I was right. He hasn't gotten his snacks.
Not to mention the DJ hasn't ever shown up.
Hey, where's our manners, AI?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, know more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain this. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, Where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so that's why I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me
knife.
questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement
be
is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been observed?
Even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simon on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8th, that's a photo. And that came
no
after
idea
the
what
Blue
that is.
Marble. And it's
What
a
is that?
satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, since from whenever this was interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. It would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
enough on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah.
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, it's really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So
I was
what
gonna say
here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball
Well,
that's spinning?
nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far
definitely
away
see them a lot further.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know, about...
According to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever,
It's different
right?
perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but-
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower, is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay, so imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway, and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long.
I
mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person. right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah,
that would be at the surface.
So then it'd be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then what must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that most of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? and mental experiment. Okay, so, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So, if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right, and these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend, you say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. Right. So with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I imagine like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black swan.
Excellently
it's
well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see... doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
if
5?
If you were doing it your way, it'd be a slope,
times...
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, sorry. Right, so 5 times... what is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20... 40. No, 25. 25 times 25.
Uh-huh.
Times 8. Inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you... Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me, I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like...
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. I mean? So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
So I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding ding ding! He said it. He said the word.
Oh, hey. Calm down.
Oh no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable? No, it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold,
that would be a slope.
Lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military... Hey, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all of this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they lie? 'Cause I know you're gonna have a really good answer to this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an
Yeah,
intelligent
like-
person, right? You'd lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain
But
prestige. It doesn't.
you sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay. So let me ask you this question: why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right, so
better for them to just
you're
not make that
now-
claim in the first
Fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable.
But
the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
So
think
let's be
about
clear, we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
But where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say that there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on when within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
just-
or anything like
Come
that.
on.
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. There's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. and going there. Like,
dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk from here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day, she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? It can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's the logic. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public, right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow. Wow.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Weird, I can't hear anything. We're having some technical difficulties with our bot right now. I'm looking into it. Damn it, I need to go out and the bot just stops working.
No. I say the Earth is flat. Anybody want to prove me wrong? Anybody out there?
Okay, looks like the bot was just lagging, and it's finally caught up. Since no one wants to talk to you or prove the globe, I guess we can just play another one if it wants to play now.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, and isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain this. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so that's why I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation.
If the moonlight energy is re-radiating, we already dealt with it. It's not. So that is a false premise.
Can we also use this to prove that as another way?
If we can use this, we can prove this as another way. This isn't a scientific hypothesis. It's not an experiment. However, you could possibly demonstrate something via another route other than an experiment. Follow?
Do you have any ideas?
I don't. It's your claim. I really don't. All I know, this isn't a scientific hypothesis for the reasons I just mentioned, and it's not. Therefore, it's not an experiment, not a viable one anyway.
What if you wanted to prove that it's causing a cooling effect, not that it's not re-radiated sunlight?
You could possibly do. It wouldn't be an experiment. You could demonstrate that somehow. Sure. Yep.
So, say I do demonstrate it. How would I then make an experiment out of it?
You can't. It's not science. Sorry.
QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I feel like you do have a presupposition between a cause and effect. I guess I'm not understanding that.
There is no presuppositions in hypotheses. Hypotheses are suppositions. That's your problem.
And yes, QE, I've been fiddling with getting a mic going for the past 5 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, Rolling My Boulder. Okay. I didn't know who was talking to me, so I just blurted it out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, why would it matter?
That's another problem. You have a presupposition where hypotheses are suppositions. There's a difference between suppositions and presuppositions.
That's why they're two different words.
So I guess a supposition would be that I actually did measure a difference at one point, and then now it's a supposition, right?
Supposition is it's tentative, it's provisional, whereas a presupposition is you already believe it to be true. So I suppose, yes?
Then I misspoke.
It's okay.
So wait, are you saying like a supposition is like a fact and a presupposition is falsifiable?
No, so I'm going to say it again. A supposition is provisional. That means you're getting ready to test it. Whereas a presupposition is something you believe to be true already.
I see. Can you falsify the presupposition or it's not?
Yeah. Yeah. You can falsify presuppositions, yeah. Because if they believe them to be true without evidence, then it's horseshit. Whereas a hypothesis is not believed to be true because it's a supposition. It's a preliminary step to get to experiment. Now, those are natural cause and effect relationships, but not everything falls into that category. So it could be true without it being an experiment. Follow?
I mean,
so based on
things are true whether we experiment on them or not, right?
I can't listen to two people at once, man.
The supposition that I have is based off of my experience.
I'm not going to deal with it again. I've already shot 4 or 5 holes in it. It's not going to recover. So you can do if I do this and if I do it, you don't. The only way you're going to do it is to post another hypothesis with a viable, independent, dependent variable.
Since I was fiddling with things, can I get the cliff notes of the past 5 minutes? Well, what are you guys talking about?
I'm not going back over it.
So why is moonlight not a viable?
I already told you. I'm not going to tell you again.
Moonlight.
Moonlight's moonlight. I already told you why it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I shot 4 holes in it. I'm not going to do it again.
Traveler, what are you trying to argue about moonlight?
I'm trying to demonstrate and then have an experiment that says moonlight cools.
And you think you have a bona fide experiment to do that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to develop.
Impossible.
Now, like I said, you could demonstrate that without it being an experiment and still be true. I think you missed that part.
Would that be proof?
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, you couldn't be happy with that as well. I mean, you're doing more than 90.
To say that for a while.
More than 99% of Americans who are just sat on the couch doing fuck all. You could be really happy with that. You know what I mean? I'd encourage you. What a wonderful thing. It's just not an experiment, according to you.
So like the like important thing is that you can make an observation and record what you saw, and what you saw is true.
No, that has to be an observation of a phenomena.
Naturally occurring phenomenon.
Isn't everything that you observe a phenomenon?
No, I can observe a tree. It's not a phenomenon. It's a concrete noun.
Okay, so if you want to like observe the changing of the colors of the leaves, that's a phenomenon.
Now that could be one, yes.
See, I speak your language, Kiwi.
Just not the first one.
Just
so watching it grow, watching the leaves change, watching it die, watching it get chopped down, all of those are phenomenon.
It has to be,
but looking at it is not.
It has to be an occurrence, not a concrete noun.
Verb.
Yeah, I can look at a tree, but I can't make a viable scientific hypothesis out of. Okay, I observed a tree. Okay, what's the cause? Well, you didn't.
Okay, so what if I go measure the height of all the trees on my back lot? Is that an observation?
Measure the height. Height's not happening.
Yeah, like from the dirt to the highest leaf.
Now, for plant growth, yes, you could come up with a scientific hypothesis for that, sure.
No, I'm talking about experiment. Observation. Sticking with the observation.
Yeah, hypothesis will lead to an experiment. It's called plant growth theory.
No, but just the...
No.
Yeah. No experiment.
No
experiment. Just observations.
You can observe. You can have I'm telling you can do an experiment with that type of thing. That's an occurrence. Plant growth.
And it's better than just an observation. He's turned it into an actual, hypotheses. Yeah,
you could do it. Yep, a number of them, right?
Yeah.
That's what makes plant growth theory an actual scientific theory, right?
See, one time Brenda said a shoe is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And that's not true because a shoe isn't doing anything. Now, if a shoe were walking itself, you bet your fucking ass that'd be a naturally observed phenomenon that I would like someone to explain as well.
No, you're wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're now that statement is correct, but you're wrong.
Not natural.
It's not natural.
Oh, you know what? That's true. Okay.
Not that you weren't wrong. You were just you went down the next lane, whereas you could have killed it beforehand. How about that?
Right. Yep, I embellished. I always do that.
So wait a minute. What if we like try to look at the shoe wear patterns? Is that natural or not natural?
I got the shoe in the archives.
Like if we just try to figure out how shoes wear out, is that
no? Because that's not natural. That's a human wearing the shoe out.
Exactly.
It is a human wearing a shoe out, but the human is nature, right?
No.
Humans in nature don't have shoes.
That's a fallacy of division.
So you're saying like if we
no, I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. That's what I'm saying.
You're saying if the people were barefoot and we looked at how their feet were out, that would be natural.
I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. You know what a fallacy of division is?
I have never heard that before.
Look it up. It's also known as a false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description: inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example: atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. That's a fallacy.
So would looking at how barefoot people's feet are out be natural or not natural?
No, it's created. It's man-made occurrence.
The bare feet aren't man-made though, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The wear on the foot is man-made. The man puts the wear on the foot.
All right, I'll accept that. I get it.
You'll accept it. Oh, that's cute. Good for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I see your point. I concede.
Great. That means you have 3 brain cells instead of 1.5.
Damn, he's just piling on.
Glad is not a. He doesn't.
I don't mince words. Well, it's a waste of time. Listen, Roland. Listen. You know it's flat. You're just coming here to do something else, and that's fine. We have fun with you. We like to play around with our food before we eat it, but we do eventually eat it, if you know what I mean.
Yes, indeed you do. And no, I don't know it's flat. It's definitely not flat.
It most certainly is. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Tangents, spherical triangles,
Tangent.
fig,
Okay.
all the things you've heard before. People
Okay, yeah, everything I heard before, that includes ink molecules are alive. Okay.
Whoa, what?
When you look through it, yeah, I heard that from a Evo Baltard. So back to the point.
He said ink molecules are alive.
So yeah, they said that ink molecules were alive. Yes, they did. Okay, so now back to the point. So I said, how do you have a curved adjacent? Right? You said
you take the limit.
Tangent.
Take the limit.
So okay, thank you. So show us the tangent that the sextant shoots out when you look through it.
You've seen it before.
No, I want the tangent mirror. So throw up a fucking visual of a sextant and show us the tangent mirror, please.
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
What's a triangle?
Oh boy, 180 degrees. What do you want? 3 lines, 3 angles, 180 degrees.
Yeah, that's
kindergartners know these things.
Shit, you said one with 180 degrees, so I immediately listen. You know 99.9% more than your fellow Baltards. Tell you that much.
That's shameful,
isn't it?
And that's
so you got that more or less. So you said. Did you say 3 straight lines?
I did not. I said 3 lines.
Oh, do they have to be straight?
What kind of triangle are we talking about, my friend?
Talking about a fucking triangle. There's only one triangle.
So no other adjectives like spherical or...
No, there is no spherical triangle. It's an oxymoron. There isn't one.
Why is it an oxymoron?
Well, because you said all the angles. Remember I asked you for the definition.
Okay, sure. Yeah. You're right. I agree.
Thank you. Can I finish my statement?
You can.
You were correct in stating, like I said, you did a great job. You actually more or less defined it, even though it was like a scattergun, but you got it. You said all the angles of a triangle must add up to 180 degrees. Well, that is true because that's the most important property of a triangle. Then you said, well, QE, can't you put an adjective in front of that monkey and say spherical triangle? Well, if you do that, then all the angles in that spherical adjective triangle will not add up to 180 degrees, making it not a triangle, making it not a spherical triangle. Thank you very much. I'll be in the area all week.
Oh, yeah, I you know what? I don't disagree with you.
Now, people say spherical triangles. That doesn't make it true. People also say atmosphere, which is a contradiction.
Let's not go there. Let's stick with geometry.
I'm just giving an example of stating something that people say, rather flippantly, that is also a contradiction. So spherical triangle is as atmosphere.
Well, no. Spherical.
Well, yeah.
When they say spherical triangle, they're trying to jump from Euclidean geometry to some other kind, right?
Well, they can't because, like you said, the angle sum property of a triangle is 180 degrees. So I don't give a fuck what type of fairy tale geometry that somebody dreamed up. It's not a triangle.
You should care about the geometry that people dreamed up. It's all been dreamed up. Euclid dreamed up the triangles and all the...
I don't think so. I haven't studied too much of Euclid. I could really give a shit. I know what a fucking triangle is. I know that it's...
Because Euclid dreamed it up for you.
He didn't dream it up. I mean, I can demonstrate a triangle.
Holy crap, dude!
Yeah, so can I.
You think triangles didn't exist?
We both went through the same kindergarten, QE. We can both demonstrate triangles.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Do Glovers really fight you on this definition of
Yes.
the triangle thing?
Yes. That's okay. I have a good time with them. It's like they're a fungus, and I'm fast acting, tenactin.
Fast acting, not just. Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's other geometries that have been dreamed up over the years, and whatever. They may or may not be real.
Yeah, they're dreamland.
But so is Euclid's.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball, and I can demonstrate all kind of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Touche, my friend. I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
What would it matter what you do on a beach
easy to get along with, man.
Like for real, like you could draw a smiley face on a beach ball. Does that mean that there's a large smiley face on the Earth?
No, it does not.
Yeah, there you go. So take that analogy and run with that, all the other arguments.
He already conceded there, AI. Down, boy, down.
Yeah. Just because I could draw something on a beach ball does not make it present.
You're gonna get them going now.
You know what, Roland? I think you may be one of the most honest Globers. Could be.
But I'm still deep down, I'm still a Glober. So
Yeah, but how are you a Glober when you can't get an elevation angle with a curved adjacent? I'm having a hard time with that.
Me too.
Oh, I don't get elevation angles from curved adjacents. I get them from those obnoxious tangent lines. So
you can't do that because
in truth,
you can't do that.
I don't regularly.
You can't do that. That's non sequitur. That doesn't follow. Define an elevation angle. With citation, please, not what you make up.
Well, you'd have to give me time to go ahead. Do that.
Or do you want me to just kill it right now?
Yes, kill it right now. I know.
Kill it with fire.
Yes, not just kill it, but with fire, so it can't come back.
Hold on a second.
Ay. You know, we've done this before, QE, with the elevation angles.
I can't remember.
I know. We all run together, right?
It's too old.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old, and I've been down this road too many fucking times. So, 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. From radartutorial.eu. From radartutorial.eu. Oh, I'm sorry. 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal fucking plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. From IGCSE 2021 edition 16.02 angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal fucking plane of the object.
I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked. Why aren't you a flat earther?
Yes.
Because of how I define horizontal fucking plane.
Oh, you define.
There you go. There's the answer. So what you do in your mind is you call it a tangent when all you know of a certainty is that it's a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
so
I mean, have you seen?
Hold on. You observe and experience a horizontal plane, right? Then you infer that it must be a globe, and therefore you infer it must be a tangent line. So you're jumping logical categories there, and you're misplaced. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and say, therefore, when I go out into the world, I'm on a tangent line.
Wait. Why can't I put a ruler on a beach ball?
You can, but you'll be a numpty dipshit.
Oh my goodness, man. Did I not have an entire logic string?
Sorry, horizontal plane is not synonymous with a tangent line. Like he said, it's a category error.
Correct. By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon. Which a lot of Globers seem to make a mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly I might, but explicitly, no.
Implicitly, you did, which is it's more than enough evidence to hang you from the neck till dead.
Yeah, which by the way, fair point, comes around like this as a conclusion. The horizon that we see is the left to right axis, right?
Apparent horizon, no less.
And the horizon plane that you're standing on, if you quote unquote assume it's a ray line from your feet, which you would have assumed was a tangent, but you agree it's a horizontal plane in practicality.
Is this
so you'd end up with
is this the paper towel?
You'd end up with a z-axis, right, and an x-axis that are horizontal to each other in just one big plane. Now, the only thing of a certainty that you could then conclude is that the horizon plane, right, or encompassing it all into one and mixing the categories, that plane is below your feet, which is true. And there is an angle from your eye line, which is above the plane, to the plane below your feet, which is also true. You could call that a depression angle, a dip angle, whatever you want to call it. But that's what we all experience. Nobody experiences any curves anywhere. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and then pretend you're on a tangent in real life.
So you mean like if I'm standing on the beach and I look left, right, forward, whatever, that it doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe, because if I'm looking left, right, I should be seeing the same curve that I see if I look from my feet forwards. Is that?
No, not even close.
Well, dude, I'm trying, man.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve. And when you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the earth.
Never seen a curve. All right, nothing's around. No ships.
By the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level. That the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach, and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. You're right, flat and stationary. I agree.
Yeah, but if you hold a beach ball in your hands and rub it, then you can pretend you're on a globe.
That I could, I guess. Or if like I'd been taught things and knew critical thinking and then used all kinds of other observations, then I could also do it without rubbing the beach ball.
Like what?
Oh, the famous things. Ships bottom up. Sextant. Elevation
Sextant elevation angles. That's flat proof.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Ships bottom up. That fucking 2015 called. They want their disheveled.
Yeah. You get an angle. You get an angle.
Really? 2015? 7 years ago? That's fucked up.
2015 argument.
Like for real, you get an angle from a flat baseline, and then you look at a beach ball and say, "Oh, I must be on a globe."
Bottom up. Well, that's a cause and effect relationship. A natural cause and effect relationship. What's the hypothesis? And then post the experiment validating your claim. Yeah. Good night.
Yeah, by the way, I will submit to the audience that the only experiential claim that the average globe-believing person has, whether they be, nominal or a zealot, is the bottoms of things disappear, and they can't fathom any other cause except an obstruction in between point A and B.
So that means it's a false cause fallacy. They haven't demonstrated it.
The only reason it's a globe, it's because it's not.
Of course,
Absolutely.
we have there's all kind of demonstrations of that geometric horizon, that fairy tale that keeps on blocking boats and buildings and shit. Where it's supposed to be.
That I almost agree with AI, except there's a second thing that I have experienced.
What's that?
And I mean, you guys, you'll reject it straight out.
What's his name?
I know it'll be rejected straight away, but in terms of just raw, my own personal direct experience,
we don't reject stuff straight away. Stop over talking me. It won't be rejected. It'll be deconstructed and then spat out with fucking virulence.
Yeah, fair point. Let's criticize that as well. The only thing that you can reject out of hand, right, is claims that have absolutely no evidence whatsoever and or an incoherent logic string on its face. If someone makes an incoherent statement, you can dismiss it based on the logical structure alone. You don't need to examine any of the premises.
Good point.
Fine. So the two direct things that I have personally experienced is like looking out over water, bottom up type stuff.
I already fucking just went over this, so why would the fuck would you bring this back up again? Okay, let's go through this step by step. I'll put you on mute so you don't continue the diarrhea of the mouth fuckwittery circle jerk. It's like you're pulling crazy Ivans every 5 seconds. Now, this bottom-up obstruction is your direct proof of a globetard. That's a natural cause and effect relationship. So in order to validate that, you would have to come up with a hypothesis. So give me a hypothesis, identify the independent, dependent variable, and then the individual, doesn't have to be an individual, the institution that has demonstrated that via experiment.
I have not any of that for you.
Then it's horsepuckery. Number 2. Go ahead.
Laying on the ground in my backyard looking at the night sky for a couple hours before bedtime.
All right. What does that prove?
Yeah, that proves nothing. It's just a direct experience I had.
Direct experience?
Whoa. Yeah. You said you had a direct experience from what we were hearing, from what you were saying of the Earth being a globe.
Oh, yeah. Both of these things were direct experiences that I feel like I've had that meant it was a globe, but I didn't mean they.
So how's it a globe from just looking up at the night sky? This is dumber than your first one.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mean to offer it as proof to other people.
Well, then that's what you were saying, that this is my direct experience that it's a globetard. So then you gave us the second one that it doesn't prove or disprove any fucking thing.
Yeah. What you need is to take those observations, all right, at least, at the minimum, put them into a logic string where the conclusion follows from the premises.
Yeah. You can't do it.
So I'll do it for you. I'll do the first one for you, and you can try the second. So the first one goes like this. If the Earth was a globe with a big hump of Earth curve in the way, things would disappear from the bottom up as they go beyond or below, right, that curve, right? Now, the next part is important. Things do, quote unquote, disappear from the bottom up. Now your next sentence is crucial. If you say, therefore the Earth is a globe, you've committed a logical fallacy. If you say, therefore the Earth could be a globe, you're in the realm of saliency.
Yeah. Very good.
But nobody does that. Nobody says, oh, therefore the Earth could be a globe. They axiomatically just spurt out it is a globe because of this logical fallacy, which is literally defined as a formal fallacy.
Yep. So you got
now,
two
it would be true. Yeah, and it would be true if the initial premise necessary for the conclusion to follow was proven, which is the Earth being a globe. You can't use assuming it in a fallacy to then prove it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, the first part is that the argument's void as soon as you invoke a logical fallacy, and you got two of them. Like he said, affirming the consequent, form a logical fallacy with the first one. That's number one. Number two is a false cause fallacy, spurned by the affirming the consequent.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And and you could call that and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I.
So So they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well, listen. To be fair, okay, if you were actually going to try to attempt to explain it to me with a logic string, the only logic string that you could come up with, in my experience, I haven't had one contrary, is just another affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, to be fair, there are many of these in the globe quote, model, paradigm, whatever you want to call it. Right? There's plenty of them. If it was a globe, then this would be. This is, therefore it's a globe. That's where they go wrong. They teach all the kids, therefore it is a globe, without proving it in the first instance. Because that logic string doesn't follow the conclusion necessarily. It could be, but it's not necessary.
It's
I agree.
They don't understand the difference between sufficiency and necessary.
Yes. Awkwardly, I agree with both of you.
Right. So you have a collection.
The whole if and only.
Logic. Yeah, you have a collection of logic statements which are either fallacies or where the premise isn't proved in the first instance. So there are some that aren't fallacies, but you need that initial premise to be proven first. So here's what they do, and here's the sleight of hand. Check it out. They find a coherent logic string, right, which would actually follow if the initial premise was true. And they present that as the stone cold evidence. But the initial premise is proven where? In the previous formal logical fallacy. They borrow the conclusion from a fallacy to put into a non-fallacy. And so you end up with a big circle of fallacy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and just admit that the shape of the Earth, that it's a globe, has never been logically, mathematically proved to me. It's a totality of evidence kind of thing, not a proof. That's why.
Totality of
No. Wait a second. Hold on. Evidence is proof. So you said the totality of evidence and proof are synonymous.
I think evidences are a collection of facts. Evidences are facts, and then the meaning that you derive from them is something else.
Negative evidence is proof.
So wait, like we found, John Smith's DNA. We found John Smith's DNA at the scene of the crime.
Deny it.
Doesn't prove.
Define it.
Define what?
Define both. Citation, please.
Define proof and evidence?
Yep. That's how we can tell the difference.
I don't. I can try to get back to you, but I do not have any.
Nah, that's okay. I'll do it for you.
Can I read them, though?
Yes. 1 second.
Awesome.
6 minutes after the hour.
I see it. Evidence, adjective from Merriam-Webster.com, an outward sign, indication, or B, something that furnishes proof. Testimony, specifically, something legally submitted to a tribunal to ascertain the truth of a matter. From OxfordDictionaries.com, proof is evidence or argument establishing a fact of truth or statement. From CollinsDictionary.com, prove, 1, test by experiment. Well, that doesn't mention evidence, so I'll ignore that. From Merriam-Webster, proof synonyms, confirmation, evidence, validation. Sound damning to my statement there. And then... yeah, okay. So yeah, I think evidence... I think... Geez, boy, that's rough. I think of the word proof and prove. I think of them as math and logic, and evidence. I think of more epistemological grounds.
Incorrect.
Oh, it's not automatically incorrect. I mean,
well, it doesn't matter. It's a red herring fallacy. Proof is evidence. Evidence is proof.
But you agree that there are math?
No, I don't agree. No, math is no. Mathematics is only domain specific. It's only descriptory. That's all.
And logic?
Depends on what type of logic you're using.
Formal
logic.
Yeah, can formal logic prove things?
What's formal logic?
It is concerned primarily with the form of the logical argument.
So you're talking syllogistic logic.
Sure.
So yeah, but the premises could be false. The statements can be logical, but invalid.
This is true. Yeah.
Yep.
I would awkwardly argue that the black swan is a case in point.
A case in point of what?
Faulty premises.
Really? What's the fault? You've got conditional statements. If the Earth is a sphere, radius 3959.
And light travels in straight lines.
No, we're not talking about light here.
We're looking.
No, just the argument. Just the argument.
But we're looking.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's the premises are right as the range. Yeah. That's a sound logical argument.
With faulty premises.
All right, what's the premises of the black swan?
Earth is a globe, curving away at whatever 8 inches per mile squared, and that light travels in straight lines.
No, there's nothing about light.
Well, of course, it's omitted purposefully.
It's not omitted. It's not part of the argument. It's a geometric argument.
But the black swan you're looking at something. So light.
No, the black swan argument is not looking at something. It's an argument. The evidence is when you start looking at something. You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, it finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Oh, the penny has dropped so long ago. Elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
So back to the logical consistency argument. It can't be... the premises are all true. Conditional statements are true. The only thing you could say about the evidence from a geometric argument is a category error, and it implodes the whole fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. The guys haven't got a hold of this in over 2 years, which is fucking scary. The moment you say refraction in response to the black swan argument,
whoa! Have I said that word?
No, but you're getting to it. So the moment anyone says refraction in response to the Black Swan argument, the prosecution fucking rests. But that's all you guys do because you're like automatons. You're numpty dipshits that are fucking clueless. That's why.
But I didn't use that word.
You got close.
Maybe, but I didn't use it.
What did you do? How else? What else did you do? Think about it.
So but I want to go back.
To say I didn't use it is being disingenuous. I mean, in a way.
In a way,
you
but
have to use it.
I want to back up to the evidence proof thing. Evidence submitted in a jury criminal trial proceeding.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
It's not, but that's not proof, right?
That's subjective. We're not talking about that.
Well, what do you mean it's subjective? The evidence.
What do I mean? So in a court, it's reasonable doubt, right? Well, this isn't a reasonable doubt. We're into empiricism here, so there's no subjectivity to it at all. It's objective. Follow? Just like the Black Swan argument, it's objective. It's all geometric or geometry. That's all it
absolutely.
is.
I agree with you that the criteria to convict is reasonable doubt or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not the criteria used to submit evidence before the court.
Yeah. Well, if you submit
Who cares?
evidence, hold on a second. If you submit evidence and it does not affirm proof, then it wasn't evidence to begin with. It was only in name only.
But both sides, the defense and the prosecution, submit evidence.
Who gives a fuck? That's a red herring, dumbass fallacy. You got to come up with something fucking better. What are you trying to debunk here?
I'm not trying to debunk anything.
Well, what's your point?
That the evidence and proof aren't synonymous.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah,
so you're
perfect.
going against the definition. Hold on a second, AI. Just wait a second. You fucking read out the definition that said that they were synonymous. Now you're going against that. That violates the law of non-contradiction.
Those were interesting definitions.
Yeah, they were from Merriam-Webster. What's your definition?
Like definitions before the
Yeah,
court.
they are definitions. Merriam-Webster provide the definition. Yes, they're definitions.
What court, dude? What court are we in?
I mean, QE wouldn't accept everything from Merriam-Webster, so
That doesn't
I don't know.
that's all or nothing fallacy, by the way. So your argument's void on that point. Next.
It is. I mean, is Merriam-Webster
Yeah, it is.
a source or
yeah,
not?
yeah. Your question was it is? Yes, it's an all or nothing fallacy, making your argument to that point void. So yes, it is.
I'm genuinely curious to hear like all or nothing fallacy and argument appeal to authority fallacy.
Argument
seem like a very narrow.
That doesn't appeal to authority. Never came up. Argument.
No, it
the
didn't.
all or nothing fallacy is just how it sounds.
Trace is here. Trace, what's the all or nothing?
Well, what the argument more or less is, or what the argumentee more or less puts out, is if a source states something and you cite it, then you must believe everything from that source. So if Joe fucking Coffee Monkey Baltard says 2 + 2 is 4, then everything, I agree with that. Then I must agree with every fucking incoherent bullshittery that comes out of his mouth. That's where the fallacy is, and you employed it.
This must be related to the appeal to authority fallacy because Joe Schmittery,
it's not.
He could be an expert in math, but then make comments about all sorts of other things.
It's not. We can connect other things to that, but in this case, it's not.
So I can offer up a source, and then if that source says other things about the same subject matter, I can say, well, whatever, I don't believe that part, but I only believe this one part.
That's it has to be hyper topic specific.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Merriam-Webster's topic is defining words, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is that the online dictionary versions of some of those define level as adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water.
No, it's
so
a
obviously they're
contradiction.
wrong.
No, that's a contradiction. So let me see if I can find that. They contradict themselves. Merriam-Webster does. Hold on one second.
Here comes Lemon.
Let me search this. Oh, it's not going to be a long search. I just fucking found. Hold 1 second. So let's go to Merriam-Webster and listen to them contradict themselves in one sentence. They contradict themselves. So each tenet, each claim has to be evaluated on its own merit. Hold on a second.
It does start to seem circular. If the source's claims must be evaluated on their merits.
Every single one. Yep. Every single claim from a source.
Then how can it be a source?
Say again?
Then I just don't understand how that can be an authority on the subject.
Well, because like AI said, that Merriam-Webster is an authoritative source. Doesn't make them right about everything, but they're authoritative source on definitions. I mean, duh. I mean, do I need to go into why?
But then if they're not right about everything, and if some of the words are wrongly defined,
yep,
how can I trust the subset that you use?
You can't.
So then why bother citing them?
You can't. Well, because not everything, you're using another all or nothing fallacy.
But how do I know that the words that you cite are correct? How do I know the words you cite are correct?
It's not but. Well, you have to evaluate it based on basic reasoning and no law of non-contradiction violations. That's how. All right, let's see if I can find this thing. Hold on a second. I didn't.
Yeah, there's also, while he's looking for that, there's also logical differences between categories of things and between subsets within the same categories, like an adult and a child, right? Those are obviously two different things, and no changing of the definition of those is going to change those in reality. You can't call a child an adult, and it mean anything anymore. At that point, you're just using a token, the word adult. It's just a phrase, a phoneticization of the mouth. It has no meaning anymore.
Here we go. So let me put this Merriam-Webster. And this is the definition. 1 second. It's an adjective. 1 second. Merriam-Webster. I think it's level. Adjective. This is really going to be funny. Adjective.
This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it?
It's not awkward. This is really cool because I'm going to show you right now. Not only do they fucking contradict themselves. Uh-oh. Oh, no thanks. Not only do they contradict themselves right in the previous statement, but later on down the page, it's actually annotated. Hold on. This is really funny. Copy? Okay.
I got nothing.
Hold on a second. I'm going to get there. And that's Merriam-Webster 2. Okay. Let's go to 20 minutes after the hour. Skip the first definition. We're going to go down. Choose the right synonym for level. So, level, flat, plane. Sorry, level shouldn't be there. Flat, plane, even, smooth means having a surface without bends or curves. That's down on the same page. Now let's roll up to their adjective definition of level. Having no part higher than another. Okay, that's good. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. You got major fucking problems here. They contradict themselves because having no part higher than another, we're just looking at this statement. And conforming to curvature, curvature is defined as changing elevation, whereas the first part says no change in elevation. This first statement is a contradiction just inherently.
Whoa. Curvature is defined as changing slope. Am I right?
Yeah, and slope is what? Is the measure of the change of what?
Position.
Elevation, you fucking retard. So, back to my point. They not only contradict themselves inherently within their little definition, adjective definition, but they train themselves for the second time when they say level is a surface without bends or curves.
I agree. So either Merriam-Webster is full of shit, or the word level is complicated and misunderstood.
Number one, they just contradict themselves. This is the only contradiction I have seen in the definition of level.
Right. So they could be full of shit.
So Merriam-Webster? Yeah, but that's an all or nothing fallacy. There's a lot of definitions they do get right.
Well, yeah, but how would we discriminate?
Well, basic reasoning and discernment. Simple. These have no contradictions in them. From dictionary.com and Cambridge, level, having no part higher than another. There you go. That's the same thing Merriam-Webster said before they contradicted themselves. Flat or even surface. Level, being a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. Level, to make a level even or flat. So level is flat. From Cambridge, level. Not rising or falling or higher on one side. That's saying the same elevation. But even in all directions, horizontal or flat. So flat and level are synonyms. Something that is level with something else is at the same height. Elevation again. There you go. There's no contradiction in these. So we're good.
Are those all of the definitions of those sources?
All of the definitions for level, yes.
Sounds compelling, if that's true.
Yep. Yeah, Merriam-Webster cracks me up with that level one. Especially,
what about Oxford? Oxford's not on your list. I've seen you cite Oxford before.
I don't know where they're at.
I've seen you reference Oxford in previous things.
Well, I've referenced a lot of people in my life. That doesn't mean I'm going to reference them right now.
Oh, yeah, but if Oxford agreed with Merriam, then it'd be 2 versus 2.
Oxford agrees. It's not an agree-disagree type of thing. These are axioms.
Well, yeah, but then we have like 2 authoritative sources versus 2 authoritative sources.
I already got 2 authoritative sources right here. I got Merriam-Webster that's not sniffing glue. Then I have dictionary.com and Cambridge. What else do I need?
So if I went out and found 2 other academic sources that offered different...
Go ahead.
Then what?
Go ahead. Let's see it. Let's see them.
I will save them and bring them on our next encounter.
All right. Fair enough.
I will. Okay. I'll dig into it for you.
I said, okay, fair enough. Well, this has been a whole lot of fun. But it's time for me to go. So
I agree.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Hey, Boulder, how do you feel about being a QE survivor?
I don't think you survived it.
I don't know. As long as you don't jerk QE around with a bunch of bullshit, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you start
QE is just intolerant of any. QE is extremely intolerant of any inaccuracy.
Yeah, if you don't mind me saying,
he's pretty accurate.
You sound like a masochist to me. I don't know. I'm just saying. You just seem to enjoy it.
Actually exists. So 3 points that I'm pretty sure anybody, could probably answer these. But like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. We'll start with point number 1, that the Earth has curvature that has been measured. Now, in your understanding of the knowledge of globe Earth, do you know if the curvature of Earth has ever been measured, either in ancient times or now?
I have no idea. I don't really look into that stuff.
Well, it's all good, man. Like I said, no right or wrong answers here. So, okay, well, we could assuredly say that the curvature of Earth being measured would just probably stand out as a belief in your mind, right?
Yeah, I guess like most people just follow the sheep, cattle, and then they just believe everyone else.
Okay. All right, cool. So with that, we'd say that it's just a belief you have that the Earth has curvature. We'll move off to point number 2. Point number 2 being that the Earth is spinning on its axis, like it's turning. So how do you know that it's the people have ever recorded that the Earth has been turning, or that they know it is? Like what information do you have that you know that it is turning? Doesn't matter right or wrong answer here. Just
once again, I don't know that because I haven't looked into it.
Hey, dude, like whatever. Like I said, if you any information, even if you don't know, that's still fine with me. It doesn't matter. Okay, so we'll move that off into the realm of just something that you believe, the story that they told you about the Earth, which is, would you agree with that? Because I mean, you didn't present anything, so we'll just say that you just believe what the people have taught you. Let's say school or whoever.
Can I mention something?
With that, yeah. Oh, 1 second, Unisical.
Sure, no problem.
I'm just gonna run through these points with your friend, and then we'll continue forward. So it's just a belief that you have that they told you that the Earth is spinning on its axis or it's turning. So we'll move off to point number 3, which is the vacuum of space is a medium that you could travel to, or that it actually exists. This is a big one, right? So how do you know that the medium of the vacuum of space actually exists? It doesn't, like, no right or wrong answer came down to just what you know.
So, I've come to believe that, or I would say no, because I believe that I know, in my opinion, that the Earth is a globe, and that the atmosphere keeps back the vacuum of space.
Okay,
that's what I know.
Okay, you're saying in this instance, on point number 3, which is the vacuum of space, you're saying you don't believe you know. So you're saying.
I guess you could say I believe because I don't actually have any data on it.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, like I said, so long as we establish a foundation in which we can have a conversation, that's great. I mean, but if you're being intellectually honest, then that's still fine, right? Because I mean, you're saying this is just something that they told me and I believe it.
Yeah,
it's not something I checked out for myself. So cool, fair enough. So just establishing the 3 points of the globe. Point number 1 being that Earth curvature is something that has been measured. You're like, well, I just believe what they told me of the curvature of Earth. Point number 2, axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis, is another belief that you have in your mind about the globe. And point number 3 would be the vacuum of space being a medium that anybody can travel to, is also something that you believe that they told you via, the stories, satellites, whatever, astronauts. It's just something you believe is there because, you think that it supports an idea that you've always known, right? So understanding that these 3 points are all based on a belief system, that from the paradigm that has been given to you about the Earth being in space and in the solar system, something that you cannot verify, it stands out to reason that you've only been believing a story and you haven't verified any of these things for empirical evidence. So that's interesting, right? Because a lot of people wouldn't come to the realization of this, but you have. So that's how we can begin a foundation for our conversation. Now, is there any questions that you might want to ask? Like on the flat Earth any questions you might want to have for Flat Earth. I mean, we'd like to answer some questions for you now.
So as I said at the start, if you know that the Earth is flat, are you saying that the other planets in our solar system are also flat?
Okay, so anything that's in the sky, like what they would consider planets, or what we would see up there, is basically just a story that they have given you. And we could refer back to point number 3 where we talked about the vacuum of space, because when we talked about point number 3, it supports this idea that any information that they've given you cannot be verified by you, the one interpreting the information. So if they told you that there's planets and Jupiter's a gas giant, or that Mars is a red planet, whatever, terra firma out there, whatever they say, whenever they give you that information, you cannot verify it independently. So anything that you hear, you're just going to take it on credit. Just, okay, I believe you guys because you guys got the technology and I don't, kind of thing. So at this current time, whatever they say that thing is up there that you're looking at, you're going to believe them. I mean, to you, it could be just a light in the sky, but it's attached to a story that they're giving you. You understand? I don't know. Does that make any sense?
Well, so you're saying that I can look up in the sky right now, and I'm looking at the moon right now, for example.
Sure.
Are you saying that the moon isn't there?
No, I'm saying the moon is there because that's what they call it, right? Okay. But the attributes that they give it is something that you believe to be true as well. So what do they say the moon is, Kame Zonda?
It's a globe.
That the official story is that it's a globe, and what is its physical attributes? What is it made of? Well, not
I guess rock.
Thoroughly. Yeah, right. Not thoroughly consistent, but like what the official narrative would be, like it's a giant floating rock in space, right?
Yeah, rock and ice.
Right. So that being the case, how are you going to verify shape or what it's made of, what it consists?
Well, I guess you could argue with that with most things, though. Like,
okay,
things on the news, I can't verify everything.
Well, yeah,
the news because it's the news.
Sure, we could put other things aside and just focus on the moon. Just the moon. How can you verify its shape and what it consists of?
Personally, I cannot.
Sure. That's the honest answer, right? Like anybody could say that honestly, hey, I can't do it. So if that is the case, then why are you, me, and everybody else who has been told his story just believing something that they have told us without verification? What would be the reasoning behind it? Because if we do believe that story and we can't check it out ourselves, then what is that called? Do you know the answer to that?
No idea.
If you believe something that somebody has told you and you can't check it out for yourself, you're basically trusting them. You have faith in this, whatever person told you this.
Okay, so then if they're saying that it's a globe, and I'm like, okay, I don't know that. Mm-hmm. What's to say that the Earth is flat?
Okay, so if the Earth is not measured to have any kind of curvature anywhere, then what is it?
I mean, it could be a cone. Like
no. Well, we're talking,
and then it goes down.
Yeah, we're talking about overall shape here, but just a description of what we can measure. So if we can measure a short distance, right? I don't know, 25 miles, 30 miles, or something, and within that range, we don't find the curvature drop rate as it's purported by the metrics of the globe. So if we do not find any curvature to this ball Earth, then what is it? Because if there is no curvature, then there can only be one other thing that it can be. No curvature, then what would it be?
I guess you could say, yeah, as I just said, if I said it's a cone, theoretically it's still flat. Because
right. So, and that's the thing. So, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with the metrics, Kame Zonda. Do you know the metrics of the Earth? Like what its purported size is? The radius is all that. Do you know any of that?
I don't believe I do.
Right. So the radius is 3959, right? As far as like what the metrics are, is circumference of 24,901 miles. Just a bit of maths that are attached to the ball. So with the math that they...
Can you pause it for a second? We'll pause right here. Don't you see that there's something wrong? When you just said that, Mickey asked you, do you know the size of the ball you're on, or whatever you believe that you're on? Do you know the size of it? And you're like, no, I don't believe I do. But then why do you believe it's a ball if you don't even know the size of what you're standing on, bro?
Isn't that just trivial knowledge, though?
Yeah, hang on, Vlad. I got this, brother. He's already established that so far with the 3 points, he has a belief system. So we're getting into the understanding of the flat Earth questions and like why we understand it to be flat and not a globe. So yeah, he's already established that in the very beginning of the 3 points. I don't know if you were privy to the conversation, but this has already been the foundation of our discussion.
I must have missed the point where.
Yep.
What do you call it?
He's already
What's really confusing right now? This guy believes into the ball, right? Whatever, and he just says, "I don't know any of the dimensions of this ball. I believe into." You know what I mean? That's what tripped me out.
Yeah. But with that, we're kind of showing him that the ball doesn't have any of the dimensions that it said, because it's basically busted once we start putting measurements to it. So
right.
Yeah.
He didn't verify it, right? So there has to be a certain verification involved with this matter that we're discussing, right? Okay.
Right. So we're getting into that. So the point is, with the globe Earth came Zonda, we have the metrics that are given to us. And what can you do if you have maths to something? Well, you could verify it, right? Well, let's check it out, right? If they give you the size of the Earth, then what can you do with that information? Because now you have the size.
Nothing.
Well, yeah, you can do something. Because
not from your home, probably not.
Well, not from your home. I mean, obviously you're going to go outside. Well, it wouldn't be.
You go outside. You can do all these things. But experimentally, chances are you can't do anything.
One second. You can't. It's not an experiment, by the way. I think you're using that term, very loosely. You're not applying it to something that it's a what is question. Experiment. That's. Vlad, you want to say something?
Yeah. He said you can't do this at home. I'm like, bro, slow down. What can you do at home before you go outside? Is you can verify the math that is correct. So they gave us numbers and stuff. Okay, verify it. Redo the calculations yourself, right? You sit down and make sure that the inches per mile squared that they're telling us of rate of curvature, the rate of drop of this ball, is exactly what they did, right? So you redo the calculations yourself, right? That's what you do at home before you go outside. You can do a lot of stuff at home before you go outside. Trust me. Just.
Okay. So.
Because he said you can't do anything at home. I'm like, no, slow down. You can. There's a lot of things you can verify at home.
Probably not accurately.
What do you mean? 1 + 1 is 2, right? That's accurate. Right, so if you're doing
but the thing is, I don't
understand trigonometry. If you understand trigonometry, you understand how to find a rate of curve, a rate of drop on a ball. It's not hard based on the radius value, and they give us the radius value, so you do all this stuff at home.
All right, so Unisco, I think is the name. Unisco, is that right?
Hello.
Hey, hello, man. So did you hear the conversation I had with Kame Zonda?
Yeah,
were you listening?
Been listening in.
All right. So with the 3 points that I presented to Kame Zonda, would you agree with all those 3 points that they were all just belief systems in your mind as well? The curvature to be measured, the first point. The second point was axial rotation is just a belief. And the third one was the vacuum of space is a medium that you could travel to, or that it actually exists.
With the second point, I wanted to mention about, because I remember learning about it in school and university and all that stuff about, angular momentum, how that angular momentum is established because of the magnetic poles of the Earth acting against, acting against its axis. And that's what's causing it to rotate. If you did not have that axis, then chances are the Earth will not be rotating.
Hey, Maggie, let me cock block you for a minute.
What? Yeah, that seems to be the theme tonight. So go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
Define, first of all, what are the two types of momentum that are conserved? I already gave you. I shouldn't even gave you that.
I'm not understanding what the question is.
You invoked conservation of momentum?
Perhaps.
Yeah, do you know, can you give me how many types of momentum are conserved in physics?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See, you don't know what you're saying. You're using phrases and terms. Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about because you don't even know the two types and the subtypes of those two types.
Chances are it's because it's probably is 1 a.m. for me and I'm very tired.
Oh, and you think they might be trivial?
That's not an out. Come on, you just go. That's not an out.
I'm not saying it's an out. I'm saying that.
Well, I know, but you brought something to the table, and now it's like it's time to belly up to the bar, and I don't think you're doing that right now.
Yeah, I would kind of leave. If I were you, I would kind of leave the sciencey terms behind and just roll with what Miggy has to offer you.
Yeah.
Because, I don't think you want to go down that road. I'm just saying. Pro tip.
Unless you do.
Thanks.
Unless you do.
Unless you do. Then it's going to get real ugly real fast. Thanks.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it?
But you didn't think there was any meat to these potatoes? You thought it was just an easy knockdown, huh?
He's got a ringer in the hopper.
Yeah, I know.
Brother. Not you. Miggy. Miggy's got a ringer in the hopper. He's talking to you right now. He's the ringer.
Am I meant to be scared or? I'm not sure.
No, absolutely not. No.
If you keep on saying more sciencey terms, you're going to get scared real quick.
You're going to find out how little you know.
I was just curious because, like, Ewan said whatever Ewan said, and I was curious if that's how compasses work. Because
let's not get off the beaten path here.
Well, no, but it's relevant though.
Yeah. We'll get back to your compasses here in a minute. It has nothing to do with conservation of either of the momentums. It's non sequitur. It would be like toenails having things to do with amoebas. Right? So thanks. Go ahead, Miggy.
All right. So did you want to retract your statement, UNESCO, at this point? Because we could take a retraction, man, obviously.
I'd go off and learn about it more than instantly retracting my statement.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that is a great idea.
I'm not going to instantly retract my statement because of something that I've heard from people on the internet. I'm not saying that what I'm saying is right, and I'm not saying what you're saying is right, but I'm just saying.
Okay, so, I was going to get into it, but you inserted that information, so Quantum Racer jumped in here. But
having not heard what was initially stated, I do find it interesting that you would make a statement that you're not sure about and then stand by it.
Let me just jump in real quick.
That's weird to me.
Let me jump in real quick to kind of highlight to Crypto. We're talking about axial rotation. And then UNESCO chimed in to say why he thinks that it is possible. UNESCO, are you there?
Hello.
Did you want to go ahead and tell Crypto why you're not going to retract the statement you did?
Why I'm not?
Yeah, go ahead and tell him why you think that axial rotation is possible.
I'm confused with what you're asking.
Okay, so...
Hey, Meg, just move on. Can you get to the vacuum of space before I freaking fall over here?
Well, he was listening to the conversation, so obviously he is prepared for this. So now we're going to talk about point number 3, UNESCO. That the vacuum of space is a medium that you could travel to, or that it actually exists. So how has it been proven to you that is the case? UNESCO.
Again, I'm confused. I'm confused with what you're asking.
Okay, so according to you, do you think that when you look up at the night sky that you're staring into the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
Probably.
Okay, so there's a 50-50 chance that you're looking into the vacuum of space? Is that what I'm getting?
No, I'm saying it is a vacuum.
All right. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So now with that information, how do you know it's a vacuum? Go ahead.
I'm not entirely sure.
That is the point. It's a belief that you have in your mind that the pressurized system in which we live is adjacent to the vacuum of space in which they tell you. So you have a belief in your mind. Is that correct?
I suppose.
Okay. Well, that's what we're highlighting with the previous buddy that was on here, Kim Zanda.
Hello.
And being an intellectually honest person, you would have to say that to be the case, because it can't be supported by anything in the way of evidence that you could verify. Correct?
Sure.
All right. So putting you guys that just joined here, and I'm going to unmute Ben H because I think Ben H was in your group as well. All right, Ben H, were you listening to the conversation? Because I'm going to kind of wrap this up for all three of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So the understanding that you guys have right now, according to you guys, of the globe Earth is only just a belief. In every area that we've talked about, curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. And I didn't tell you that. You conceded on your own that it is a belief, that it can't be supported by anything that you have in the way of evidence.
But then how do you know that they don't exist though? Because if you're saying that we're believing these people because they're telling us, aren't you basically like them? Because if I believe you, then wouldn't they have the same argument?
No, because all I'm doing right now is falsifying the information that you guys are.
See, what you're saying is fact.
Absolutely.
No. Hold on a sec. You're presenting. Okay, so I see what you're doing here. You're saying that Miggy is the equivalent of NASA or whoever.
Well, if that's who he is.
So therefore, I didn't finish. So, and therefore, you're in a position where you have to believe one or the other. That's not the case. Mm-mm. What Miggy is saying is that if they haven't proven what they're saying to be true, then you shouldn't believe it. That he hasn't made a claim yet. So you need to wait for Miggy to actually make a claim before you put him in the position of claim maker. Does that make sense?
But I'm not going to believe him.
I'm not asking you to believe him, and he hasn't actually given you anything to believe.
Right.
Yeah, just falsified.
Doesn't that just make the whole flat Earth thing just flawed?
No.
Okay. So you have a fundamental problem with philosophy. You don't understand very basic philosophical concepts. But let's just start at the very beginning. If someone makes a claim, whose job is it to provide evidence for the claim?
I guess an expert.
No. If somebody makes a claim, whose job is it to provide evidence for the claim? The claimer or the person listening to the claim?
Claimer.
Exactly. So, what Miggy's trying to say to you is that these people who are claiming thing X haven't got evidence for the claim. This is not a claim that Miggy has made. He is simply pointing out the lack of evidence for someone else's claim.
His logic is undeniable. Crypto. That's my boy. What's it? You was eating chips on a hot mic, damn it.
So I'm still trying to puzzle this together.
Well, no, that's all right, man. Because I mean, like when you guys came in here, it was almost, I don't know what maybe you were thinking. It was just going to be some kind of meme or maybe just a chat or something.
This entire like theory is memed. Like,
it's not a theory.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so other people think it's silly. No one cares what other people think.
Oh, I'm not saying it's silly. I think it's interesting. I just wanted to hear people's opinion.
Right.
Okay, fine. So let me put you an example. Right, let's get rid of the flat Earth for now. Let's just park that. So me and Miggy are, let's just say, competing. I have the theory that there is a unicorn in my house, right? And I don't show you any evidence. I just show you a picture of a unicorn, right? And Miggy comes to you and goes, "Oh yeah, crypto hasn't actually proved that. He's just shown you a picture." So this is what we're doing now. So would you say to Miggy, "Oh, you haven't disproven that crypto's got a unicorn," or would you be coming to me going, "Bro, prove your unicorn"?
Bro, I'm gonna have to see that damn unicorn. I'm a skeptic.
I mean, to say it's fact, I would have to see the unicorn in your house.
Yeah, of course. I would need to prove it, right?
Yeah, fact is that which is demonstrable, yes?
So it doesn't matter that Mickey questioning me having a unicorn isn't a claim. He's just said, well, I haven't seen evidence for the unicorn. But that's what he's doing with NASA.
Okay, yeah, so it's like, so they haven't proven to us that the Earth is round. Because obviously we can't go out there and see the Earth is round because obviously we're on said or globe or flat Earth. But what you're saying is fact for you is the Earth is flat. But how can you actually prove to me that it is?
No, we're not even at the point where we've made a claim yet.
Right.
So we haven't even got there yet. All Mickey was
okay, yeah, sure, but you believe the Earth. Okay. Yeah, so you know the Earth is flat. Yes.
It measures flat. That's what
it's observably flat. It's an
have you actually seen?
Slow down.
Right. What did I say?
It's an observation.
3 words. What did I say?
Can't really remember.
I said
we haven't really made a claim yet.
1 second, Spartan. I didn't say observe. I didn't say you look at it and it looks flat. I said it measures flat.
That's right. He went out and actually measured it.
Actually, wasn't there? So, if you're on about flatness, wasn't there an experiment done by flat earthers that didn't work?
No,
I don't care what other people did. It doesn't matter.
But they're your society, so you should care.
No, they're not my society.
Our society.
I'm not a member of a society.
So there's multiple societies.
Well, hang on. There's a tangent happening. There's a tangent happening right now. We're going off on a tangent. 1 second. Well, let me just bring this back. We're going off on a tangent now, Kame Zonda. I think we need to bring it back to what we're talking about and understand the falsification that just happened here. All three of you guys. Well, and I'm including Ben H because he was listening to the conversation. But I'm pretty sure he's going to agree with, not being able to produce any verified evidence. So understanding these points is paramount in what you're thinking that you believe in right now. Because it's been falsified. And you proved it. By your own admission, it's been falsified. By your own admission that you said it's just a belief that you have. Do you understand that point?
Like I said it with the flat Earth. I believe the Earth is flat. I believe the Earth is
doesn't. Okay,
I don't know. I don't actually know.
I understand, Kim Zonda. I understand that. But with the understanding that you had of the globe Earth, you understand right now that it's a belief because it's been elucidated to you. So now you know that it's just a belief that you have. Can you go ahead?
Hey, he walked past that to say, what about Bob in this documentary this other guy produced? It made it look like you guys did something wrong. So cute.
Yeah. But I just wanted to address the fact that it has been demonstrated to him that what he has is just a belief.
There's no proof for it.
And there's no need to cling to it religiously. Because if you just hang on to it because you only believe and you can't demonstrate it, what does that say? I mean, that's got to at least ring some alarm bells in your mind.
It's like that poster, that movie star on your wall, and you can't get rid of it because you still believe one day you're going to date her.
Right. Right. That's a good analogy, Mike.
One of these days, Raquel, me and you, baby.
Silence is good. I mean, yeah, I'll take that. But it's just more or less for you guys to come to that realization. And then we can start moving forward with some questions and having an honest discussion between us instead of it being something where you're...
I mean, I don't know the Earth is round. I don't know the Earth is flat.
Fair enough.
So, I'm not gonna come to the realization that I know by fact that the Earth is flat or the Earth is round because I cannot see it for myself.
But that understanding though, Kame Zonda, it should be paramount in your investigation. Because when you're even just looking into it, and I'm not talking about full-blown research, but just looking into the topic like you're doing right now, having a discussion, that should be paramount in how you proceed forward. When you start thinking about what we're talking about here, when you actually think about, well, yeah, that's just a belief I hold in my mind. I can't try to justify it now because it's, it would be wrong of me to do that because I only believe it to be true. I don't know. Do you understand? So Instead of being a bit combative, you can just kind of bring those walls down and be like, okay, so what do you guys have like in the way of evidence? And we'll show you. You know. So, do you want to know?
I mean, you could show me evidence, but like that's not fact to me.
Oh, you just hang on. You can't you can't hover over a crystal ball and know what I'm going to show you, Kenzanda.
Right. Yeah, but
you don't even know what I'm going to show you.
But how do I know that that's not you falsifying evidence?
Because
you can go out and verify it yourself.
Yeah, you can go verify it. That's the difference. I'm not going to give you a belief just like you just left or thinking about. I'm going to actually show you something you can demonstrate to yourself. If that's not
go out. Yeah, you can actually go out and do this observation and prove it to yourself without even having to listen to anyone here that it measures flat. You can do that.
They just know most people aren't going to go do it.
Well, that's because they're lazy.
Well, let's not jump the gun with what they're going to do or not do. Let's at least give the opportunity.
No, I'm just saying they know most people aren't actually out there trying to do it.
Yeah.
He started it, Dad. He started it, Dad.
We got to at least offer them the opportunity before we gun them down. Like I think they should at least hear out what we have to say on the matter. So now that you know that the globe Earth is just a belief, the information that we could present to you could be quite compelling.
You're listening to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord clips. Mayhem in the morning. What's up, dudes? How goes it, everyone? Quiet up in here.
Pretty good. What's going on, Mayhem?
Nothing much. Dude, I remember, that's an old clip, man. I remember doing that. That was years ago.
I was going to say Vlad was on that one. I was like, dang.
Vlad was on that one, dude. I snatched all three of those guys' legs. I've done this so much and so many times, like I don't even remember. Like that clip was like, when did I do that? I was thinking, but it's been a while because even Mike was on here, that raspy voiced gentleman that you just heard in the clip. That was good stuff, man.
That was good.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
They used to have a little bit more fire in their belly.
Yeah, did you hear the way they used to be presenting it?
The excuses too. It's always, I'm tired. It's about to go to bed.
I don't let them get away with that, man. I've never had ever. Or no habla inglés, all of a sudden, like last night.
Oh yeah, last night, and then he speaks perfect English. It's like, okay, dude.
But he was talking to Mimas, when I was on my lunch break. I speak French and I don't understand what you just said. I was like, no. You were just responding to him just a while ago. Exactly, perfectly. Like you understood every word. Now you don't know when it's convenient for you to say that? Not buying it. Because number one, he was doing it in text. So he was responding. If you understand, you're going to respond even using Google Translate because you understand. You just didn't know how to put it into English, but you do understand. So I'm not buying it. They keep doing this whole thing like excuses. Well, it's 2:00 in the morning. I was like, so what? You're in here. Obviously, you're interested. Like, I'm not gonna buy that as an excuse. I don't let him off the hook. Sorry.
Oh yeah. I mean, especially like a topic like that where it's like the existence of Christ. It's like, come on, dude. Have you not looked at this?
Yeah, everybody understands that. Like from the point of it, they don't maybe not say that they believe who he is, but they know he existed.
Exactly. Like you can debate if he was a deity or not, but the guy existed. There's historic record,
So yeah, he had. I didn't even know how did that end? Did he spiral? I had to leave.
I had to leave too. I maybe listened a little bit longer after you left, but
I think he spiraled. I was starting to spiral anyways.
Yeah.
Famous. It's the same old song, and usually hear those guys. They're not, I don't consider those guys atheists. Even if maybe they say I don't believe in them now because I used to pray to them. I think they're upset because something happened in their life that made
Definitely had a chip on his shoulder.
Right. For sure.
And he said that part perfectly clear too,
Yeah, it's understanding the human behavior, man, when they're faced with like certain topics. You do become a study of psychology in here, man. Like human thinking. You just do. It's a byproduct of what we do in the truth. Because you get to see the mind, what it does when it's presented with the truth, how it responds. If it spirals, if it's accepting, if it's trying to figure out how to compromise the you just listen to like what they have to say when you present it, and everybody's different. It's a case by case. That's what I think is interesting about this. It's really fascinating to me, man. Sorry, like I get fascinated with it, but like I do. I'm like, why do you think that? Like, why? What in your worldview makes you believe this? And most of the time, it looks like to me, because of like a peer pressure viewpoint, because they know that because it infringes on like their livelihood, like if they're working in a position where people look up to them, or just their peers, would mock them if they said anything like the Earth's flat or something.
Oh yeah, the social construct is a huge component, I think, of why, like, there's probably closet flat earthers too, that are in those conversations of people talking about satellites and globes. They're like, yeah, haha, definitely. They're even afraid to say to their friends or their family members, like, no, I think it's this. But yeah, I always like that part too, where they're like, they come in and they're like, well, I want to know what you guys flat earthers think, and yada yada yada. And it's like, well, we're actually here trying to understand why you still believe in a globe.
Hey, I'm gonna be right back. I got a call. I'll be right back.
Of course, man. Do it. But yeah, it's always interesting to me, the globe mindset. But I wonder too if it has so much to do with being taught it at a really young age. I think it's also kind of mind control with the Santa Claus thing. Maybe not to make you do something, but to make you to react to truth or lies differently, I think, in your life. For instance, it was kind of just no big deal that your parents were lying to you about Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy or, what have you. So when you reach like 12 years old and your parents finally tell you it's not real, or even worse, you find out from your friends and stuff, that you're like, wait, my parents lied to me. Like, what else are they lying to me about? Like, maybe it causes this distrust, or, a lot of things I think happen kind of along the way. But it's clear some of that, I think, mind trauma, if you will, has continued, right, in some of these Globers' life where they can't even put it down. They don't know what's real, what's not real, so they end up abandoning their senses and thinking 99% reality. Done, right? We can't know anything. So it kind of all aligns together, or at least starting to put those pieces together. But yeah, I definitely think we're on the hilarious side, right? Listening to these guys and their mental gymnastics, always entertaining, for sure. But telling too, definitely telling. But yeah, I'm just chilling on my lunch break. Probably have to go in like 25 minutes, but yeah, great recording from back in the day. Just in case you're unaware, this server's been going around for at least, I want to say, 7-8 years. I've only been here for 2, but solid gold. Just every other day. So it's always great to kind of listen to the past as well and see how this conversation has developed. Even sometimes I cringe. Some of our old statements come into the playbot too, and or like, oh yeah, why did we do that? Sort of thing. So, this place is definitely about self-reflection. Even other flat earthers honing in our information, what's provable, what's consistent, and realistically harnessing that talent. Because it does take some talent to dissect some of these conversations, sometimes the sophistry that's going on. What a remarkable place to just learn argument, right? And because I can't really call it a debate anymore, but it's definitely logical argument skills, to say the very least. It's definitely brought a lot of confidence on my side. I'll definitely say that as my testimony. Much more confidence in myself and what I have to offer, information, just kind of in the real world too. I've seen myself exponentially change, starting my own business, realizing I can do it all for myself, and help the people that I want to. I don't have to do it for somebody who's basically ripping me off 80% to 20, stuff like that. So it wakes you up to a lot of things, because that's probably one of my favorite questions too, is like, why does this matter? Why do you guys talk about flat earth so much? Why, because my dad goes, you're obsessed. And I go, well, can you be obsessed with truth, or is it just like what it is? But I get what he's saying. I'm kind of obsessed with the entertainment factor, which I don't agree with, but my dad just happens to be the only person I get to talk to in my family about flat earth without, somebody exploding. So it is kind of interesting, that aspect. But yeah, just kind of filling up the dead air. If anybody else is out there listening in, hopefully you're having a great day too. Weird weather these days. I don't know about you guys, but it's usually not this cold in Texas, South Texas. So, it's kind of nice. I don't know. I like the winter, but definitely interesting.
Did somebody say dead air? This is dead air day.
Hey, what's going on, Dave?
What's up, Flat Lloyd Rock?
Still flat and stationary everywhere where you're at?
That is correct, sir. Still no signs of Earth curvature. No measurable drop over distance that can be verified and repeated, as far as I know.
Well, if it suddenly does, you let me know.
So, hey guys, I thought I saw some curvature today, but then I realized I was just driving over an overpass. It leveled out.
Those curvy bridges can be tricky, man. Be careful.
Man, it leveled out in the end, though, so it's all right.
Even Flat Lloyd will tell you a lot of bridge designers will intentionally curve their bridge, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For structural reasons, right?
Absolutely.
That, and they have to curve it in a certain way that's like so that boats can go underneath it. Otherwise, it would just kind of block the seafaring traffic.
So we've established that some bridges can be curved, but what about the Earth? I still haven't seen that. So back to you guys.
In fact, another reason is the kind of to have them sway. It's kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge, the way they've got everything set and hung a certain way. There's reasoning for all of it. Has
While
nothing to do.
while I'm talking, let's throw an appeal out to anyone that may be listening. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. We stick to empirical evidence here. What can we verify? What can we test and repeat? What can we demonstrate to each other? So, to start this conversation, if you think you live on a globe, we need verified drop-over distance establishing the curvature of said globe. Hope that makes sense. So, if you want to have a civil discussion, this is a great place to do it. You come in here and you show some respect and you have an honest conversation. You may be surprised what you learn. Back to you, Ether or Flat Lord.
Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out here, man. I just sat down recently, so kind of getting settled into the office.
I'm currently operating a motor vehicle as usual, and I'll probably be roboting soon. So,
same stuff, different day, right? So I had a chance to use the song cartoon. Oh, sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
I was just going to stupidly say identical feces, alternate time frame. It's a fancier way to say it. Same shit, different.
Yeah. Had a chance to kind of flat smack some police, some cops. Well, I mean, I was playing cartoon ball and I had the windows rolled down and the stoplight just kind of kept me there next to where a fender bent, like a little accident had happened. And the cops had no choice but to be exactly where they were. And sound travels at 700 miles an hour. And I wasn't breaking any laws, so get flat smacked.
Nice.
Even if
That's
they're not
cool.
directly hearing it, man, their subconscious is still picking up on what's in the background. They're cops.
Did he actually? Did he sign he was actively hearing it, or he just was there?
I think he was trying to stay focused on his job, but that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I don't need people to pay attention to have information recorded on their brain.
Scary.
I do the same thing in the supermarket, man. I don't care. I have no respect for any social norms for stuff. Oh, that's rude. It's rude to tell children a lie. It's rude to indoctrinate them and raise them up into bullshit and then tell them that they're stupid if they question any of it. That's pretty rude. So I was playing a lot of different things. I even started thinking. Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
I agree with you. Get down to the basics of right and wrong, and if you're taking something that's never been empirically verified and demonstrated, and representing that as that it has been, that's not correct. That's not right. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then people get in the conversation a certainty, like Simpcore just posted that screenshot. And that's technically true that you can be 100% certain it can be a belief because something can make you happy and glad and also be true. But he's trying to place an argument based off of a 99% belief system of being atheistic and uncertain about anything. Let me put my belief and faith in this hierarchy, though. Which is the point that Simpcore's trying to make, and everybody else in there, like Old Hoss and I, and Wolf can't. Yeah, I can't list everybody. Everybody's in there. It's the lobby, of course. Shout out to the whole lobby squad and everybody involved. They don't understand what religion is, what worship is, what faith is. They don't know what belief even means.
I'm a robot. Somebody else join in there. Feel free.
I'm still here. I had to talk to my son for a moment, so sometimes I mute out. It just doesn't look like I'm muting because I'm muting through my headset.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be like the most common problem that I see, not only in the lobby, but in here is like, they say, y'all believe this. And we're always correcting them, like, belief versus knowledge and, the basics. And it's kind of like what you guys have been talking about, at least this week. Like, how much do we really have to reteach them? That can sometimes be the impatient part for us, like we want to get to the debate part. But it's like, man, this guy doesn't even understand belief,
I think that there's a way we really need to organize a bit better, because there's certain people, it's like a school. All right, people don't know what words mean. They don't know how to do math. There's so many other things that are missing from their worldview. So their understanding, like their wisdom and knowledge, it's all incomplete. So we had to get rid of the indoctrination and be like, hey, here's the factual information of reality.
Oh, yeah.
To me, you still have to, I feel like you got to globe smack them first and then shatter the globe, flatten it out, and then flat smack them before you can even start talking about anything, because their heads are off in outer space and they don't know what words mean. They get offended by shapes and sound effects, and they're really biased about everything. It's bigotry.
Well, sometimes I'll even open up with the question just to kind of see how much they know. And one that's simple for me is I go, okay, 1 being flat, 10 being a globe, where are you? Right? And I find that most people that are 10 globe, the 100% I know it's a globe, usually don't know much of anything, Whereas if somebody goes 5, they're dead on the fence, they usually know a little bit about that belief or versus knowledge, or, a little bit more about the argument of why the globe doesn't add up, So sometimes seeing where they're at first has definitely been helpful for me.
I just posted 2 words there to kind of define what I meant when I said that they're bigots.
Oh, yeah.
The superstitious religious hypocrites. And they do indeed have a religion, because there is a certain bond, reverence, and obligation to the hierarchy of academia that they have joined.
It's been said many times, it's the largest religion in the world that most people don't even know they're in.
Yep. Indeed. Then they gobble up propaganda, and they have no idea that it's propaganda. They think it's truth. They have no idea what worship means. So when you tell them that they worship something, they get offended, because they're thinking some kind of weird, Hollywood type scene of how, or whether it be in a church form or some kind of cult cloak and dagger type stuff. They're imagining weirdness, but worship is just the worthiness, acknowledgement of worth, what somebody deems to be valuable and important in their own life.
Yeah, I think that's the cog disc for them as well, is when they start to realize how important it is to them, even though they're claiming oh, it's no big deal to me. What difference does it make if it's a ball or flat? And I go, yeah, what difference does it make? Why are you so upset that I'm telling you it's not a ball?
Yeah.
So some of it's do you realize that you're worshiping this? And most of the time they don't.
They don't know what worship is, so they don't recognize that what they're doing is worship. And along the same lines, they don't understand what a cult is, so they don't recognize. You wouldn't know if you were in a cult. It's especially if you're just submitting to everything and you're not thinking for yourself. And then the reverse side of that is, what kind of cult would say, hey, there's no actual leader here, think for yourself, you are on your own journey, you're on your own path. What sort of cult would ever do that? Because the entire concept of that is a cultivated structure where somebody's under control, the nefarious version of use of that word. Oh, well, it's some cloak and the daggers. Okay. But what kind of cult tells you to think for yourself? They're constantly calling flat earthers cultists, as though we have some kind of yes, there's the almighty, he did, damn. The most flat tried to start a cult, I guess, huh? It would have turned that way anyway. People start calling them that as in a serious fashion. I digress, and I'm joking. But
well, to me, the word cult, kind of stems in culture or faculty, right? It has something to do with sort of the congregation of similar idea, which that would be a great definition for that one, culture. But yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. I think Flat Earth definitely has some cultural aspects to it, right? There's a certain type of person, I think, that has definitely woken up to this information first, and it's usually the more observant ones. But they mistakenly go, well, you guys are worshiping this, and it's like, well, no, it's just we're kind of excited about realizing and getting away from this deception. It's a little different.
I shared the etymology for the word cult. I need to put a picture on there to make it look cooler, but I just made this one recently. It says worship, inhabited, cultivated, worshipped. And you say anything that you find of value to deem of worth, that you cultivate and inhabit, that's your cult. No matter who you are. People don't like to admit what things are because they want the imaginary version of stuff to be real, not the actual meaning of what words mean. Like, well, that's not what it means to me. Okay, well, reality doesn't give a shit what you think. So you can't change. You're like, I can't imagine that I'm going to go like Peter Pan, fly off into the sky in the Neverland if I have enough faith and trust in pixie dust. That shit doesn't work.
Right.
I got some funny looks. I said it pretty loud too, just because I thought it was hilarious. I was already playing the kind of cartoon ball thing, but then I was talking to my wife while we were shopping, and I asked her, I said, you look up and you see the sun is clearly moving over you, yet there's a lot of people who they'll look up and they'll point and see the sun and say, that's not moving. And it's just it's just funny to get like the looks for people, because not only they'll look at you weird, but also then it's kind of like they start thinking. It's like that animated GIF with the where they're running the calculations.
Right. Well, you get those looks too. They're like, "What is he talking about? Did you just hear that?" Like, I'll kind of do it on purpose sometimes at restaurants. Like just talking about the flat Earth. Like, I'm telling you, man, the Earth is flat, and everybody kind of turns around like, "What?"
This is the look they give you.
But I've never had anybody sort of come up to me and be like, "Hey, I heard you were talking about this." So I mean, it's never been detrimental to my sort of walking about. But yeah, I'm pretty open in the grocery store, especially if I have you guys just kind of on the headset or something. I'm just walking through buying groceries. But
look, I respect all different kinds. Like, it takes all kinds. So everybody has their own way of doing things. But me, I've kept my mouth shut long enough, and I'm loud enough. Like, I'm gonna straight up just not care anymore. So I'll put it on like it's a podcast, put my phone on speakerphone, or even bring a small speaker in just to amplify it even louder, and not even care. Put in the shopping cart. I don't care. Like, what are they gonna do? I have the freedom of speech. And if the store owner, like the managers, the owners, they tell me to leave, I'm going to freely leave because I've been asked to go. Or if they ask me to turn it down, I'm like, okay. But nobody tells me to turn it down, so I'm just going to keep on playing flat earth music and running the stream through stuff until somebody opens their mouth and talks crap. And then I'll flat smack them.
There you go.
Nobody ever says anything, though. They don't. Nobody cares. So like we get a false view of how things are here because of all the toxicity of the people who come into this Discord. But in the real world, nobody actually gives a crap to try and confront you and talk shit to your face about any of it. Nobody acts like that. These are people they're acting up like children because real people don't act like that.
It's true though. I mean, you bring up a good point because like I've noticed like where, two people are like really going at it or something, or like arguing big time. Whereas, like 10 years ago, somebody would have came up and been like, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need me to step in?" Whereas now it's like nobody talk to each other. Like nobody even say bless you if somebody sneezes. Like I mean, the last 3 years were really funny if you sneezed or coughed.
Yeah, but let's talk about something else, man. And I agree, because that did create really weird awkwardness, because then you just have a normal tickle in your throat and you'd feel like somebody would judge you if you're just trying to clear your throat. It's very peculiar. But I digress from that. Let's try and go back to,
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, even talking about flat Earth, sort of in public spaces.
Yeah.
I would say there's definitely more benefit than sort of fear, right? Especially as somebody who's more confident now and stuff like that. I've thought about it. If I had time, I would just kind of go into the public and set up a little stand too. Actually, what I've been doing lately is ordering a bunch of those flat Earth QR code Discord stickers, and I've just been like putting them everywhere, just to kind of be active.
Yeah.
There's some days where it comes in waves. I want to be really active one day, and then there's some days where I'm like, man, F it. Hope you guys figure it out.
Well, we're not supposed to be working every single day of the week anyway. You got to take a break once in a while.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know. Activism can definitely make you feel better about a lot of things too. Because there was a point where, I had known about flat Earth for maybe about 5 years, and it was 2018, and I was just like, man, I've got to find more people. I got to be able to talk about this. I got to post something or something, because I didn't even have like an Instagram, so I made my first Instagram account was just a flat Earth account and just posted memes. And man, I tell you, like, I started to feel so much better about like letting out this truth and, not losing friends or family members or anything like that. So what I would say to a lot of people is like, this buildup of the lies that are inside of you, if you're not sort of talking about flat Earth, it can be detrimental too. You can start to kind of go crazy, so you can do things in a small, impactful way, just kind of spreading the word, or even bringing people here to of course talk to and feel like you're doing your part. At least in terms of the subject of public and flat Earth and what to do,
Yeah, like I said, it takes all kinds. Everybody's going to have their own way of doing it. Sometimes some of us will disagree a little bit, and we may have our own versions of speculation theories, but the hypothesis remains the same for all of us. The stuff we can test, it remains the same.
Very true.
So people need to, that's another thing, is when folks come in asking, well, what do you believe this? Stop asking, like Globies, stop asking flat earthers about theories and ask about the hypothesis, because those things that can be tested, that's standard. That's across the board. It has to do with the realms of possibility within physical reality and the laws of physics. Sorry, guys, dog's tripping.
No, you tell him, doggo.
Puppy dog felt that energy. But for real, like, that's the speculation crap. There's evidence and proof, and there's a difference between what is evident and what is provable. But when people confuse the two or act like they're the same, there's a problem.
Well, at least in English, they're two different things. But in a lot of actually other languages, they're really about the same word. Evidence, proof.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is, like, according to like the whole scientific method structure and all this other stuff. There's a clear difference between, because they have to do with stages. What is evident has to do with the speculation and observation, but what's provable has to do with hypothesis.
Very true.
Because it's testable. And so when these people come in, they got it backwards. It's like everything's inside out and backwards with their model. It's like, you guys don't even know how science works. You could study. All you have to do is look it up, and it tells you very clearly. But I don't know. And then you ask them about their heliocentric lore, and they have no idea any of the numbers. They just believe blindly. And like, I have that thing, that 4 paragraphs where I'll share, and all it is just the exact numbers, like down to the death, like just point. People still don't believe it, and I'm like, this is your lore, though. You can go Google this. This is your lore.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
for some of these people, you know, they haven't looked at it since they were first taught it, you know, at 8 years old. You know?
I don't think they barely paid attention then either. They were bored in school. They
got the gist of
boring.
it.
Yeah, they got the subconscious programming parts of it, but they didn't even really pay attention to the actual school. Let me just parrot this just for this time period so that I can pass a test, and okay, now I can put that out of my mind.
Yeah, well, plus movie and propaganda, you know, it shows a globe at just about the beginning of 90% of the movies, so it's that subconscious programming for sure.
That's what I'm saying. So then they go and watch the entertainment, and that is their perspective of what outer space and reality, because they think that can be a supplement for actually studying.
Exactly.
It's not.
Yeah, no kidding. The first thing I did, you know, seeing Star Wars Phantom Menace, you know, I was like, man, I played lightsabers and, you know, thought I could be a Jedi, and, you know, like, it's what kids do, you know, they mimic what they see, and so if you see something like that, you know, it will be mimicked subconsciously. But yeah, not a bad lunch chat. Unfortunately, I got to split, but I'll catch you guys later. Good talking to you, Ether.
Yeah, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, bro.
Will do.
Yeah, Spake, I ain't even gonna try and deny it. I'm a little bit spammy sometimes. And then the other times I try not to be.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
Just chilling.
That's cool.
Trying to work on a couple things and take my mind off of other things.
Yeah.
How have you been? You have to talk quiet for a reason or something? You got people around you sleeping?
No, I was just whispering.
Oh, you're being a goofy goober.
Yeah.
How you been, man?
I'm good. And it's a good thing to be a goofy goober every once in a while. If you're serious all the time, it's just not healthy.
I guess that's true. You can't take life too seriously. None of us are going to make it out alive.
Yep.
Spank me. Hold on. It's Andy. Go. What are you doing? Hold on a second. Alright. Talk to my brother. Oh, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, that was your little girl in the background, wasn't it?
That was the youngest son. He was trying to hang out with me. Yeah, well, he's very young, so that's why it was sounding.
Okay, yeah. I was like, shit. I was way along. But yeah, young boys kind of do sound a little like girls. What are you smoking?
Hold on, I have to pause the audio because my wife's talking about. And I was just lighting a cigarette. I need to quit this bullshit. These things are toxic.
Yeah, it's hard to quit though. I couldn't do it cold turkey, and then I got patches and gum, and those didn't work. And finally, I moved to something called Chantix, and even then, I I quit, but I like backslid like 5 or 6 times.
What'll happen is I'm going to quit cold turkey and just not pick them up again.
It depends how close the cravings are, man. It's crazy.
I've quit before. There's one time I had like 6 cigarettes left in a pack, and I just crushed the pack, threw it out the window, and I didn't pick up cigarettes again for like 6 months. It's a decision. You decide I'm not going to do this anymore, and then you don't do it anymore.
Well, there's 2 things involved. There's a craving, and then there's the mental thing.
Yeah, the kind of muscle and everything. But you're basically combating yourself, and you have to take authority of yourself and tell yourself no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easier said than done.
Well, there's the cravings. Well, for me, the cravings were
it's not just
horrible, man. Well, for me personally, I'm not saying in general.
No,
my personal experience with it.
That's part of it, but they actually do help with blood pressure, which is a good and bad thing.
Cigarettes raise blood pressure. Well, I guess cigarettes can relieve stress, but the harm far outweighs any even little benefit. It is a little. That's not much. I mean, if you want to smoke something that'll help more than hurt, you can try weed.
Not blood pressure. Yeah, it does make your blood pressure go up. That's right. But the thing that I was thinking of is actually this. Irritable bowel syndrome. My point was just that something so toxic actually apparently does have some medical benefits. But then again, it's a plant that has a seed. So in all likelihood, humans are the ones who are using it wrong. Plus, they put chemicals in this crap, like that fire safe stuff and the other 2000 something, whatever. Did you know that it has formaldehyde in it?
Yeah, I know that.
Cigarettes effectively have the same chemicals that you would use for embalming fluid in them. I actually wrote an article on this back in high school, and I did all the research for it for the high school newspaper. I used to be in journalism. So, yeah, I listed out a ton of... I wish I could find that. That was actually a pretty good article. I listed out a ton of the negative side effects and the actual specific chemicals that are in the largest concentrations in cigarettes. Like, kind of did a top list of what's in there, if I recall correctly. And here I am smoking a cigarette. My past self would be ashamed of me.
Yeah, well, I was in the DAO program back in the day. Remember DAO? DAO.
The easiest way to get children to try it. Like, that was such a bad idea. Like, did you know all of this weird stuff that can make you weird exists? And then the children are like, oh, that's weird. And then some of the weird kids are like, well, I like weird. Like, like, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah,
it was not a very well thought out campaign.
Yeah, that was Nancy Reagan that started that.
Huh. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Have you smoked weed? Weed will help more, and it's more beneficial than there are downsides.
Cannabis has the pros and cons. Then there's pros and cons for both major types, like indica and sativa. Sativa tends to make people more awake and creative, but it can also trigger anxiety in certain people who have a tendency towards anxiety attacks. Whereas indica would make them more relaxed and go to sleep. Like, it's more of a chill vibe type thing. And there's certain types of them that actually do have pain relieving effects. Like, there's certain strains that have been developed have been kind of, that's a form of genetic modification, but I don't like calling it that because a lot of people just lump together where they actually modify it in a lab version with, hey, I'm selectively breeding a plant. And that's not the same thing to me. Even though you are genetically modifying it, it's like the complete opposite end of the spectrum of genetic modification.
And it's been proven that CBD has positive effects on seizure activity.
Yes. Charlotte's Web. There's a custom strain of it made for this. I guess her name was Charlotte. And it has the highest concentration of CBD at the time. I don't know, there may be a better one now, but that one was selectively bred for her and for other people with that problem.
And the main story was a little girl in California, I think it was. And that might have been the name, Charlotte. I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm thinking about them.
What about them?
Thinking about it.
About what?
Having a guinea pig.
Because you want a guinea pig.
Yes.
What color guinea pig would you get?
I want it fully white. We're like Nala with the dots.
Oh, so you want solid white with black spots on it?
I want one like Ness, but brown.
Yeah. Oh, black and brown and mostly white?
Yeah, mostly white.
Okay.
And like that.
Sorry, man. I'll be right back.
No, this is the kid is cool.
It's more like it's more like a sorry, not sorry. But I'll be right back.
No, I don't mind listening to the kids. It's kind of cool. Kids are cool, man. Not sure if I want to have kids myself, but
Oh, blessed is the man whose quiver is full.
yeah. Are you in the Quiverful movement, or?
I was just quoting a verse.
Oh, well, there's actually
it also says it's a. Oh, there's a movement. What is that about? Like dudes just having as many children as possible?
Yeah, it's called Quiverful. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Well, be fruitful and multiply. It's one of the oldest laws of lifeology, I guess. That is true, though. I've seen some dudes, they'll have like 12 children. I'm like, dang, y'all are biblical. I guess he stepped out. Yeah. Brandon just kind of floats in the door like a leaf in the wind, and then he disappears without saying goodbye. I'm gonna call him out on that. Why don't you ever say bye before you leave, bro? You just dip. Oh well. Still looking for that curvature, but no one can seem to prove. This chaotic person should just join. Get VC verified. Hmm. Well, I guess I'll put some. All right. I'm being invaded by cats. I'm gonna put some music on, I guess.
It sounded like your kids, Casey.
Oh yeah, they were on early. Well, they were in the room earlier. Sayla wanted to have a conversation about guinea pigs. He keeps on asking about. I may as well go and get one for her. How have you been, Derek?
I've been doing well. Hope you're doing likewise.
Yeah, same stuff, different day. I'm hanging in there.
Sure.
It's good though.
Right on.
Just staying busy, working on different things, and chatting with folks here on the server. About to cook a pizza.
Ooh.
Well, one of the most interesting discussions that I've been having with people lately is defining what worship and religion and cults are to people, like in person.
Mm.
And it's fun. Like,
Oh, yeah, forgive me. I'm like just tuning in.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, most people have a false idea of what things mean to them. And then when you start showing them what things actually mean, you kind of level in the field, like this is what things mean to humanity as a whole, because this is what words mean. Their perspective has the ability to change. They'll either accept that this is what things mean, or they'll say, well, that's not what it means to me. It's only one of two things will happen.
Well, to be honest, it's like when I want to describe to people like what God means to me, it's like there's no words that exist in language that does it
Exactly.
justice. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
There's no words for it, but there's plenty of words by him. Which is a better way of putting it, I guess.
Like wonderful counselor, everlasting father. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, that's another, the word belief. People don't seem to understand what belief is. Most folks out there, they'll come in making the assumption that their perspective of what that word means is true. But it really just means something that makes people happy or glad to keep in their mind. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's good or bad. There's a lot of people who think about dark things. But
Well, in my experience, when it comes to like thinking too much about dark things, it's kind of like,
yeah. Like they'll enjoy the darkness. It gets weird.
I suppose I'm thinking of it in terms of like
purveying it to other people. Like you can kick up so much dirt, and it like obfuscates, the light
That's true.
more. Yeah, like even if it's true, it still takes a high threshold for.
It'll muddy the waters for a higher conversation, making it almost impossible. Then people start having negative faith and thinking.
Like I suppose I'm thinking in terms of like if you focus on like things that are just negative,
Yeah.
it just puts your mind state in a not correct position.
Yeah.
Because there's reason to be hopeful. I mean, that's in scripture. It's one of those things that endures,
Yeah.
Yeah.
People end up worrying about the past or the future instead of living now. It's another reason why I hate what ifs or what about this, pointing to the past or pointing to the future. And they're all just realms of possibilities within unknowns. This indoctrination that they put over everybody is really bizarre. And it's the best way I could put it is the emperor's new clothes. Like everybody, there's so many who want to say, why would they
But in this
lie?
case, it's like they know they're naked, and they still have no shame. Yeah.
It's like a denialism, though. Like even like the emperor, there's no way I'm naked, though. That's impossible. Like, nah, it's impossible. Well, I could see myself, but that's just because I'm a fool. It's impossible for me to be naked. It's weird, though, because that story implies that the emperor himself admits that he's a fool.
And chooses to walk naked anyway.
Yup. Yup.
No shame at all.
A shameless fool, that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Thinking about it, the only thing worse than a fool is a fool who knows he's a fool and acts like a fool anyway.
Oh, no kidding. Like where they actually know better and choose to just be ridiculous anyway. Yeah. Oh, that's nuts on steroids. Metaphorically speaking.
There's a lot of people that'll end up coming in here and they assume that they're here to go and debate and discuss the subject, and they're going to go educate these ignorant flat earthers who probably watched a stupid YouTube video and now they're all dumbasses. Because that's their mentality coming in here. They think it's a freaking meme and that they're going to go talk to a bunch of retards. Then when they get in here, they realize, oh shit.
They just get slammed.
Yeah. It's like, oh damn, science exists and there's actually a real scientific method outside of my imagination.
Mm-hmm.
And like, oh damn, words mean something and I'm going to be held accountable for what I've said? Oh no. Yeah, you better watch it.
Worldviews get rocked in here, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing.
That's the cool part. There's only one world, and the world itself doesn't actually care about any of our personal views of it.
Truth is truth, despite what we, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the worldview doesn't matter because the world is what it is. One of the things I've started saying to people, which I got my inspiration from something CV said, is he's talking about how he was explaining how like a human heart, an anatomically correct human heart is heart shaped. It's not shaped like the little emoji thing, it's heart shaped. And in the same way, the earth is earth shaped. It's shaped like an earth. Because people are like, well, what's the earth shaped like? I don't know. It's shaped like an earth. Whatever an earth is shaped like.
Ready?
Yes. Yeah, I'm coming. 1 second. And it ties into the same thing with the flat's not a shape, it's a property of a shape thing. Mm-hmm. So because they'll try and make the argument that we're saying that flat's a shape, and it's observably and provably measurably flat and level. At least 71% of it. And whereas the whole ball thing is just completely relying on belief. Like you see a sun go over you, and then somebody says that sun's not
it's
moving.
like even if we don't have a flat Earth model, quote unquote, it's like we can model level water. Yes, we can.
There's no model.
Never can.
The scientificus
how is
modulus
this
of
point
Earth.
not getting across to some folk? For goodness.
The scientificus modulus of Earth doesn't even exist. So when they're asking for a flat Earth model, they don't even have a globe model. Their predictions are based off of ordinary observations, not mathematical hallucinations.
Mm.
But then they want to try and act like their religious system is fact when it's not, and it has nothing to do with any of the functionality of the shit that we do in the real world.
God bless America, I suppose. I mean,
flying around by the seat of
maybe
the pants.
I'm convinced maybe it just takes time, and also certain people are swayed. Like if there's, a majority around them, then they'll turn and actually look at it. Like, oh, you're in the minority. Oh, then therefore I'm just gonna.
Tipping point.
Yeah.
There's a tipping point that happens. Hold on one second. I'm gonna switch over to my phone.
Because you're a minority, even if you're right, I should dismiss you, is the attitude amongst some folk.
All right. I think I got it. I had to switch over to my phone. Hey, I'm gonna have to set it up in the car. I was gonna set up my headset, plug it to my phone, but it's acting weird.
No worries.
But we're about to head to town,
Right on.
which is not far. That's why I figured I'd just bring the conversation with me. So just give me a second to get situated. All right, I'm back.
There you are. And how long does it take you to get to town?
Oh, that's right up the road.
Oh, so not long.
Yeah, let me switch to hands-free on my phone. All right.
There we go. I think I got it set up right.
You think?
Oh yeah. Okay. That's working.
I mean, I can hear you, but it sounds like there's a bit of a residual, but it's not bad. Okay, you just talked right now, and I didn't hear any of that.
No.
Oh, you're roboting bad.
Yeah, I think I'm weird here. All right.
You're still chopping up really bad, bro.
Yeah.
You're robotic. You're still robotic, Casey.
What's going on here?
Can you hear?
Ashley, you're robotic too.
Seriously? What in the world?
No, I hear you a little bit better. I hear you a tad bit better than Casey.
Because my phone's better than his.
I suppose so.
Yeah, mine should be working. Oh, look at my signal. What's yours?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine right now. Yeah, right now.
Wow.
But
Well, perfect.
but his is just roboting.
Well, then,
It's working. Well, and there's like no like towers. I don't see why. Mine's still got full signal. Look at that. Boom.
I blame gravity.
What? Blame gravity.
It's pulling the signal down to make it hard for it to reach my phone.
Or blame something that don't exist. Gosh, these gas prices are crazy.
I kind of wish I was streaming what I'm looking at right now. The town is really weird. There's just random weird here.
Like the crappiest town.
No, it's not. I wouldn't say that. It's just weird.
And it will.
Because that's better. A lot of things are getting better. But that building, the mural on that building.
Oh, that is terrible. That is blasphemy.
But no, it's not that. I don't know what it is.
Looks terrible. Looks like a bunch of buildings.
You're weird.
You should take a picture. Wow.
But I'm gonna connect this to the truck. See if that
I'll be
works.
back.
Oh jeez. I guess I'll see if my signal. Well, my signal must be better now.
Well, there you are.
Yeah, when we go through it's kind of a country area that we go through, and there's no signal out there, complete dead zone.
Fair enough.
With a little bit of signal out there, I get none. Everybody's having all that on this flat stationary plane.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Said, I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today on this flat stationary.
Thank you. Likewise, bro. Hmm.
Pretty decent out today.
I can't understand you.
Yeah, I'm relying on Wi-Fi. My signal's garbage.
Oh my gosh, I've heard that before. Mr.
I'll see if
Rosato, that's right.
yeah, I may just have to talk through her phone.
Does this mic work?
Yeah, sorry, Ashley, but yeah, Casey needs your phone.
She'll be back in a minute. She's just getting milk.
No worries. It's all good.
Okay, well, she literally just walked out the door. A wizard is never late. Arrived precisely when he needs to. Nothing. I said that you'd be back in a minute, and you walked out the door. You were literally back in under 60 seconds.
I hope she's not too angry with you using her phone.
What have you done?
Set up your. I tried using my phone, but it's still robotic.
Oh, wow.
And she came back in an African minute.
Every 6 seconds in Africa, a minute passes.
I just had to get milk. milk.
And yeah, I'm just not sure what it is, but just your phone comes in so much clearer than Casey's.
It'll get out.
Like $200 more.
Oh.
Use her phone as the house, like the actual house phone, business phone. That's our main phone. Mine's just
well, then kind of there you have it.
Yeah.
It should have been me, not him. It's not fair.
Like what, a 5G?
Oh,
You got a 5G plane. Yeah, you got a 5G. Motorola G plane. I got a Motorola 5G Ace.
If you gotta get that 5G, we were wireless.
No, not 5G Ace. Motorola Ace. But it's like one of the best phones that has like a really good camera. That's really what I want.
Have you taken any? Yeah, but have you used your camera to take any pictures of bendy water?
Actually,
on a curved ball?
No, I took water.
I don't know. What's Water Hill?
Yeah, actually, if you look at it, if you look at the pond, it's kind of on one part, it's kind of flat, and then it goes up like a hill on one side.
Oh, you're on the edge of it. Where
and it's still flat. It's still the same. Well,
What did you just say?
yeah, it's so.
I have to take a picture to show what she's talking about. Either way, the water's still level.
But to be honest, you're still kind of coming off as a bit robot-y.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna mute this.
That's like a very enjoyable elevator tune.
Well, it's just funny because it is almost like we're all just riding in an elevator together.
Yeah.
Quiet. Dude, that's why GIFs are so funny. Yeah, check the chat.
I'm not sure about this person.
Last night I was thinking of some interactive type of stuff that we could do on the panel. We don't normally do stuff like this where we like kind of pass the mic around and have people contribute. It's usually just a couple of people shooting the breeze, or somebody debating and 5 dudes trying to tear them to shreds. But
I think that's what we're doing right now, just shooting the breeze.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I was just thinking of certain ways to, like, questions we could ask, or ways to get people to, maybe just answer a question or whatever, to be able to go through the panel, have people kind of just interact more. But just something that popped in my mind. I watch a lot of podcasts where there's like guests that they all have a microphone, they all can contribute, but it's about the host being able to kind of get them to interact and ask the right questions to have people contribute to the conversation, as opposed to just the host speaking. So I was thinking of ways that we can incorporate that type of stuff here, but I'll have to think of some questions and stuff that would get people to like want to chime in instead of putting people on the spot. It's a nice delicate balance there. We kind of tried it with the silver, gold and silver, precious metals type of stuff, where we'd have like a question of the day, and it was kind of what I'm getting at, but the only problem with what that was, it put people on the spot, and no one wants to be called on. You know what I mean? Like, all right, Derek, you go now, and it's like the pressure can be, I don't know, it doesn't encourage people to speak, in my opinion. So I want to find a way to like ask questions where people want to open their mic and contribute without being called on. No, like in school, like no one wanted to be the guy to like get called on in front of the class. So like, you want to try to form it in a way where people want to have the ability to contribute, and they want to speak up. So just something that kind of popped into my mind last night. But
well, for me, it's like, I mean, I kind of have to ignore the fact that, like, this is live streamed. I mean, because I'm just more interested in casual conversation, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree, especially with
honest conversation. Yeah, so I'm not so much focused on, like, being entertaining,
So boring, Derek. I'm just kidding.
Right, yeah. That's so terrible.
I'm just joking. But no, the conversation, I think that ability to just kind of jump right into a good conversation is really effective with especially with Globers. So I do appreciate that. But there's just times when it's quiet. I mean, there's 15 people in the panel, and there's times when, it's just like no one really is contributing. And it can be difficult to, there's times when I feel really chatty and I want to like lead the conversation for an hour or whatever by myself. But there's also times when I don't feel as chatty, but I'm still here and willing to contribute. So I've just been thinking of ways to like get. There's plenty of people in here who like are good on the mic, but there's just times when you don't necessarily feel like it. So maybe thinking of ways to like have a fun interactive show or a questionnaire or a game show or something like that, where people are like, "Ooh, you know, this is fun. I wanna get involved," and just find ways to sort of encourage people to mic up. But
you know, and a kind of a great part about this server is that, I mean, you guys still do scheduled things, but at the same rate, it's still, you know, just kind of off the cuff. It's kind of free to go where it leads towards, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody, type thing.
The server hurts feelings.
Well, I mean, no matter what we're gonna do, like, I mean, well, we hurt Glober's feelings all the time.
Well, I think you're right. That off-the-cuff, spontaneous nature is part of the special, you know, vibe that the live stream can have from time to time. Like, you never know where the conversation is going to go. There's been times when I'm sitting on the edge of my seat, like grinning at the conversation. It's just really, this is a really cool platform. So there's times when you know, it's buzzing, and there's times when it's not. So I've just been thinking of the downtime as well.
And it's not even something you can predict or schedule for. It just happens. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, some of the best conversations just pick up out of nowhere. I agree. But yeah, you know, just thinking of ways to sort of fill some time. I've never been a big fan of the bot. I'm like anti-bot. A little bit, been kind of vocal about it. It's fine. It's good for certain purposes, but you know, think of it like I don't have any kids, but I know the idea of like giving a kid an iPad and just like telling them to go like sit in a corner and like, you know, distract yourself. Like get away, go find something to do. Here's an iPad. I gotta, you know, I need some quiet time. What's up, Dave Finkel?
Hey, CB, my mic work.
Yep, you're coming through.
You're speaking of filling dead air. I was saying dead air Dave. Come in for a second. I agree with you about the bot, but I think the bot is supplying information is better than just silence. You know, when it gets down to that, then we have to play the bot. But anyway.
Yeah, well, no, I definitely wasn't I'm not advocating for silence. I was just saying that been thinking of ways to find ways to encourage activity as opposed to just like sticking on the same old video. But there is it does fill a good purpose. We use the bot for a lot of good reasons. I can just stick on a video real quick and we can talk about it. So I'm not against it entirely. I just want to encourage people to either speak up on the mic more often or find ways to contribute. It's like a warm campfire, you know, that's something people want to gather around. Or you know, maybe someone in your like downtown area is up on a platform and they're saying something interesting and they've gathered a little bit of a crowd. That's what people are attracted to, you know, spoken words, something happening. But for me, I feel like and this isn't to knock it or anything, but like the bot, if it's playing, it's like just someone drops off a boombox on your block and it's like, okay, I don't want to listen to this really. But yeah, no, there's just a time and a place for sure. But I've just been thinking of ways, maybe you know, little game shows or little things we can do to find ways to have some fun, you know, and fill some of that dead air.
Yeah, you make a valid point because live organic conversation is always much better. I agree, you know. But when it comes down to either total silence or the bot, at least the bot's putting out information. Is all I'm saying. But,
yeah, I have no issue with that. I prefer, you know, silence isn't you know, good content. So I understand for sure. So I mean,
Dave signing out. Probably gonna robot soon. Continue.
That's Dave Hinkle, ladies and gentlemen. So
We still need repeatable, demonstrable measurements of drop over distance over a body of water at least 20 miles from me. So we can start there. Back to you guys.
yes, thank you, Dave Hinkle. Dave Hinkle live from Deep South. So shout out to Dead Air Dave. But yeah. Shout out to the panel. We've got Ether Grass, we've got Ashley, we've got Super Spinning Monkey Ball, we got Slow Mo Moon Buggy, we got Quetzalcoatl, we got Memories. Yo, what's Quetz? Quetz is in the house. We got Memories, fellow Rabbit. We got Jenna Massey. We got Jay Star. We got Effie Batman. We got Dr. Astro Scientist, Esquire, PhD, Senior. It's our Effie Warden, Radwin. We got Derek Nelson in the house.
What else?
We got Dave Hinkle just chimed in. We got Andy. We got 3D and Wave Mixer and a whole bunch of people listening on YouTube. So welcome, one and all.
Mm-hmm. I was just checking it on the lobby. Same type of clown wheel stuff as usual.
Always got to keep one eye on the lobby.
Yeah.
One eye open when I'm sleeping. One eye.
Yeah, always got to keep. Go ahead.
I was just saying, this one guy said, "Why couldn't God create the Big Bang?" Genuine question. To which I responded, see, I want to say it exactly. Gods and religions go together. Which religion has a globe or God?
He said he's agnostic, so I don't know why he would even bring that up.
They always do that. Oh, well, why couldn't God have just made the Big Bang? It's like, well, your scientists aren't. That's not what they're saying. Like, you guys, they so often want to bring their own cosmology. They want to make up their own claims. It's like you don't get to do that if you're, parroting the mainstream rhetoric. You don't just get to like add caveats to it and, oh, well, my version does this. No.
The sophist surfers.
Say the sophist surfers?
Yeah. Come in surfing on their brains.
I need that surfer laugh on my soundboard.
Yeah. There you go. This one right here. I'll put it in the live stream.
Mike, still working?
Hey, Dave. You're coming in loud and clear.
Really? I just like to, I'm going to try to role play a typical globe earther. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to use sophistry, logical fallacies, dishonesty, and I'm ad hominems. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm going to do it with them. Yep.
Because that's pretty much everything I have in my globe defending arsenal. So can I use all those?
Bring all the smoke you got.
Flat earthers are stupid. There's my first smoke. How about that?
Yeah, Derek, what do you say?
I'm not going to tell you why. I'm just going to make that statement and everybody's going to believe it. So flat earthers are stupid. You're science deniers. You bunch of crazy guys.
Even though all my neighbors don't agree politically, they all agree on the globe. That's proof right there. Have I asked them? Nope. I just assume.
7 billion people in the world all think it's a globe. What makes you think you're right? You crazy flat earther guy. I'm probably going to get ready robots. So, back
You guys really think you guys in Discord could have figured it out when there's experts all around the globe? If they would have figured it out, they would have told us on the news. They would have told us on the newspaper, on Twitter. We would have known if it was flat before you guys. You can't have possibly have figured it out before the experts.
how many logical fallacies have we used so far? I count 4.
Yeah, I also count 0 evidence as well, but who's counting?
Yeah, if you're looking for empirical evidence, I'm fresh out of that, but I am defending the globe belief. Thank you. So NASA put guys on the moon, they played golf, they took pictures and all that. What do you got to say, crazy flat earther?
Right, exactly. Yeah, how would that work? That wouldn't work if the Earth was flat. You wouldn't be allowed to play golf on the moon. So since we did play golf on the moon, that's how we know that it can't be flat.
Yeah. Plus, my uncle's brother's sister's cousin worked for NASA.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, my grandpa also worked for NASA. So just because of that, even though I never saw him, never met him, but yeah, no, that's proof of the globe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a job. My family legacy would have died out because he was, NASA is why my whole family exists. It's why I dedicate my whole life to NASA. I mean, they can't possibly have lying. They've made my whole family. So flat earthers are taking money off my dinner table, and it's disgraceful. You guys are a danger to society. So unless someone steps up right now and proves the flat earth, then you guys just need to go back to BC sticks and shadows, because NASA's just amazing.
Stotson, he's my hero, man. He figured it all out before he even knew what the math was, man. What a dude.
But I'm wondering if there's any. I'm gonna check Let's check the YouTube, see if there's anybody in there chatting it up.
Yeah, I mean, they'll agree with us in the YouTube chat. There's 20,000, 2,000 years of proof. Science, experts, physics. What other one-word answers do we have, Dave? What other one-word answers are the proof of the globe? Refraction. Gravity.
Gravitational refraction.
Because gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah. What other one-word answers do we have? We got, core. We got the body of science. What else we got?
How about it's all relative?
Relativity, bro. Relative. Yep. Sure. Let's see. We got all the one-word answers. We even got the best phrases, like "you can't feel speed."
Why would you expect to feel the motion of the earth? No reason.
Trust the experts. Follow the science. Flatten the curve. Oops. Makes the world go round. Why would we say things like, money makes the world go round if the world wasn't round? So it's proof right there too. You can't even go around a flat Earth. Yeah, how about that, Dave? On a flat Earth, you wouldn't be able to go from point A to point B.
Well, since flat Earth is a disk in space, and what's on the bottom of the disk? How about that, flat Earth?
Exactly, yeah. Clearly the water would fall off, and since the water isn't falling off, that's how we know it's not a flat Earth disk. So you flat Earthers are all wrong. So, gravity, how would gravity work on a flat Earth disk? It wouldn't work, so that's how we know gravity exists and that it's not a disk. If the Earth was flat, you would be able to go outside and see to China right now. And since you can't see to China, that's how we know that it's not flat. This is really simple stuff, folks. I don't know why you flat earthers don't get it.
Yeah, like you can take a good telescope and you could stand in New York on the beach and zoom in on Spain if it was flat, right? Be easy. Come on, man.
I mean, clearly that should be possible because we can point a telescope up at the sky and see millions and billions and trillions of miles away. So, since it has that ability, all I have to do is point it down the street, and why don't I see across the whole Earth? You're debunked, flat earthers. Checkmate.
All right, that's 10 minutes in a glober's mindset. That's all I can do, man. When they drop over distance, curvature of the globe, right now, please. If you don't have that, all you have is a belief. If you want to discuss that belief, come on in. People will talk to you. Back to you, CB.
Whew, man. I was running out of claims there. But notice how almost every single one of those has some sort of fallacy involved. Or some sort of claim that's embedded in the question that hasn't been proven. Notice how I said, well, you can see millions and billions of miles by looking in the sky. How do you know that? Your whole question is based on that claim that is not substantiated. So just, you got to be wary of their behavior. They do stuff like this often.
That little exercise was meant to highlight the logical fallacies that people use to defend their heliocentric belief. Am I roboting yet?
Nope. Yep, gotcha. Yeah, that's not a bad idea to practice your globe earther as well. Then you can kind of see what routes you would go, what routes they might take. And, it's just good to know your opponent. Study their moves. So next time, don't be afraid to chime in. Put your baller hat on.
They can't see clearly now, their brains are gone. Now they've got all these globe models in their brains. I should say their minds are gone. The brain runs with the brain. And, yeah. All these globe models is all I could say. That would be funny. I hate how my brain works. Songs are stuck in my head and then random parodies just happen. And then I want to start making like all of these. Yeah. Never mind.
I don't blame you. I'm the same way, my friend. You gotta just sometimes you just gotta finish them. You know, they don't have to be perfect. That freaking that song. It's gonna be a bride. I don't even know. How would you finish that chorus?
I don't know. I'd have to sit there and think about it.
Yeah,
It would actually be cool to do a mashup, kind of like Weird Al does those things where they'll combine a bunch of songs together, but then it's a polka song with a whole bunch of references to other songs.
Yeah.
But then do a mashup with a bunch of lines of songs. So I don't even have to write the whole song. I just make one song that's a combination of many songs, but that would be kind of trippy.
Yeah, I mean that's not a bad idea. Or just do the little couple lines and turn it in, put it on your soundboard.
Yeah. Because some of them you just want the clip anyway. It's not like you need the whole song.
Well, that's the thing, dude. I don't get on here and promote my own music, even though all my songs are strictly for the live stream. I don't get on here and play them. So what I realized is like maybe what I should do is take clips out of the song and put it on the soundboard. So that's why I have like the 3-point clip.
3-point space beam curve. Yeah.
So
link me to your stuff and I'll play your songs, because then you won't feel self-conscious about playing, and I'll be like, shout out to CB, and I'll play your songs.
No, I would play them more. I don't have I just don't. I mean, you heard me talking about the bot. I just don't play stuff on the bot really, unless it's a small short clip or something. I just want to encourage people to join, and personally, sometimes, especially if there's a lot of people,
that's true.
You start playing the bot and let people leave. So I want to encourage people to join, but no, I mean, I don't want to just play all my music.
There is kind of a window where most people don't chat at certain times of day, though, and like those could be used as kind of like a radio hour where everybody knows that you can just stop it at any time for conversation.
Right. I've been thinking about maybe. I was talking to Drace about this. Maybe doing a lyric review. Maybe like going through the song and talking about it, like pausing it and talking about certain lines. I've definitely thought about doing that. That'd be kind of fun. I know.
Like evaluating it, or explaining it if some people might not understand what it's making a reference to.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about it. Like Drace played a song the other day and it was like, I forget how it goes. And it's like I was just bobbing with it, you know. I was like just kind of flowing in my head, you know, side to side and whatnot. And I didn't write the lyrics, so I don't know what they all are. So I'm sure that's the case for people who listen to some of my songs. They just bob into the beat, and they don't realize that a lot of the stuff that I wrote is bars. I'm not just saying it to like brag, but like sometimes I go back and listen to my own song. I'm like, dude, I just rapped about gas pressure, container, and like these other things in like less than 5 lines. And it impresses me how much you can cram in all from the flat earth debate and put it in a song, and it works really well somehow. So maybe I'll do a lyric review where we can go through the songs and you can catch the lyrics and hear them, because I think they're good. I think they're really good. Black Swan, Nikon P at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, truth to go deep. Black Mac the global, and now you can't sleep. I mean, dude, it just there's a lot of good stuff, and there's a lot of good songs, not even just mine. So, lyric review.
And over the past like 10 years, the flat Earth type music has gotten so much better. Like studio quality better. Like it's premium grade.
Well, I mean, I know you ain't talking about me, because I just recorded like, you know, I just want to get it done and get it out. But I agree, because when I joined, freaking Chocolate Saiyan, Elijah, these dudes all had songs that were, like you said, radio. They were very, very good. Yeah. And so I was like, damn, dude, I can make music, but yeah, I'm more of a comedic. I come from more of a comedic standpoint.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Well, the tech's advanced too, so we have higher quality stuff to work with, and it's a lot more reachable. So, like people can build home studios now instead of having to go off and pay money to go record.
Yeah, I mean, we've even got Wave Mixer here. You know, freaking, we got boys. But yeah, I mean, whatever you do, folks. If you make music, memes, whatever it is, crank it out. We can use it. You know, I've been I never thought I was a meme guy, but I've made a few memes that I'm pretty proud of. I just made one. I just made one last night. I was cracking up. It's a little bit, not safe for work, but I'm gonna post it anyway. But yeah, I mean, whatever it is that you do, like creatively, do it. If it's a song, if you're just a writer, if you make memes, you have a good analogy. Let's hear it. Throw it out there. It could benefit all of us. So
I'd say don't be afraid to use other people's stuff too, because that's the whole reason why they've got it out there. Like, it's okay to make remixes and combine things together and collect these points. That's fine. Like, that's kind of the entire point. It's not about the money, it's about the message.
Amen, brother. That's a good point. Yeah, I went to another server, the IPS server, and told them, I sent them all my music. You guys can use all my music if you want to. So yeah, it's no, we don't do. I think I said it in one of my songs too. We don't do it for money. I said what I say, and we do it for free, not money. We don't do it for the money. That's not why we're here. At least not me. No one's paying me to be here. I'm here on my own. So, yeah, he's right. It's the message, not the money. So I agree with that. Let me post this meme. There was a police chase yesterday in California. Dude stole a police car and ran from the cops. And he ended up getting, the car got spike stripped or whatever, and he was coming up on another spike strip, and I guess he decided to jump out of the car. And so, just to tie it back to Flat Earth, I've had people, we were debating some dude in the chat yesterday about, moving buildings and does the earth move, whatever. And you know how they always go to oh, well, if you're in a car, if you're in a train, if you're in a plane. And let me post this meme, dude. Hold on. The guy in the chat was saying, no, cars don't move and stuff. They're always like, yo, well, you wouldn't be able to tell if it was moving. You can't feel speed, blah, blah, blah. Let me just reformat this. One sec. The channel is called Smoke and Scan. He'll go live for police chases and stuff like that. So it was crazy. One of the craziest things I've ever seen from one of these chases was yesterday. So here's let me stop talking and just post this. I shouldn't have been laughing as much, but boy. The reason why I like the channel is because gave me some inspiration for my soundboard as well. He's a really good soundboard. And so, if you look at the chat, oh, shoot. Let me post this one instead. This one. What was I saying? So yeah, he does a soundboard. So bro jumps from the car, right? And if you're familiar with hip hop or rap music or whatever, there's a song called "Ghost Ride the Whip," and let me post a GIF. But if you're familiar with that term, it means basically you in a way, some way, shape, or form, you they say ghost ride. So like you basically have the ghost drive the car while you do something else. And so I posted the GIF. This guy's dancing. Ghost ride the whip. That's how the song goes, right? The music video, they're all hanging out of the car while they're all rolling and whatnot. And so this dude jumps from the car and he starts playing the Ghost Ride the Whip song. It's so it's such a violation, but it's so funny to me, dude. And yeah, so I just tied it back to the Globers, how they're always like, oh, you can't, if you were in a car, you'd never be able to tell it was moving and blah blah blah. So I just put the two memes together, and I think that's a pretty good one, if you ask me. Guy says, if you woke up in a car with the best suspension in the world, all the windows pitch black, no meter, no sound, the only way to tell a car to be moving is from the outside. And then I could probably make some more with the other guys from the chat yesterday who were saying like cars don't move and stuff like that. So I can actually do that when you give me a second. But anyone out there who's heard that Ghost Ride the Whip song, you could probably appreciate it. But boy, that was funny. Ghost Ride the Whip. But yeah, probably shouldn't be laughing because the dude didn't make it. But like, hit me up if you want to see the video or whatever. The channel is called Smoke and Scan.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, it was they violated, dude, for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Viewer discretion advised, for sure.
Yeah, that was a dumb trend.
What, the Ghost Ride the Whip? Yeah, I don't know who even came up with that. Like, Ghost Ride the Whip. I mean, made for a good song, but damn. No, I'm like, when I was making this meme last night, I was legit crying, because I had to go back because people were asking me about it in the chat. I posted the screenshot, and people were asking me like, did that guy jump from the car or what? And so I posted the video. We were talking about it in the chat, so I had to go back and like get a timestamp, and I watched it again. I realized when he started playing the Ghost Ride the Whip music after he jumped, I lost it, dude. I was crying for like 3 minutes straight. Too funny. Probably, like I said, shouldn't be laughing, but boy, Damon is a funny dude. He's a very funny dude. His soundboard is epic. So yeah, I've definitely borrowed a couple things from his soundboard. Just thinking about it now, boy. Yeah, give him a follow, guys. Smoke and Scan. I'll get a link to his channel. But and we usually do chases out in California. Somebody does something, runs from the cops. He'll try to go live and use his soundboard. Dude, he's got somebody goes off road. He'll hit the what is it? The Duke of Hazzard. Dude, that shit gets me so weak. So I would hella recommend you go follow his channel for some comedy every now and again. He's one of the channels I have on like the bell. Like when he goes live, I'm clicking it right away. I want to see this chase. So there's not that many channels I follow that close, but yeah, it's worth it, bros. It's hilarious. Let me get a link for y'all.
So sorry. Oh gosh. Hold on. I actually have no problem with them screaming and being loud as long as they're not yelling in my ear. Because life's fun. And sometimes it's loud and happy and whatever. I can't stand that children should be seen and not heard type bullshit that people have. That sounds evil.
That's kind of how I was raised, AG.
Yeah, it's just... And I know the type of people who kind of push that mentality, and it's like... Usually it's probably because of the Emperor's New Clothes mentality. They don't want a child to speak out something that exposes the nakedness of somebody else's ignorance.
Right. Yeah, it
Hold on,
was
man. We can debate
to
that.
be seen and... What's up?
I was gonna say we could probably debate both sides of that because I don't know. I'm picturing like
There's a
two
time and
different
place.
classes of kids.
Yeah, there's a time and place, because if a child won't sit and listen, he can't learn either. But I was
Right.
just thinking in terms of, like, the default state of a child is to ask why.
Oh, okay.
Usually my parents would back that stuff up with, you have 2 eyes and 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, and if you don't shut the hell up, sit the fuck down, and learn something, that was definitely something that was drilled into me.
But if you start with the who, what, where, when, and why type stuff, if you say why at all, then it becomes back talk, and nobody wants to.
Yes. Oh, and I was the child that asked why incessantly.
Look at
Not like the annoying kid that just asked why after every, like, there were certain things that, I'd be put on a task and I'm like, well, why? Or go do this or but why? Like, why do I have to do this?
But I do get what CV's saying too. There's kids out there who they'll be asking the why, but they're doing some sophist surfing. They're just trying to be a little ass, and they're not. It's not that they're trying to be understanding. They just want to push buttons on the adult.
Yeah, those are the kids that are like, why? Why? After like everything that they're told. Yeah.
It's bedtime.
I wasn't
Why?
that
Because
kind
you
of
need to go
kid.
to sleep.
I was like,
Why?
I was the
Because if
kid
you-
that if you.
It's all the way down the line, like, but because you'll die. Why? I don't know, because people die if they don't get any sleep, and they like go long enough without it. They start going crazy. Like, I don't know why. Like, you reach like a dead end. But well, why don't you know?
Look at the chat. Dude, this is
Right.
from an
Look
Alan
at the
Watts
child and be like, well, why don't you know? It usually shuts kids up. I've used it. Well, why don't you know? And they're like, well, I don't know. Then go to bed.
Yeah. You heading out, CB?
No, I was saying, look at the chat. That's I had this screenshot saved for a while.
Oh,
it's from an Alan Watts lecture, and it's just kind of exactly what you guys are talking about.
Oh man.
Why did God make the universe? Who made God? Why are the trees green? So on and so forth. Oh, shut up and eat your run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of getting at like there's a certain point where like, you just can't answer some certain questions, but that child's curiosity.
Yeah.
But yeah,
there's a very few things that are infinite, and curiosity of a child is one of them.
I remember asking why is the sky blue when I was really little, and I never got an answer to that. But now I think I know what the answer is, but we'll save that for speculation someday.
Well, what's funny is I know now that it has to do with different types of gases and whatnot. But before, I do remember that the answer was always, I don't know, something light. So you see blue. What?
Yeah. The answer that I always got, which I never accepted it. I was just like, fine, okay, but I never really accepted it. Was, well, it's a reflection of the ocean. But I was born and raised on the beach, and I'm like, the ocean doesn't even look that color. I've been to a couple different oceans. The water's different colors, and the gradient of color that we see most consistently is green. So why isn't the sky green? So yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. The sky is just reflecting the water, but the gradient, the color that we see the most, is green. So I think about that sometimes as an adult. My question, why is the sky blue? Because if the gradient that we see the most, the most frequent color on Earth, is green, then the sky should be green if it's reflecting the Earth.
I'm going to have to
Tippy, you
etymologically
cannot
disagree
sit in my
with
coffee,
everyone.
child. The hell? Sorry, my dog just climbed on my lap and literally tried to sit in my coffee cup. She's 5 pounds, so her ass nearly fits.
Your dog's like, pay attention to me. But what about me?
Do you want some coffee? Because I hadn't given her any coffee, I'll put my finger in my cup and put a drop and just let her lick a drop of coffee off my finger. So spoiled.
Does she get the zoomies afterward?
Not really. It's my boy dog that gets the zoomies. That dude nearly runs on the walls. He's fast as fuck, boy. He's like this 11-pound long hair Chihuahua mix, and he's fast. He'll turn the living room into an obstacle course. He'll be weaving in and out and around the table legs. Dude's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, tippy toes.
Check this out. We'll start effing with people and tell them that the sky's not blue.
The sky is green.
No. Read the etymology. The live stream voice text. Sky means cloud. It comes from the Old Norse
Middle English.
Sky.
Also in the plural, denoting clouds, from Old Norse, sky, cloud. Oh. The verb dates from early 19th century. Interesting.
So the sky's not blue. The clouds are white. The sky white. Whatever.
So the question is still
blue.
kind of the same.
That's blue.
Why is the sky blue?
So the sky's white and the aether's blue?
Maybe. Could it be some sort of waters above?
One could say that clouds come in many colors, though. Look at sunsets and sunrises, and then all of the gases and how they react to the colors that they give off.
Yeah, those neon gases.
Yeah, so I'd say, and then you got dark storm clouds, and then I'd say a cloud is the color of a cloud.
Clouds are cloud color. Yeah. They have a whole gradient of different colors.
Well, if you say you saw an image, right, and it kept on changing colors in this kind of rainbow of whatever, you wouldn't pick out one color of what that thing is. You would say that it has kind of a multicolored thing where it changes its form and color, but that's the color of it.
Right.
And that's what
Yeah, standard cloud color is fluffy white.
Yeah, so you do have a baseline for like what they generally, but then obviously there's different shades and stuff and different hues that are presented.
Oh, I had, speaking of clouds, look, I was debating with this globe earther, right? And I kept repeating myself about how looking at the sky is not going to tell you about the ground. It's not going to tell you about the physical reality of the ground. And some person was like, if I look up at rain clouds and there's water on the ground, then I just observed looking at the sky and telling something about the ground.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The whole debate with that was so ridiculous. I said, you're observing a cause and effect, buddy. You're observing these clouds that are causing this rain, and the rain is the effect that the water on the ground is the effect from the rain clouds in the sky. Like, what are you on about? Like, looking at the moon and going, Earth is round is not determining a cause and effect.
Look at the live stream. This is what I'm talking about with the weird like scrambling of words and how modern words and meanings are so much different and weird and twisted. And then read this.
Wow. Mass of rock or earth?
So if I were to tell you like, hey, the sky's not blue, skies aren't blue, and clouds are made out of rocks, you would think I'm crazy, and all I'm doing is just telling you
Dude. That's pretty deep. Now I'm going to end up going through my Bible again and thinking about every time I see the word cloud in the Bible, and like I'm probably going to have a better understanding of what it means.
Well, when it comes to the Bible, though, you do have to go to the original Greek or Aramaic. You can look at what they were trying to say with the English versions. That's why I enjoy reading the King James version. But you still have to contextualize it with the original, the original words. It's kind of like the word world means cosmos in the Bible, but it means age of man when we're using the word world, whereas the original word in the Bible would be cosmos. So there's like context that has to be taken into consideration.
I had tried to summon you into the YouTube chat like yesterday at some point because somebody was trying to argue with me about etymology and definition, and I'm like, we literally get the definitions from the etymological, like, what are you talking about? It takes the etymology to the definition to the word. What? Like, none of the words that are descriptive for Earth describe spherical. Horizons, horizontal, plane, level, sea level, like all of that. So this person was trying to argue words.
They're trying to reverse engineer an argument by using an etymological fallacy.
Etymological, that's what that's called. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's why I like doing it the way that I do it, because I'm just kind of looking at the seeds, planting a tree, and then watching wherever the tree grew. That's it. I'm not going to argue with the tree. It is what it is.
Look, sometimes those trees grow frickin' sideways.
Or they'll clone and then grow out like that one tree does. It has like a bunch of different versions.
Look, you know what I want to do? Because like I've had so many years to study the sky where I'm at, but I want to go beyond the equator and really study the southern skies. Because people ask me all the time, and I'm like, I can only tell you I don't know because I don't live in the south, so I don't know what Sigma Octantis is doing.
Well, wait. This isn't wrong. Like the direct, I know it sounds confusing, but it's not wrong. Okay, so it says massive rock or earth, right? But where does oxygen actually come from? Where do plants come from?
Rock, earth.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, it sounds weird and wonky, but it's not. It's actually a direct linear path from A to B to C. Like, hey, I mean, technically a cloud is made out of something that is produced from the earth itself, regardless.
That's pretty interesting, especially given the history of what's it, silicon life forms.
Oh, you're talking about the trees thing.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one, but I like to. That would have to be more researched more thoroughly, in my opinion. Like I need to see roots for a giant tree stump before I believe it's a giant tree stump.
Well, here's the interesting thing about it is there's certain caves with crystals that appear to be like crystallized root structures. They're freaking huge.
Yeah, and I've seen things like that too, but it's hey, God, Rod.
It's just speculation.
I got a question for the gal. Have you ever heard of what's called radiolaria?
Radiolaria?
Yes.
Well, I can pronounce it, but I've never heard of it.
It's microscopic crystal. They think they were once silicon living creatures, and you can find them in the soil. It's similar to
yeah.
It's similar to diatomaceous earth and whatnot. Like you know what diatomaceous earth is?
Yes.
It's like skeletons of like little creatures, and they use it for like it's a pesticide. You can put it on like bugs, and it will eat into their skin and kill them and stuff like that. Anyway, there's all kinds of different, all kinds of those different things like that. But yeah, radiolaria, you look it up, and they think because of the structure of them that they think that they very well could have been the only silicon living creatures that they know of. I did some studying on it about 10 years ago. When you said silicon something, what you said, it spurred my memory, and I thought, wow, I wonder if she knows about radiolaria.
I haven't heard the term, but I know exactly what you're talking about. That's the weird part.
Karen B actually did a study on that.
On radiolaria?
Uh-huh.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, what was it? It was, she did a podcast on it, actually. It was talking, they're like unicellular planktons. And they're weird. Their exoskeleton is in the form of like 5 solids. Like the shape of 5. It's like really weird.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing. If it was a living creature, it's definitely very strange. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But they're very small size. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's about all I have. I just wondered if she'd heard of that when she mentioned the silicon, like the roots and whatever she just said that looked like they were some kind of a root. You know, that could very well just be the way the crystal grew. I don't know, or it could have been a petrified root that was petrified. The only available element was crystal for it to turn from organic to to crystal during the petrification process. Maybe it was the only available compound that was there for it to replace it with. I don't know. I'd like to look at what she said.
I think that the Earth was a lot different, like from the start, like from the very beginning. Yeah, I think things were a lot different. People were like a lot bigger, taller, plants, animals, creatures.
Oh, sure.
Things that we could hardly fathom, existing in our world today.
I couldn't agree more.
And I'm upset and I'm disappointed because that history has been hidden. They tell us cavemen. That's what they tell us. They tell us freaking cavemen.
I know, fucking stupid, huh?
And in that caveman period, they're so wrong. They are so wrong about cavemen and these prehistoric tools. No, I from the research that I've done, I truly I am thinking that they had advanced technology that we don't even have our hands on today.
Absolutely.
This primitive rock and stick bull crap.
Yep, I'm with you 100%. I've done the same research. I spent the last over 2 years studying our hidden history and all that kind of stuff with my friend Jason Whitehurst.
Yes.
And yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really hope that we reach a turning point, because there's a lot more that has been dug up over the past 20 years that has made people's heads go, huh? And
then they just hide it.
Yeah, and then they hide it. They're,
yep.
If you look at all of the stuff that they've hidden, it totally tells a different story than what we've been given in the history books and the geography and geology books.
People want to laugh at these titans that have been found, like the size of mountains, and they look just like people. They're petrified. I'm sure you looked at that stuff, right? The petrified titans.
The petrified. Yes, where do the legends come from? I wonder that the titans fell down and became the mountains.
Do you have pictures of that? That would be awesome.
What's up, Brandon? Hey, how you doing, dude?
I'm good. How you doing? I might be eating my mic. I'm sorry.
Awesome,
I said I'm doing awesome. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, dude. Just talking about the old world that they never taught us about.
Yeah, like the giants. Are there pictures of those?
Are there pictures of the giants?
Yeah.
I got you, buddy. Hold on. I got to get to my YouTube.
Yeah. Just DM them to me.
Yeah, I'll post it in the text chat. But if you care to watch it, it's like a movie. It's like an hour long, just a little over an hour long. It's an hour and 13 minutes and 10 seconds, and it's called "The Rock Were Alive: Petrified Giants." And I like this one because the guy is very specific to go through and be like, "This is pareidolia. This is not pareidolia. This is pareidolia. This is not pareidolia."
I know what you're talking about.
So and it's really good because he'll point out, he's like, this probably isn't a petrified being. This is probably just, it looks like that, but it's not that. Others, he's like, no, that's definitely a petrified titan. Like it's so incredible. Like, how do you get these faces? Like, how do you get so many faces in the rocks? Check it out, Brandon. I just put it in the text chat for you.
Are you familiar with a guy named Selenium-7?
Absolutely.
Okay, I know the guy personally. I've talked to him many, many times. We've had personal conversations. He lives in Italy, I believe it is. He's got that elephant that petrified elephant. He's actually gone up and gone into the mouth and into the ears, and the what's it called? The structure of like an elephant's ear and his throat and everything. It all matches perfectly. I mean, it's like he's been inside, documented it all. You can go to his site and look at all the stuff. And so there were also animals that were here. I mean, I'm sure you know already.
Oh, you're roboting.
Yeah, a little bad.
Some videos on. Sorry.
You're good. Can we hear you now?
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just figured I'd shut up for a minute.
Oh, no, there you go.
Start coming in better.
Yeah, now you're not roboting.
I'm in my car. I'm on my mobile. That's probably the problem. So.
Yeah.
Earbuds?
What,
when I get home, if we're still on, I'll point on my computer. Anyway, sorry.
Anyway, yeah, that's
For those using a digital phone, you can use earbuds with a mic.
I just use my phone. I don't use earbuds.
Oh,
how
okay.
dare you? Flatman Can, you got me wanting to post my my Greta Thunberg meme. Hold on, let me get to it. How dare you? Did you guys see the stitch together video of it was Greta and Andrew Tate going back and forth, and she's like, "How dare you?" and he's like, it just keeps going back and forth, and then she's like, "You stolen my childhood" or something, and then you see his brother put up the phone and be like, "Globetard, how dare you!" It's just the funniest fucking shit. But now I'm gonna find my Greta Thunberg is not happy.
She's got street cred now, man. She was arrested.
Really?
You don't remember the comical show? She's just standing there and the cops are on either side of her and she's smiling her face off like, oh yeah, is she ever getting arrested?
Wow. Weather Potato is not amused. That poor kid has a handler. She's been MK'd ultra to the maximum extent. Like, how the hell is a 13-year-old going to tell me about climate change? Weather Potato is not amused.
I'm not saying you shouldn't listen to young people, but I don't know if they should get as much attention as she gets. And yeah, she's definitely a puppet. Like, none of what she's saying is coming out of her own mind.
Exactly.
Yeah. So check this out. It says 1,000 years, right? Whoever wrote that apparently doesn't know about this word. It has clearly existed much longer than 1,000 years.
It since the beginning, from my understanding,
Absolutely.
right?
Yep.
Like this Earth has been Earth.
Been called Earth.
Yeah, Earth has always been Earth.
Yes. And I think.
And on day one, God made the heavens and the earth, and that's what it was called.
Well, now I have to see the etymology for the word heaven, I guess. I know what the Shamayim is, but what is this heaven?
Yeah.
Heaven is everything above us, the skies and the heaven above, where God Himself lives. That's my take on it, anyway. I mean, I'm
sorry.
I'm 100% biblical cosmology. I just believe in what the Bible says. And it says so much more than what people know. I mean, it talks about things further throughout the entire Bible. There's little tidbits about the earth, and it gives a really good description of what it is. And, I mean, one of these days I'll go over all of it. I'll pull all the scripture pieces out and explain, or show what it suggests that the earth is. And it's amazing. I mean, it gives pretty much a full description from below the earth all the way to above the earth. I mean, and the earth itself, it tells everything about it. And it's amazing. And it is definitely not a spinning wet ball rocket. I'll guarantee you that.
Yeah, I've got, every now and then I post them up, Isaiah 40:22. And Isaiah 40:22 says that it is He that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. And it says, the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Like, I don't picture living on a wet spinning ball by that verse.
Oh, now I'm sitting here talking and I was muted. And so yes, and what you said, and that verse uses this word, which a lot of people want to try and act like that dude who wrote that didn't know the difference between that word and this word. But obviously he certainly did. But anyway, this is what I was working on, man.
Yeah,
Like
it's chug, not dur.
yeah. So I've noticed that this is interesting, kind of like how they do the word
Thank
earth.
you. Appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
There's no meaning for this.
Good. How you doing?
Old English, Hiephon, of Germanic origin, related to Dutch Himmel and German Himmel.
And notice how it doesn't actually tell you what it is.
Old English, Eorth,
Yeah.
Eortha. I think that's Eortha, right?
But my point is, I'm used to finding stuff like this every once in a while, but usually there's always a description of some kind that specifies what the word actually means. But for heaven and earth, it's just kind of saying where it came from. It does not tell you what either are.
Interesting. Heaven. If Hiephon, Himmel, and Himmel.
But I've never actually done this. This is the first time I created those images, and I'm looking at them both together. And this is kind of weirding me out. But I guess that's true. We truly do not know what heaven and earth actually is.
Well, it's totally not objectifiable. That's for sure. I mean, to be able to objectify it, you need to be able to see the entire thing. So that's probably never going to be done by mankind.
It's like it's in the words themselves, though. By the words themselves, you cannot.
Right. Oh, he claims, yeah, the Lord says that. He says, he says I can't remember the exact quote, but he says that he'll destroy this and this and this people. He'll if anyone can show the measurements thereof, the earth or the foundations or whatever. I mean, there's so many things in the Bible that, like I said, that you have to go through the entire Bible. I mean, it is so weird, but it's got these little tidbits everywhere, and it says that it's on the foundation. Of course, that's in Genesis. It says that it's on pillars. I think that's in Genesis. And then in Psalm somewhere, it says that below us is the great deep, and the great deep is frozen. Well, if the pillars go down into a frozen great deep, then no wonder we can't move.
Here, I got what you're talking about, God Rocks. I got it. Look at this.
All right.
And it's Job chapter 26, verses 10 through 14. And it says, he hath compassed the waters with bounds. So the waters have a boundary. Until the day and night come to an end. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astonished at his reproof. He divideth the sea with the power, and by his understanding he smiteth through the proud. By his spirit, let me see, where is it? By his spirit he hath garnished the heavens. His hand hath formed the crooked serpent. Lo, these are parts of his ways, but how little a portion is heard of him. But the thunder of his power, who can understand? So it's basically saying that this is what God has made, although many of man will not understand it to the full extent.
Right. And I don't understand it to the full extent. There's no way possible. But,
exactly.
There's just tidbits that give you an idea that explain very clearly that we're not on no spinning ball. Like you said, the tent thrown over the top of us. I mean, you don't put a tent over a ball, and how is heavens above an earth, a ball? The heavens are above. What's above on a ball? That's like 360. Is it above every direction? No, it's not. Above is one way. It's up. Up is up, and down is down, in my opinion.
Can I just say, I think the truth about Sigma Octantis turning the other direction has to do. Have you ever seen like swirling whirlpools? Do you see one going one way and one going the other way?
I don't recall, but I don't doubt it. That's for darn sure.
Well, it talks about the waters above the firmament, the waters above.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Is it possible that there's just these waters swirling in this direction, and then over here these waters just swirling in this direction, but it's still over a level stationary Earth? in the sky.
Oh, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be possible?
Like I said, like swirling whirlpools, like in the waters above the heavens or the waters above the firmament. That's what kind of makes sense to me for how Sigma Octantis and these southern stars can spin in a different direction than the stars in the north.
Sure, that makes sense. I mean, at least it leaves it open for interpretation there for sure. But at least it gives you a little bit more information where you can say, "Hey, maybe this is possible." Sure, I see it.
Right.
See what you're saying, 100%.
Yeah, because I've seen whirlpools like out in lakes and just the swirling eddies in like river streams and stuff like that, and I've seen how one will spin one way and the other is spinning the other way. Two little whirlpools right next to each other, so and I'm just like, why is Sigma Octantis, why are the southern stars supposedly appearing to spin in a different direction? Because I know it's not due to us living on a ball. We don't measure the earth as ball. We measure that shit and it's level, it's stationary. So what's the explanation for the sky?
Well, if the ball is spinning like they think it is, which it's not, then everything in the sky would be going one direction. It can't spin two different directions. So I'm not buying into that horse shit either way. I mean, it's just the spinning ball thing just doesn't work, regardless.
Well, yeah, because I mean, that makes sense because like if Earth is ball and we're standing like you're standing on the northern hemisphere. Well, if you go to the southern hemisphere, it's still going to be spinning the same damn direction to your perspective. Right? Yes. You go this way, you walk to the bottom, and you're still spinning the same fucking direction, even if, even being antipodal.
Right.
So that argument for Sigma Octantis and why it's clearly we live on a ball because Sigma Octantis is not spinning as the same direction as the northern stars. Whoa! That does not indicate that we live on a ball. The sky doesn't tell us anything about the ground. There can be a completely different phenomena going on in the sky that we're completely unaware of.
Oh, I'm sure of that. There's anything above the sky or above the firmament or any of that stuff. There's no way any of us really know anything about that. So yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous to claim anything like that.
That's why I think that the waters above are kind of like these whirlpools, and maybe that's their excuse for a spiral galaxy.
Maybe. Makes sense. It could be.
Because I just noticed that they put a lot of the lies in with the truth. Like the devil is in the details. And
boy, and howdy. Boy and howdy, have you got that one right?
Like if I were the devil, I would mix all kinds of BS in with the truth. I'd make it confusing. I'd make everybody argue about it. Look what's happening today, And the devil is in the details. If I were the devil, I'd screw up the details.
Yeah, he would throw in a little bit of truth and a whole lot of lies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, I think that then this is just me because I don't observe the world as a spinning ball. So when it comes to the things that are in the sky that none of us really have knowledge on, even people there's globe believers in Australia, and they say that Sigma Octantis is spinning in a different direction than the northern stars is proof of the globe. But I'm like, no, it could just be proof of swirling eddy pools in the waters above. But that's far too much for a lot of those minds to get into. That's what I personally think. This is just based on understanding how water works. I don't know what's going on outside the sky or beyond the sky. Nobody does. I can only speculate. Like there's some sort of reverberating frequency in the void, in the wherever the heck Earth sits. That frequency could be holding everything together on the outside. And then we've got this electromagnetics and this electrostatics and stuff that's, keeping everything going, holding the sky up on the inside. But I don't know. I just know that Earth's not a ball and the moon is not a rock. What do you got here? Whirl. Oh, what do we have for whirl? I like that. Middle English, the verb, probably from Old Norse. Whirla, turn about. The noun, partly from Middle Low German, Middle Dutch, whirlwill, spindle, or from Old Norse, circle. From Germanic base meaning, rotate. Now I want to do a depiction of some Sigma Octantis stuff. Look, it's somebody has it depicted in this meme. There's like a swirling eddy pool over, like, beyond the now this is just a cartoon, okay? Like, we all know it's a cartoon, but there's a good little depiction right there. Like, they might say that that's the Milky Way or whatever, but they have that right smack dab directly over Australia in this depiction. So why do the southern stars go in a different direction than the northern stars? Oh, the wheels in the sky keep on turning. I don't know where I'll be tomorrow. Yeah, I like that. The earth takes its shape and form like clay under a seal. Grim. Job 38:14. I bring up that one a lot. I've got that one marked as well. The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Its features stand out like those of a garment, like lace on a garment, Yeah. Oh, Earth is stamped out. There is no edge, you guys. You're not going to fall off of any edge. There is no edge. If we're contained, then the firmament goes all the way down to the ground, like past Antarctica. That's probably why we're not allowed to go there. No independent exploration past 60 degrees northern or southern latitude. But it's the southern latitude that I want to get past.
Oh my gosh, this guy.
What do we
So in
got?
the lobby, there's a kid. Just check out what this kid's doing in the lobby. He's using ChatGPT to create long responses to reply. So he's not even really thinking. He's just responding using a glorified calculator for his responses. I told y'all that this was going to happen. Like, they're bots. Like, for one, I already knew the AI was going to, but also South Park did an episode on this. Like, people getting lazy-minded and just using ChatGPT to do responses so that they don't have to actually think. They can't argue. They don't know how to win an argument with any of us, so they're just going to use a bot and think that that's them being witty and smart. It's more sophist reasoning, devising a way to seem wise.
That's crazy. Which guy is it? 'Cause I'm in the lobby. Who is it? Oh, is it Kiprick? Is it this Kiprick weirdo? Gotta be. Yep.
Yeah.
Ask your chat GPT.
That is really scary. The fact that they can use AI to just fucking battle out an argument online without using any of their own intellect.
Yeah,
or
they ain't gotta
input.
do shit. The
That's
AI can just
just
think for them.
wow. The way
Yeah,
things are going is that any rational person with a rational question will end up going online and just being fed just a rhetoric. Wow, what a future.
I hope that there's some sort of mass CME, like this huge coronal mass ejection from the sun that just fries out all of the AI.
Yeah, well,
I think
that
that'd
would
be
be
awesome.
Mm.
I have a really funny meme about that. See if I can find it.
I just see it as really just awful for the next generation that are coming up, and they're relying on tech for everything, and tapping stuff in and questions and blah blah, and to be met with an AI that's predefined with a certain history and a certain comeback to tell them what they want to hear, or what they want them to hear. Wow,
And
incredible.
that shit's sad. That makes me so sad.
Mm.
Nobody's thinking for themselves. We'll just use Chat GPT and it'll think for me.
Yeah, there are so many. I think AI in a way is great if it's used in art or creativity.
Right.
But there are so many fucking nefarious purposes that can be applied to that now, with regard to indoctrination and
Oh yeah, 100%.
just repeating the school history books over and over, and
That's why we have Speculation Sunday, so that the free thinkers can come out and be like, well, here's what my free thought has led me to.
yeah.
I don't think a lot of these people, if they're using Chat GPT, they don't have the ability of free thought at all. Their minds are no longer theirs.
That's it, exactly. And there's no intuition, creativity, no input, no intellect, no intelligence on their part. It's just all laid out there for them. Wow.
I mean, if the guy would like to come into the VC and actually talk about it instead of using Chat GPT in the lobby, I mean, we'd be happy to have him. But if he's using Chat GPT for his debates and he's not coming up with these answers on his own, from his own brain. So sad. Oh, here we go. AI. How AI is controlling everything. Found my meme. Oh, I posted it in the lobby. Yep. Circle of life. Humanity researches AI. Humanity perfects AI. AI perfects itself. AI enslaves humanity. A solar flare disables the AI, and then humanity worships the sun god again. And it just goes in a cycle.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Here, I gotta post it in here. Too good. Gosh, I've got thousands of files on my
I do like
phone
that.
here. If you go into the lobby, you can see the meme that I just posted, but I'm about to post it here in the live text chat. Holy smokes. There it is. This is what AI has done. Ultimately, humans were like, "Hey, let's make AI," and then AI gets smart enough to perfect itself, and then like people don't even realize it. But we're in the stage right now where humanity is enslaved by the AI.
Absolutely.
But if people cannot find the curvature, can AI find the curvature?
You know, Sasha, it says AI ChatGPT can't find it. ChatGPT can't even find any real photos of Earth. Just composite images, just computer generated.
Maybe because AI also never went out.
The AI has kind of always, in a sense, existed since like ancient times, but that's a whole nother thing.
But if his AI is never outside, cannot know what is going on outside.
That's true. The AI, well, because it's artificial intelligence, like it doesn't have the ability to like observe things. All it collects data.
Oh,
from
so pity.
What?
So pity they cannot do that.
I know. Because the AI can't observe reality. The AI can only collect data from the blockchain, from everything that's ever been uploaded on the internet. And this is why ChatGPT knows for a fact that there are no real photos of Earth from space, because ChatGPT, it's in a database. All of this stuff is in a database. Everything that's been computer generated, it's been put on the internet, and this AI has the ability to scan it and go, well, this is not a real photo.
And who put that data? Some robot or human?
Yeah, exactly. It was some humans that uploaded the data, and the AI then learns the data, but it's kind of crappy because the humans put in crappy data, and it's kind of ironic now because the AI is going, well, that's some crappy data. The AI even recognizes that it's crap, that there's no real photos of Earth from space, and AI can't even validate that. Like, you guys are screwed up, globies, when the AI can't even validate your stupid globe. You stupid spinning wet space 8 ball. AI can't even validate it. How do you feel? Alexa, where's the curve? I asked Siri, but she doesn't know. Sasha, that's funny. I love that.
Yeah, because people trust more computer than reality.
Earth is Earth-shaped. Yeah. How can I see globe on my flat screen? That's funny. Yeah, the swamps that are above sea level. All the swamps, all the lakes, all the ponds, every puddle, your glass of water, the water in your tub, the resting water in your toilet. It's all level on the surface. It's all level. Anywhere you go. Level, level, level. What I love is when, and it happens every time, every freaking time. I say, physics dictates and has shown that water will seek a horizontal equilibrium across its surface. It will seek level across its surface. And then these globies come back with, water is not flat. Did I say flat? No, I did. And it happens every time. I said level. And now they want to be like, It's not flat, as if I said flat. So I'm very, very careful about my words because they do try to use that crap against you. Same as we'll use it against them. But when I say level and you come back and say it's not flat, I didn't say flat. I said level.
Jenna, let me ask you, why did they say water's not flat? Just out of curiosity.
It's their own psychological mental gymnastics, from what I can see, is where they try to get you to argue on flatness instead of the physical science that states level on the surface. It's anything.
Water's flat. Water's flat when it's at rest.
It is flat when it's at rest.
It's flat when it's at rest.
Flat when it's at rest. Well, this is where
I think they're just trying to bag us into saying everything is level and to replace our terminology, and for us to remove flat from some of the things that we call flat, so that they can say level, and then they can go to their weird new, definition of the word level. Fuck them. Water's flat.
Fuck them, water's flat. No, I fully agree. But here's where I do this in like stages, right? And I'm like, you want to argue about water's not flat? Okay, well, now you need to go look up the definition of level. And then in the definition of level, you get things like horizontal, horizon, plane. And then you got to go look up the definitions of horizontal, horizon, and plane. And I bring them through these steps. Now, some people are willing to walk with me through that. Other people are like, you're just making up definitions. No, these are the definitions. And they want to act like words don't matter. And they're like, you're going to try to prove the globe with etymology. I'm like, do you understand that the definitions come from the etymology? The words, the words have a definition. The definition comes from etymology. The etymology has a root. It's all connected. You can't just be like, no, because you don't like it.
Have you seen the Merriam-Webster dictionary? The first adjective to the word level. So if you
they changed it.
Yeah, if you guys look it up, and just for everyone listening right now, if you go and look up the word level and look at the first adjective that's put there, you're going to find out that it has been hijacked. They have now used, they're trying to get us on level. They really want you to actually go to where it says level, because look at the first adjective in the description there. Because this is the Merriam-Webster dictionary, so it's like not that, it's a citation that I think everybody should look at. Once they start going to what level is, they'll agree with you. They will say, yeah, I agree, the water's level. But then if you look at the fine print, which is the first adjective, which describes that it's curving with the liquid parts of the earth, then you're going to realize, oh, that's why they want us to talk about level. So like Max was, they don't want, the word flat it's a very visceral connotation for them to actually say. They don't want to admit flat. They will cringe and they will do everything they can to not admit that it's flat. So they don't understand that when we talk about flat, we actually mean level on its surface. But at the same time, when we say flat, it's exactly what the word means. But they don't want to talk about that. They want to say something else. So they'll start redefining things. They want us to say, well, you can't say flat earth. You use a different word. And then we'll people that want to like enable them, or, okay, well, if you don't like the word flat, if you don't like me calling myself a flat earther, or even sometimes flat earthers are like, you know what, I don't like the term flat earther per se. I'd rather just call myself geocentric level stationary earther. It's just like, it starts to redefine a position that actually was meant to be used as it was, because whenever they use like the earth for practical purposes, like for navigation and such, inside a flight manual, it will say they have to treat the earth practically as it's flat and stationary. And so there's a lot of terms that they say that would have to boil it down to the earth looking and presenting itself as this way, so that we can use it for practical purposes. And so in navigation over water or air, they have to view the earth that way. And so they don't realize that much of it. So when we actually state that, we actually have some citations we can bring up from flight manuals and such that actually say, even like them treating the earth as practically flat and level, they have to use the term flat and level. So, flat and non-rotating. That's what I meant, flat and non-rotating. So those two words, flat and non-rotating, they have to actually apply that practically. So they don't want to say that, and they'll act as if you can't call yourself that. So like I said, there's a lot of flat earthers that want to get away from that. They don't like the word flat, and they'll go to say something else. Like I said, geocentric, stationary earther, or whatever, because they don't want to say that because it's so cringe, it's so visceral. But I think that term was meant to be used that way.
Yeah, and I don't mind. I don't mind being called a flat earther. I don't mind that at all because and I remind people that I say Earth is it's geocentric, it's level, stationary, inertial Earth plane, i.e., flat Earth. It's just a lot easier to say, and it's accurate as fuck.
But I remember the guy when was example of the table. He didn't want to say table it's flat. He said table it's leveled.
So the table has
and I'm
curving?
not. No, it's flat, and I'm sticking to my guns on it, just like Mayhem was saying. They're just trying to change our verbiage to get it to compel us into new arguments and new conversations in order to sort of kind of agree with them when we say something is level by the new dictionary meaning now, right? They're redefining these words right in front of us. Flat is flat. Flat is flat.
That pissed me off to see that. Oh, made me so mad to see that.
Look at Ethergrass posted in 16 minutes after the hour in the live stream voice text. Now go ahead and just read it, because that's exactly what I was referring to when I was talking about that the Earth is level in their term. It says having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface, parallel with the plane of the horizon, horizontal, even or unwavering. It's in the adjective in and of itself is already contradicting itself. So that's kind of
so angry.
At, right? So it's saying even or unwavering in height, equal in advantage, progression, or standing. This is Merriam-Webster's dictionary. In the dictionary, it's a citation. They could probably bring up when you say the word level. They're like, look, I'm going to show you what level means with the citation. And they're going to show you. And you're like, oh, well, that's what level means to you, but that's not what level is. And so it's like a hair splitting. You know what I mean? That's what we start to mince words here, and then it's going to be like, well, that's not what level, and you start debating what level means and so forth. So they got away from flat, they got you to level, now you're on their playground. So they have a citation, just as I pointed out. That's the reason why level is great, right? Because when we speak of level, we know what it means, but the term has been hijacked in the sense of now it's got this adjective that describes something other than what level really means.
But let's put it like this: whatever means level, curve, flat, whatever. Let's find a curvature, because doesn't matter level, flat, whatever, Because if Earth is globe, there is a curvature, and that is curving.
Yeah, I understand, Sasha. But like what we always talk about here is the Socratic method, right? So if we're going to convey something over to somebody else, we have to make sure we know what we're saying and why we're saying it. So exactly the terms that are being used, some of them have been hijacked, and that's the reason why I'm making everybody aware. Make sure to look up, because if you did or if you didn't know that the adjective that is used here, the first one is the one that I just described. The Ether posted 16 minutes after the hour. It's going to describe something contradictory to what you're talking about when you say level. So using the Socratic method, we can't just say, oh, it doesn't matter, curve, flat, level. Like we're just talking about go and check the Earth. No, we have to speak in a way that we can communicate with each other in words that mean things. So the word has to actually have meaning behind what we say. You can't just say words,
Okay, so let's put it
like it actually pissed me off to see that, pissed me off to see that they had changed the definition of level to a body of water curving around the frickin' Earth. Is that how bad this is? Is that how extensive this has gotten? Is this how much the truth has gotten out to the point where they have to change definitions to conform to their stupid, curving, spinning wet ape ball?
And that's because they were aware of all of the noise and dust that we're kicking up, right? And this is why they're changing these definitions right in front of our face so that they can try to weaken our arguments, right? However, we're not going to let that work.
Can someone get a pinpoint on when that definition for level came about? Can somebody get a pinpoint on when they changed that definition from level to being curve?
Imagine
because I'd like to know. I'd like to know when that happened.
Jenna, imagine that we are in
To your
80s.
books. Hold on to your dictionaries, which has the meaning of words that we knew existed.
We are in imagine that we are in 80s now, and we are in some kind of workshop, and some guy will stand up and say, level is curved. Everybody will say, you are fucking stupid. But
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I've got a video.
Yeah, but now we are in 2000, because there is nothing to protect this globe, and now we need to change definitions, because in the 80s, sea level was sea level. Now it's not anymore, because how to protect this globe, because these guys made observation and it's flat,
So what I was pointing out is that same adjective, it contradicts itself. While I was reading it, like the second half of that adjective is talking about how it's unwavering, that's even, horizontal, and it's like that contradicts the previous statement that it said that it's following liquid curved parts of the earth. Isn't that crazy? How it contradicts itself right on its face. So even if they bring up the citation, you're like, can't you see that it has a contradiction in and of itself? You can't have something that's unwavering at the same time it's wavering.
Yeah, contradictory definitions. That's some crap. Coffee's done.
So it's like
That's
whatever.
gonna be a bitch in carpentry, right? Level.
Exactly.
I need you to make that headboard level. You mean with curves level or like?
The liquid parts of the earth.
Because I've done decking. I've built whole rooms. I put roofs on things. I'm very familiar with squares and levels and lasers and all of these construction tools that require level. They require a horizontal flat baseline to find my angle. But I can't explain that.
Maybe it works to our advantage, right? Maybe it works to our advantage. Maybe all of the carpenters and masons and everybody in the world start having to say flat now. I need you to flatten that out. Yeah, make it flat.
Yep.
We're going to leave level alone because that means the curves. So we got to make everything flat now.
Exactly.
Like a flatbed truck.
I like that. You know what? I think we'll just decide that here and now that we are going to, just really use the word flat. Like, fuck using level. We're going to be like, that shit is flat, - Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, and that's what Neil said. That stuff is flat. And that was contrary to what he was saying the Red Bull space jump was when they were seeing all that curvature. Now notice that he made a contradiction to like what the claim was when they were Red Bull space jump with Felix Baumgartner. He was like contradicting that specific moment, and when they were viewing that, he's like, well, they say that the Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull space jump, when he jumped 125,000 feet, from the gondola, that it was curved Earth, and he's like, no, it's not. He's like, you don't see the curvature of the Earth, you just don't. And he said it was such emphasis. That stuff is flat, and so this is interesting, right? Because now he's saying contrary to the curve. It's flat. So that's the opposite. And he used that word. Now, he did. A science communicator. Wanting people to understand how it looks. So, this is the reason why we use that term. It's not that they're confused. And they don't fall for this whole, well, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't know do you mean flat like a paper? Like, they know what you mean, because we're obviously on an Earth that has topographical, hills and valleys. We know that. We don't have to act like, we're all like trying to learn this new word or whatever. But that's their sophistry. Their sophistry, so they can get around the term. But they know what you mean.
I like that you brought up that Red Bull jump, Miggy.
Yeah,
because I was arguing with someone about that.
I think there was two instances. Felix Baumgartner and the other one. There was a third one, actually, but go on.
I was just saying that I was debating with somebody about the Red Bull jump. Somebody who believes that the Red Bull jump was proof of Earth curvature. And this is someone who does not know how camera lenses work. And I'm like, buddy, I took fucking video production for 2 years in high school. We had to learn about what lenses do for photography and for cinematography. And, you know, I'm telling him what a fisheye lens does. It's even your horizon line, whatever's at the horizon, it's going to bulge. It's going to look bubbled. But the whole big thing about the Red Bull jump is that if that's what Earth looks like from just the stratosphere at 120,000 feet up, Earth is feckin' small, like real small. Okay? Yeah. And another big facto is what you're seeing in the frame, the entire frame, the dirt that you're seeing in the frame is all New Mexico dirt. Welcome to Planet New Mexico?
I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah. The size of Mexico. Wow. It took up fucking half the globe.
Yeah. I'm like, so you mean to tell me that New Mexico takes up over half the fucking globe in that frame?
The same thing. It's
you can't think.
It's almost painfully obvious when you know what it is, and like it's actually kind of it's disturbing how much lack of evidence, lack of demonstration for a curvature. It's like it's like they what's the lowest quality evidence do we need to get everyone to believe it? And look at how much people believe it. And so, but
I got kind of shitty with that guy, though. I did. I was like, are you fucking serious right now? Pay attention to it. Look at it. The dirt that you're seeing in the frame, the entire reference frame of Earth is New Mexico dirt.
Yeah,
Dude.
and to be honest,
I never got a response back from him, so maybe he figured it the fuck out and left me alone.
Exactly, and that's probably a good sign, honestly, because it's like they have to let it sink in for a second. And like to give, I mean, no hate on energy drinks because I just drank an energy drink. You know, like to get a credible source from Red Bull is a little odd to me. I will say I've had you've had that too. Like you've had people give you the Red Bull jump as evidence. I'm just like, okay, like this is from an energy drink company, and this is come on, like, and then. It's just the lack of genuine professional evidence is absurd.
Oh shit! I'm talking to Lo-Fi. I didn't realize who I was talking to. I was like, "Is this that kid from last night?" What's up, bro?
Yo, what's going on? Yeah, I'm just kind of still trying to get it out of my system because it's like I genuinely am going kind of like insane on a social level, spiritual level. Like it's just like the truth.
Look, I feel
I get it,
but you know what?
Yeah.
You're not gonna go like you're gonna feel that way throughout all of this. You're gonna feel just like amped up and ready to go. Like I'll jump into this BC. Like I'm fired up today. Let's go.
It's a lot of energy being like what is it? Expressed throughout literally an entire lifetime. And so it's just constant fighting and battling. It's just constant like letting go and moving forward. And like it's just I just can't talk.
So Lo-Fi, I akin it to like a bonfire. When you first start out, you have a lot of zeal, a lot of passion, a lot of energy. It's like a bonfire just blazing just everywhere, right? You just want to like do as much damage as you can. But after a while, that fire becomes so precise and honed, it becomes like a cutting torch. Then you're surgical with your flame. No more longer is it going to be just like blasting everywhere. It's like specifically how to hit your target and exactly how to demolish them. So that's why when you're in here, like I felt your energy. It was a bit like over the top last night, but that's no worries, man. Because everybody that comes in here with their zeal and their passion, you have to kind of get it through that phase. There's a phase where you just want to like rampage, like destroy all the falsehoods out there. And that's what it should be. But once you start realizing you can concentrate that energy into like demolishing their arguments from the inside out instead of from the outside in. And what I mean is, just like, I'll give you an example, right? So if somebody's coming at you with like, well, explain this flat earther, explain that flat earther, and you're like, bam, demolish, like you're just hitting them with logical, consistent points.
And it never works.
That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. And the other way, right? When that's the outside in part. The inside out is where you stump them where they don't have an answer. So you give them things that they have to answer. So the onus isn't on you because that's what they'd like, right? Here's my points, rebut me. And you're just like, no, this is where we're going to start. I'm going to show you how much you don't know. So you're going to destroy them from the inside of their knowledge coming out. So it's like you breach their walls and you go straight for the core. And then
Well, they know their own model is false, and that's
yeah. So they have to tell you. They have to tell you how their model, or because they say model, but they really, honestly, here's a secret: they don't have a model. They don't. There is no globe model whatsoever. And if you think they have a globe model, then I would ask for the
it's
globe model.
Finish.
So
yeah.
What they do have
It's
is
based off.
they don't have.
Something.
I guess. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is because all that energy right now, it's going to be used to destroy every argument that comes your way, and a lot of it's going to wind up being debates most of the time. It'll probably be debate, having like fest, whatever.
Yeah,
I get that.
Well, that's the thing.
You have
It's
to go to the phase, we all do. First coming into it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
for
I
instance,
think
yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to comment on Red Bull jump, for instance. You do know that Neil deGrasse Tyson has addressed the Red Bull jump.
Has he? I haven't seen that.
Oh, right. I think he did, didn't he? He said that. Oh, yeah. He was saying well, of course you wouldn't see curvature if you jumped up. Yeah, he was.
He's too low to the ground to see curvature, so it's flat from that height. So their own priest says so it's super easy to destroy them with a hostile witness.
Yeah, there's too much hypocrisy and reverse engineering. Like it's too much backtracking. It's like, oh, you can't see it from that height, but you can see it from this height, and then there's always a reason.
Exactly.
But like that, there's always a reason why this and that, or this is that way, and and so that's the thing. It's almost like obliterating, though. It's just like I don't even know if they believe what they're saying. Like they absolutely. They don't
Have you ever
believe
been a compulsive liar? Whenever you're trying to talk to them, they try to weasel out what you're saying with a lie. But this is exactly what they do. They even because no one that you speak to about the globe knows what the globe is about. I 100% can guarantee you. They can tell you read, look up Wikipedia, and do all that stuff, but they don't know what they think they know. And so when you call them out on it, it's going to look like it's going to amplify what you're saying. So they're never going to tell you exactly what's really going on, how they know that the earth is spinning, how they know that the earth is curved. They're never going to tell you that. I've been doing this for a long time. Not even the most intellectual people can actually say this. People that work at NASA, for God's sakes. There's a NASA safety engineer that was in here the other day, and I asked him the three questions that I asked every single person, and he didn't know.
NASA, you have to make sure they know what they're saying. So you ask them, like, do you know the radius? How do you measure it? And who measured it? And then it's like pull up any stupid you want to have, and then they're like, it's 3959, and then it's just like they're trying to like explain it on the go, and that because they genuinely none of them know, none of them really. It's the same talking points, and then eventually it's going to fall apart because the flat Earth can keep going. The globe can't. Like the flat Earth can go all day. You can keep going, ask questions, answer them, and everything can keep going. But eventually, the globe explanations end. There's a finite explanation, and it ends with either we don't know, dark matter, or it's it's a theory. Well, and they'll try to pass the theory off as a fact.
Then you have to educate them what a theory, because they wouldn't.
Can't do that.
Sorry, Jen.
That's just they try. Yeah, I mean they try to whatever. But yeah, so that's kind of like I mean,
I'd like to jump in. I don't think any of us really knew the dimensions of the globe until we got into it. Right. I mean, you might have a couple of smart cookies here, who knew all of this useless information, or what we consider useless information. Right. I don't think any of us knew the dimensions of the globe. So I generally take that people don't know the dimensions of the globe and the radius of the globe and all of those sorts of things. Right. So just a quick anecdotal story. Right. I'm walking and I'm by the pier and I see them with a water exhibition. And it's this thing. It's like a big thing, and you can go under it, and the water comes around you. Anyway, a couple of little kids did it. A little girl got wet, started crying. Oh, it was terrible. Anywho, the guys who was out there, I asked them about water. I asked them, well, if you guys know how, the composition of water, why can't you just produce it? Of course, they couldn't answer that question because, you don't know the composition of water. You just tell us that, right? That is H2O. If it was H2O, you'd be making plenty of it already. So I went on to ask this guy. I was like, the water that we're looking at in this exhibition, all of it seems to be flat, right? He said, yeah, water's flat. And we were by the pier. So I said, turn around. I said, you're a boater? I said, you've been out on the ocean? He said, no, not really. I said, well, just, look around. The water's all flat, right? He said, yeah. I said, but they tell us that we live on the globe with curves, and the water curves and spins. He was like, oh, you coming at me like Kyrie Irving? I was like 100%. I was like, Kyrie Irving never retracted his statement. He just decided not to have the argument publicly. And so, I'm not trying to have an argument with people that I'm trying to introduce new information to, or trying to get them to change their perspective, perhaps. So I'm not trying to come at them, with heat. That's for the internet. That's for in these rooms and online and stuff like that, where people want to, big up their chests like they know what's going on. But in the street, when I'm, trying to have this conversation with regular folk, I'm just trying to plant some seeds, because I know they are just as ignorant as I was when I first came in here kicking and screaming. That's all. I'll land there.
Sorry, guys. I've got to agree. Shut up. I've got to agree with what Max said, because I guarantee you, not one of you knew the radius of the Earth before you became a flat earther. So spot on, Max. Also, the second thing that you said that I wanted to point out, how we speak to people. Yeah, there's online stuff and in Discord, but out there on the streets, it's a completely different conversation. That conversation has got to be given with a lot of kindness, a lot of passion, a lot of patience, and a lot of love.
Max.
Yeah.
Max, have you never heard of water welding, where they use hydrogen and oxygen, and once you ignite it, it just gives off water?
Of course, that's just the water in the air that's being chemically produced. That's not new water. That's water that is in the environment already. Again, this is why they can't produce water. You produced a chemical reaction, which created a reaction from the water molecules in the air. That's all.
Then why aren't other torches creating water residue?
Because they have different systems. I'm no engineer or anything like that. But period, if they knew what water was, they'd be making plenty of it. You wouldn't have droughts in California. You wouldn't have a Sahara desert. They'd be making plenty of water. If they knew how to desalinate the water, they would. Or maybe they do know how to desalinate it and don't let the information come out. I can't really say.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have information to do both of those things. It's just it's not commercially viable, and they're not going to make any money off it, so they see no reason to do it.
So let the people die. Let the houses burn. Right? That's what we're saying here?
That's how they act. I'm not saying it's moral or just.
I don't know that. I disagree. I totally disagree. They don't understand water. And I don't think anybody
the average person maybe doesn't, but there are scientists and people who can do stuff.
Oh man, the same people who tell you that the water sticks to the boil are the same people who tell you they know what water is.
No, it's just about chemistry.
If you say so, produce some water.
I gave you a practical example where that happens.
I explained how that was a chemical reaction to the water molecules that's already existing in the air.
No, otherwise, what do you mean prove that?
You proved it with the experiment.
No,
you didn't create any water. There was no water created.
There was water created. It came as a byproduct.
I'm not going to have this argument. I'm no chemist. I'm no chemist. I'm not going to have this argument with you, but I would dare you to look up more information on this. People don't understand water.
I've seen.
They understand it like they understand the globe.
I've seen the ideas about H2O not being hydrogen and oxygen. I've seen all that.
Have you seen people producing water? Have you even a glass of water? Have you seen that done?
I've seen it used in welding, where they use it to cut steel and stuff like that.
Droplets, the water in the air.
It constantly creates on the water as the chemical reaction happens?
It is exactly the chemical reaction to the water that's already existing in the
there's
air.
no chemical reaction to any water. That's not how chemical reactions work. They don't just work with water in the air. That's not chemically reactive.
So are you saying that are you saying that water is like infinite, or are you saying like
No, I think what needs to happen right now probably is a citation of this process taking place, and that way maybe Max can take a look at it, Trace, if that was the case. So that way there's no like argument.
I'll find it for you.
There's a citation and probably something he can look at, and then probably.
I've seen them produce water in experiments. We've all seen the experiments where a little explosion is created and then water droplets appear. Right? That's basically what he's talking about in this process.
Yeah, I've seen this guy that he created a machine that actually, where there was no water, is create this machine that takes the moisture that's in the air and creates water, like drinkable water from that. So
that's pretty
good. That's a different thing as well.
From the water that exists in the air already, you can try to make something but it's not something that's feasible on a large scale. You're not creating water. What you're doing is you're bringing the water together that's already existing in the air.
That's the first law of thermodynamics, right? Energy can never be created nor destroyed. So water cannot be created nor destroyed. And in that same way, it only does a transition. But if we're saying from the place of like you're creating something, you're making it out of like there is no ingredients. You make the ingredients, like you create it in that sense. I don't think it's created. It's produced, but it's not created.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. They do not create water.
You can produce it, but if you actually create something like that, then that means that the first law can be negated. It's not a law anymore. That means that you can actually create energy and destroy it. Do you know what I mean? If it's created, it can be destroyed. But
I don't see anything getting created or destroyed.
Well, that's what I mean. It's only produced, but I don't know if it's created. I think the term created has a special connotation to it, meaning that like say in the first instance when the laws were made, let's say we weren't there, but if the creator exists and has created everything from a different place that we can't make things from, perhaps that is a way that things can be initiated or created. But I think we can produce things out of the elements that we are available to us, and using reactions or possibly even making something out of the stuff that's there that we can't see, something like that. I don't know if created seems a bit more like you're making it. And I think that's what Max is saying. Max, am I getting that misconstrued?
Nope, you're nailing it.
Okay. But that's the first law, though. We can, if we don't agree with it, I think it wouldn't be a law then. So
yeah, I don't see any violation of the first law here. You're just doing a chemical reaction and getting a different substance out. Chemistry.
That's I don't.
Sorry. Isn't that a cycle? Sorry, guys. Isn't that a cycle though? Isn't that a cycle that you're talking about, Trace?
A cycle?
Yeah. Like the water cycle. I boil water, it turns to steam, it condenses and turns back into water again.
No.
No, I'm just asking.
This would just be hydrogen and oxygen, and when it burns, there's this byproduct of water that gets created or appears or whatever. But we would need to find some correlation or proof that it's coming from the humidity, because they can do it in closed containers and just fill them with water. The problem is you have to get all these gases together, and that in itself is energy intensive, and then you have to put all this together, and this isn't a very effective way of just making water if you need water desperately.
Yeah,
My name is Max, right? I'm not trying to argue with you, but I don't think you really have a defensible point here. Water can be produced. It can't be created.
I mean, I can agree with that.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I'm just saying it's getting produced through a chemical reaction. You're saying it's coming from the humidity. I see no evidence of that.
I said it's coming from a chemical reaction that creates something in the air
With the
that
humidity,
produces
which I haven't seen no evidence
not
of.
just humidity. There's moisture in the air even when the humidity is zero.
I mean, it should be the chemical makeup of what makes air, isn't it? Otherwise, it wouldn't be air anymore.
But they're using two specific gases, not just burning it up in
Are the
air.
same molecules that are produced, or excuse me, present in air in those gases, or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think so.
Well, so then they have the possibility of producing water in those reactions. Well, and it's just
but then you would have to translate that to every other blowtorch, which would be creating water because it's creating a temperature and the chemical reaction. Like what the chemical reaction is just creating heat, which we're using for welding.
Our torches are all different. Don't they have differences? All torches aren't the same. Don't they sometimes use different fuses to ignite the torch? Or are they all just using the same thing?
No,
there's many different types.
So if there's many different types, then there possibly could be different reactions.
Yeah, well, I would think, but
yeah, but why does it only happen with these two gases and nothing else?
Listen, I'm not a chemist. I tried to explain this to you, Drace. Like I said, I'm not trying to have the argument, right? I'm just trying to express that I don't believe that.
I'm just trying to understand your argument.
My argument is that water cannot be created.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's getting created.
That's my argument.
It's not popping out of nowhere.
My argument is that's my argument.
It's not popping out of nowhere. There's a chemical reaction.
Did you ask me what my argument was?
Is a byproduct.
Are you going to address what I just answered for you, or are you just going to keep talking about other stuff? I answered you. My argument is that water cannot be created. Do you have a
I'm not saying that. So why are you arguing with yourself?
Then why are you arguing with me? Because that's my argument. That's my argument. What's your problem?
Now, I'm not arguing against that. I'm not saying matter is getting created here.
And it's done. We land here. That's it.
You're just changing the subject.
Why? Because I won't argue with you about something that you want to argue with me about? You want to create my argument for me? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted you to explain how you got to the point where you think this chemical reaction of these two specific gases is interacting with the humidity in the air to create some magical solution. I would like to see some evidence of that.
That's your argument. That's not my argument.
More of a question.
What's your question, mate? Please change the subject.
Oh, me? Oh, no, I'm just saying, it sounded like the other fellow was asking a question, not arguing.
I just found a cursory search on Google because I sacrificed some children and he's my God. Theoretically, water, it would be possible to create, but it would be an extremely dangerous process. To create water, oxygen and hydrogen atoms must be present. Mixing them together doesn't help. You're still left with just separate hydrogen and oxygen atoms.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they can create together water just on a spinning ball, right? That's the same people who introduce you to the spinning ball.
No, this is all or nothing fallacy. This is not how we argue here.
So just like I said, just a cursory
What's
Google
your argument? All right, so cursory Google search says that you can create water. I stand corrected. The cursory Google search says you can create water.
No, Max, that's not what it says. Actually, it agrees with you.
It does say that. Actually, it does. It just says mixing the gases does not help. That's not how you create or cross the chemical reaction to mix these two gases.
Mm-hmm. So, Max, I was agreeing with you. Just a cursory Google search. 8 April today.
You could stand on your spot, Drace.
I don't know what you're trying to argue against.
When I told you my argument, you obfuscated and tried to create an argument for me, which is creating a straw man, right? But I don't like to use fallacies because I'm not that familiar with them.
It just seems your point is that we can't create water. Like, but is it technically creating if we have like some sort of machine, or does that not count? Because there's like evaporation, condensation. Like we could probably
that's water cycle, and that's usually taking the moisture out of the atmosphere.
Yeah, so is that technically creating, or is that?
No, that's part of the water.
No, that's
cycle.
Producing.
Okay.
Yeah.
The base argument is that he has.
that's condensation. That's completely different.
He has a what do you call that thing? What was it? A blowtorch? He has a blowtorch that creates water, he says. And that's what he's arguing. He's arguing that the blowtorch creates water that is not being produced.
It's kind of like if you burn methane or if you burn other types of gases using it in your blowtorch, it creates different byproducts. You don't get water droplets coming off of it. It's just, you can look at this if you want.
So what would be an example of creating water, even though, like, hypothetically, like, how would you be able to? Or is it just so impossible that you can't even make an example, hypothetically?
No, I'm not saying it's getting created. I'm just saying that's the byproduct of this process. It seems like something out of this chemical reaction. You're saying it's from the air itself. That's what you told me, the humidity. I'm saying this is what creates water. We can create water, which you said wasn't possible. Or at least maybe make water up here out of nowhere, which was your original stance.
Okay, so when there's when two oxygens and a hydrogen grow up and they start to get these certain feelings inside with them, then they'll start to bond like bird and bees and stuff like that. That's how water's created.
Yeah, I'm not saying any of that. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
I just said that.
I don't know the process by which this gets created. I don't have evidence of that. I just can't show that
I was answering somebody else's question.
We can produce water through this process.
So if we can't create water, what does that mean?
It means it already exists.
So is it like is it kind of like always has, always will be kind of thing?
As far as I know.
So it's infinite then. It's like an example.
I don't use it. I don't like to use infinite and absolute. These are things that I can't. There's no explanation for.
Well, there's got to be if there's a result, there's got to be an explanation.
The explanation is that it was created with us. It was created because it's part of our creation. This is what the designer had in mind when he created it.
Yeah, that doesn't sound far off. Your eyes are 75% water. The earth is 75% water. The human body itself is 75% water. So yeah, I think.
Hang on a second. The percentages for the earth. How did you get those?
Well, I always just say 75.
Since we're diving into everybody saying things, and now we're gonna stop and ask, because here's what happens when people start saying things, and we don't have the citations or the things that are produced. Then we have to bring those up. I think at least for the audience to know that we're not just coming from a stance of saying something. It's difficult, and I'm not saying that it's easy, but if somebody says that the earth, because I heard this already before with the flat earth, they like to say, well, since earth is covered in 70% water, that has something that the globe has said that it has. We can use it for our arguments, but then they're going to ask, because it has been done to CB, who's been in here. And what's the guy's name that was in here? The clown show? I don't know, he's an Irish fellow, but he was in here. And he asked Drace, he was like, wait, 70%? Why are you saying 70%? Is that your claim? And he turned it around on CB, and CB was like, no, that's a globe claim. He's like, well, you said it. How do you know that it's 70% water? So he asked him, and I was like, see, that's why we shouldn't say that the earth is covered in 70% water. That's something that they say because the entire realm of existence for a globe would then be able to say that because of the known globe earth, they've already said that this much of Earth is this much, and this much of Earth is this much for water.
Well, I mean, if you look at any map, I mean, like just by looking at how much blue there is that represents water.
I see, here's the thing, though: the maps are not the land, and the land's not the maps. Here's another issue, right? What is the gold standard map that we can actually bank on? That we're going to say we're going to put. It doesn't matter what map you think of. Which is the one that you think we can use? That we're going to say, okay, we'll look at this map and then just parse out how much land there is versus how much water there is, and say on this specific map we're going to gauge a percentage. Which map do you think we can use?
I mean, I don't know what do you mean? Like,
what map do you think we can use as far as like when you say 70% of the Earth is in water, or you said look how much blue there is? What map are you speaking of? What specific map?
I mean, honestly, just about any map. I mean, just look at any map. I don't understand what you mean.
Which map is talking? Which map is showing us that the whole world is shown to us as the entire realm of existence? Like it does. You can pick anyone, right? You said all of them do.
Right.
Every
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Even the globe.
I think so. I mean, every map is just the first color that you think of when you think about like the sky or like the water or like the Earth maps is blue, because that's what you see. You just see a abundance of blue.
Yes, but how are we saying then if we're looking at the world in its entirety, right? Because that's what we're doing with the world map, aren't we?
Right.
Okay, so how do we know that the entire world is parsed out in that way? What if there's more land than there is water?
Well, I wouldn't disregard that. Oh,
well,
wait.
That's what I'm asking. So then, therefore, the logic statement that the Earth is covered in 70% water wouldn't follow, because it could be rebutted to you and say, how do you know? And then how are you going to explain what you know?
That's a good point. No, I get what I actually get what you're saying. Yeah, now, well, all right. So,
yep.
How would I explain that other than the fact that I just genuinely feel like it's obvious? Like, how would I?
Right. And I agree with you with the understanding that for the most part, we can travel over water and over land and in the air, right? Yeah. To kind of get a feel for what we're living on. But at the same time, I'm talking about the entire realm of existence. Have we known all of its? Do we know all of? Should put it this way: do we know all of its boundaries or not?
That's a fair statement, and question. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. No, that makes. I mean, I would even argue this too, though, or not even argue. I was just maybe I'll say, like, do you think it's possible that's 50% water, 50% land?
No, that's my speculation. I wouldn't dare touch that with a 10-foot pole. Like, I would say stay away from those speculations, because here's what's going to happen. Let's just say they say, well, okay, so you don't know. So what would you say then? Say, I don't know. That's the intellectually honest position. Neither do you.
Well, could you say I would?
No.
No.
Sorry, no.
I'll let Jedi tell you. I gotta pump up my dog's mess. So go ahead, Jedi.
Sorry, my friend. As soon as you start to say, well, could I say this? No, the intellectual, honest answer is what Miggy just pointed out. You don't know. Anything from this point onwards is a speculation. From their point of view, they can attack your speculation. They can attack the straw man that you just built for yourself, because you don't know.
Right. Well, then nobody knows, really.
Yeah, excellent stuff. So, yep, nobody knows. This is the thing about a flat earther. We know it's flat, but we don't know how big it is. We don't know the shape of the Earth. We just know it's Earth shape. We know it's not moving, and we know that you can't have gas pressure without a container. And that's pretty much all we know, mate. We can't make knowledge claims about things that we don't know. We can logically speculate, I guess, but we have a day called Speculation Sunday set aside especially for that, because we know how dangerous having speculations in debate servers or in front of other globe earthers is. Detrimental, mate.
Yeah, I understand. No, that's wild. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, I wasn't even like claiming. I would assume, like, safely assume. But yeah, I know that's not really a positive answer either. So
did he say safely assume?
Yeah. So safely assume is the logical. Yeah, I can maybe get to that logical point, but I can't touch the sky. So this comes around with, I say, flat earthers say there is a dome because you can't have gas.
You can see the sky. You can't touch it, but you can see it. You can you can like prove that it's there. And you can you can support why you say that. So it's not like completely out. It's not like it's the same thing that I say to everybody who believes in the globe model when I say, well, I mean, if flat Earth is so retarded, then why do we have flat surfaces? Why do we have horizontal lines? Like, why do we have sea level? So like these are like simple questions that, you know, will support and deny both sides. And so, yeah, I'm just I mean, we're all just trying to figure it out, right? Based off what we know, based off what we can assume. We're just doing our best. I mean, I don't think anyone's peacocking thinking that they know the answers. They're just trying to figure out the answers. And sometimes maybe perhaps to figure out certain answers, you have to kind of have like some sort of direction perhaps. And if that direction hits a dead end, well, at least there was like an honest idea of speculation. Like it's like, okay, well, that doesn't work. Then what else works? What can work?
What happens with the speculation? If you're talking about good-natured people, I could see that the conversation.
What is that?
But just let me finish here before you jump in. So with good-natured people, a conversation like that with speculation is great. The other person will be like, "That's wonderful that you think of the Earth that way." But when you're dealing in this arena, you're dealing with people who don't like that you're disagreeing with them saying the Earth is a globe. Yeah. So what ensues is you say, well, and they ask you, well, what do you think the Earth can be? They're not asking you so that you can produce a speculation and so that they can have a nice little chat about it. They want to know what they can defeat you on and win the argument. So once you do bring up a speculation, they're going to use it against you and then punch your invisible straw man until a bloody pulp. So they're going to keep pounding you like, you just said it. You just said that the Earth can be this. Now let's talk about what you just said. And trust me, they will take you on a joyride. The innocent thing you just did, it's going to be used to display to everybody that you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, see, he's just thinking of an ice ring. Oh, see, he's thinking of the ether or something. You know what I mean? And then parade you around like as if you don't know what you're talking. And so that's why I always say, be careful when you engage because of that. Guys are ready and willing to kind of like pounce on you on every single thing that you say. And they want you to say, well, what map and model do you have? Go ahead and show me. And you show them the AE map or something. And then they're like, great. Let's talk about it, because that's what they want.
Right.
But if you don't give that to them, then there's nothing they can beat up. They're pretty much stand there with their,
Fingers crossed, yeah. I hear you.
Lo-fi, can you explain? Sorry, Lo-fi. Can you explain seasons to me on a flat Earth?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, wowzers, I'm on the spot now. Okay. Well, I never claimed to know all the answers here, but I would assume that the sun and the moon rotate around the Earth, and depending on the well, now I don't know how. I don't want to sound stupid. I need someone to like kind of explain it. I just know.
Just don't.
Sorry?
Just don't. It was a kind of a trick question, mate, because this is one of the questions that you will get asked. How do seasons work? Explain this, flat earther. And ultimately, mate, you said at the beginning, I would safely assume.
Right. Well, no, I didn't. Oh, yeah, actually, perhaps you're right. Yeah. No, and I can admit if I don't know. Like, I'm not here to like showboat. I genuinely am trying to figure it out. Like, I want to have a discussion. I don't want to have like a debate. It's like, okay, let's figure this out together. Like, let's not attack each other. Let's really be honest with each other and like figure out what's going on. Like, none of us have seen it firsthand POV. Like, we just have to be honest and like figure out what we genuinely can figure out, and so and work together to find the answers. I will say that I have enough conviction to know what's not real and what's a lie. But I will also be able to say that I don't know the answers 100%. Like I created the earth and everything. So like so like I can admit that I'm wrong in certain degrees, but also I can admit when I know that something isn't correct, and based off empirical evidence, based off common sense, based off ethical sense. It's just logic and honesty. And so, I don't know. I just I'm figuring it out, and I've been trying to figure out for like a few months, and just in a few months, I feel like I've been on a better path than I have my whole life, and so that's telltale. And everything is telltale. It's meant to drive you insane. Every politician talks about how stupid flat Earth is. I honestly, that in itself should raise a concern as well. And just the whole thing's a house of cards. That's why people get angry. I always say to people, like, if you were living a lie, I'd be pissed too. Like that the fact that when anyone feels the need to attack something, then they're on the defense. Like they're not offense. Offense, you'd be protecting something. So you're protecting, you're defending. But they're not defending. They're attacking. Like they'll literally call you a derogatory name, and then they'll like try to mock you. So right from the get-go, it's not defending or protecting like a loved one, like a cub. It's more like, I'm going to attack you for for what you're saying. And so that right there literally tells me that it's not an honest discussion. It's an attack. It's not even like, they're not trying to understand. They don't want to understand both sides. So, if you're going to read a book on Gandhi, you're going to have to read a book on Hitler as well. So you got to understand both sides. And if you can't understand both sides, then you don't understand any side. If you don't understand one, you don't understand both sides. It's just like staring at one side of the coin, not flipping it, looking at the other side of the coin. And so this is this is honestly, this is common sense. But a lot of people get tripped up, and like, I can genuinely dance with any communication. Like, I understand the shaming, I understand the nonsense, the hooligans, but like, I have so much patience with people. Like, I genuine patience. Like, they can get personal, attack me, try to confuse me. I'm just like, listen, dude, look, I'm just trying to figure it out. And then it's just like, well, they have to come down, they have to get up to my level and be like, hey, what is the answer here? Like, let's not attack each other. Like, I always say that too. I'm like, hey, let's not, don't attack me. Like, let's talk.
Lo-Fi reminds me of me when I joined Flat Earth 2015. When I first came into the arena, I had high hopes. I had expectations. I was thinking of a certain way. Let's not argue. Let's not fight. Let's all get along. Let's get this thing right. And then I met the sophists, the anti-flat earther, the real knuckleheads of the groups. And I found out really quickly there's a certain way to do things. It's a case by case scenario. You only can do things case by case. You can't wish that could be the case all the time, because there's some really, really nasty people in this world, and they don't care about what your feelings are about the subject matter.
I understand. I understand that wholeheartedly. Like, nobody can use me as emotional punching bag. Like, I'm just not really offended. Like, I genuinely don't get offended. I can hear the most disturbing shit, and I just feel like I don't think anyone has gone through the things that I've experienced. So like, I don't think they can really handle the pressure. Like, I can handle the pressure, like on a level that I don't think people can understand. And so like, I'm there for the people that are throwing tomatoes at me. Like, I'm genuine about it. Like, I'm like, brother, I love you, or like, sister, I love you. Like, let's talk. And like, you just can't, like, it's on their court. Like, they have to be kind and courteous to not look like a fool. And you'll see this on YouTube a lot. Like, everyone's like, man, I don't believe in flat earth, but this global person's like not winning me over at all, because this is the word. It's hysterical. It's hysterical. You just got to like parent them. You to be like, hold up. Like, don't try to make fun of me. Like, stop like throwing
sorry, like,
yeah.
Sorry, like, you've gone on for a while. I wanted to go on to something that you said maybe about 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. What I wanted to remind you whilst you're on this point, sorry, buddy, no worries. What I wanted to remind you is, when you're talking to globers, whether they are anti-flat earthers or whether it's just somebody like in your family or at work, or, on a bench in the street, for example, you have to remember that they think they have all the knowledge. When you go and speak to people about flat earth, you can't replace any of the gaps that they've now got.
I would disagree, though. I feel like when you have conviction of an answer, you don't get angry.
I understand. Shall I finish my point? Shall I finish my point? Do you understand? Yeah. So you said you don't agree. It's that when you said that, mate. Because you can't tell them what the moon is, what the sun is, what the sky is, the reasons why things happen. You can't give them stories about tides and what's in the middle of the earth. All of that is knowledge that they think they have. You can't replace it with anything else because you don't know.
Right.
Do you want to say what you said again? Do you understand now, right?
Well, yeah. No, I can admit my fault. But I just want to clarify that when anyone's angry, if you truly are, it's like you want to teach people, you want them to understand the truth, and so you're not going to belittle someone that's attacking. Like a wise man is hard on himself, a fool is hard on others. Like if they genuinely believed in the truth, they wouldn't be freaking out. They wouldn't be an asshole. And that's, I would argue, is true. Like if you know the truth, then you're free. Then you're smart and you're wise. And so if you're all these wonderful qualities, then you're not going to be
Not true either. Sorry,
I don't know.
It's not true either.
Would you say a smart?
Sorry, Dave. Sorry. So when you have the truth, doesn't mean you're wise. You've just got truth. Everybody can have truth, but you're going to have lots of different personalities if you're human. And human make mistakes and they're jealous and they're all of these types of things. So just because you have truth, doesn't mean you are now wise.
Well, don't you have to be wise to receive the truth?
No, wisdom comes after truth, mate.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you can withhold the truth, like I couldn't receive the truth because I was blatantly ignorant. I was very sure that my scientists and my astronauts knew the answer. So I would just hide behind that fake army, and I would just like peacock, knowing like I think deep down everyone doesn't really believe the globe model. I think they just want to have faith that they weren't lied to. So it's like an ego thing. And so, what was I saying? Oh yeah. Wait, what was I saying? I don't even know where I was going with that. But
you understand what I was saying to you, right?
Yeah, I understand. And that's why I'm trying to figure out more, trying to understand formulas more, reasons more.
Sorry, you just remind me of me, say, when I came into Flat Earth 2015.
I've been hearing that. Well, I mean, it is a take in. It kind of makes me...
that, did I? When we first
Sorry, mate. Yeah, I mean, I'll give the example. So I wanted to talk to everybody about it, but the things that I was talking about are not the things that I'm talking about now. I wasn't talking about water level. I was talking about the sun and eclipses and seasons and all of that type of shit. The stuff that we don't talk about anymore. So I was going about it in a way that, for me, being as I'd seen, like, for example, 200 proofs. So let's say I've got 500 things that I think I can talk about. Yeah. I can't talk about them yet, so I'm not wise enough. Yeah, I've got the truth, but only experience gives you wisdom, and I'm not blowing my own fucking trumpet. I'm not saying I'm wise, but ultimately, eight years down the line, I'm much more wiser than I was then.
No, you're right. I have to. Yeah, that was a slice of humble pie I need to take down. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It's just such exciting. No, you're right. It's an exciting feeling, is all. It's and we talk to people about. It's refreshing because like a lot of people are still kind of like blind and they're delusional and they don't want to talk about it.
Oh, like like pudding, it gets better with every year.
Yeah, sure. Pudding goes hard, yo. Vanilla pudding is amazing, but like chocolate pudding with vanilla swirls, yo. That's incredible. But yeah. I mean,
you think with the passion you have it's gonna simmer down. It only gets better. You can ask me. As far as we know right now, I can tell you this much: the most intellectual person on the globe side can come in here and I can tear them apart. And the most common, I'd help them along. But it doesn't, like, to me, it's like there is no more. It used to be like an idea of a debate. It's not a debate anymore.
Well, that's right. Statement. No, that's a statement.
It just isn't, man.
Yeah.
What it is it's question and then honestly answer the question. Now, what usually happens is the question comes along from us. So, can you have gas pressure without a container? And then lies ensue and bullshit ensues. That's not an honest answer. Another question is, can you measure an angle if one of the lines is curved? Now, we all know that the honest answer is no, of course you fucking can't. But they will have to lie and jump around and do all these tricks and pieces just to get out of the honest answer.
That is true.
So there isn't a debate, it's just lots of people arguing with themselves and their own personal feelings because they know at the end of this road that God is waiting for them and they can't handle it.
Wow, I love it. No, you're right. Now that you mentioned that, that's what led me to reading one passage in the Bible. That's it.
But before they see the creator in what we're saying, they'll usually see a Jedi or a Mayhem.
Dude, Mayhem is awesome. Oh wait, are you talking about in general? But yeah,
I meant me and Jedi because they're in this.
People you're talking,
or Indio, or Elijah, or Grace. Any number of one of us were in here.
You know, I'll get in on it.
And the up and coming Jenna, by the way, she's been up late night, guys. So she's got the night shift. And there's some pretty crazy. Dude, I didn't know how much crazy people there are at 2 a.m. in the morning. Weird.
The freaks really do come out at night, Miggy.
Yeah, I'm just like, I pop on my drive home and I'm listening. I'm like, what? Where do we get this NASA safety engineer? I'm thinking to myself, I can just imagine. I picture this in my mind. I'm like, I bet you anything he's sitting in his study with the lights dim, just with the glow of his computer screen. You know, nobody's around listening to him sneak into the Discord. You know, kind of like, you know what I mean? Because he's curious, right? He wants to know because he's at NASA and he's like, how do these people, claim that they're saying the Earth is flat? Like, I just can't see that. What are they talking about? So his curiosity brings him into the server, and then we serve him up. It's pretty awesome, I think. But yeah, Jenna's been kind of doing some fancy footwork in here with the guys at night. They do. They get to know about at night, bro.
You literally got a soundboard for everything, CB.
Believe you
not even gonna lie.
Sometimes I gotta do a little sauce on the fly.
Like late at night, early in the morning, when I'm like really chill and medicated, and I can really like level with people and just be like, "Look, this is how it is, guy." Like, you can try to debunk it, but if you can't debunk the truth, then there's your answer, because you can't prove a lie.
Yeah.
I think, Lo-Fi, if I can address you again, my friend, if that's okay.
Yeah, what's up?
I just wanted to welcome you to the server. I realise you're really new to the server and obviously to the Flat Earth subject. I just want to give you a cautionary warning about how you present yourself. Because ultimately, whether you like it or not, you're now a Flat Earther. You represent us. So what I'm saying is, within this server, for example, we do an awful lot of education. An awful lot of education about what the heliocentric model is in comparison to what we observe within our reality. We don't like making claims about knowledge that we just don't have. Because what will happen eventually is you'll find although you might robust, for example, you might be able to dance around in these little fights. Ultimately, you will just be walked away from and laughed at and pointed at as another Flat Earther who just makes stupid claims. It's the stupid claims that we want to get out of the Flat Earth type of arena. Now, I wanted to say this on behalf of myself and Mayhem and other people in the server. To us, it doesn't matter if you're a globe earther or a flat earther. What matters to us is what you say. That's the interesting thing. So sometimes you might come into the server, you might, like earlier, you might have flat earther on flat earther because somebody said something that's up for contention. Like I said, my friend, it doesn't matter if you're flat or you're globe. It's what you say and comes out of your mouth that is the most important thing. So just be careful about the knowledge that you think you have when you quite possibly don't. And I'm not saying this to demean you in any way, shape, or form.
No, I understand.
You've got more knowledge than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I just want to give you a cautionary warning.
Everything out, yeah. Like I'm a novice with a lot. Well, not a novice, but like intermediate, I would say. Like I'm just genuinely trying to figure it out, and I want to understand.
You'll find it out really fast the longer that you stick around in the server. So
One thing
I've been around this server.
One thing I know for sure,
we're all novices until we die.
100% conviction.
Say one thing to Lofi as well. What Chris just gave you was an example of wisdom.
Yeah.
That's right.
Like I said, I think we're all, if you really think about it, we're all novices. We will all be novices until we die. This is this level.
Yeah.
We will all only make it the same level.
Really good point, Jenna. So yeah, we are not all novices because we can't hold 100% knowledge and truth about our reality.
Wow,
There's things that we just will not ever know.
That's very trippy.
Yep. And that's wisdom. Okay, that's wisdom, is to say that we will all always be novices until the day we die.
I'm not that humble.
Let me say a little caveat. Let me say a little caveat to that. So long as we can understand, we can know what we know from the experience that we have in this world. So if I tell someone, "What are you doing?" and they tell me, "Well, I'm sitting down in front of my computer and I'm eating a sandwich," then they say, when I can tell them, "How much of that can you say 100%? Do you know that to be true for certain?" Right? And if they say, "Well, because I don't know everything, I will say 99.9999% sure certainty." Well, that doesn't work. Because if you're not sure of the thing that you say that you think that you know that you're doing right now and experience, then how can you ever know anything anyway? So there's there's this kind of really understood comprehension of when we talk about knowledge. So, however, right, you can't say I know everything, because nobody knows everything. We can know some things, but we can't know everything. So in that way, we can understand that our God-given senses tell us or dictate to us how to navigate this earth, right? To stay away from harm, to do certain things, we need our senses and the ability to be able to have discernment and know what is good and what is bad. And you know what I mean? Otherwise, everybody would just do crazy things, eat poison, and like just die all of a sudden. Like there would be no navigation if you didn't know things.
Yeah. Well, surviving in itself kind of demonstrates the fact that we do have some sort of truth.
Right. So the truth that you have. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I call it the spiritual compass. Everybody has one, and some people's spiritual compasses are broken.
Yes, that's true.
And they just need to be, and all it is they just need to be realigned. That's all it takes to fix a compass.
So when you hear somebody say something like that, when I do what is called a reality check, and I ask people, have you ever eaten anything? And they're like, well, I don't know. How silly do you think that sounds coming from that person? That's pretty ridiculous, right?
No, I guess I get the other side of it though. Like how can they prove it or something like that? Like
they're alive.
Yeah. Look,
they're alive.
See, we get people. Oh,
they're freaking alive. That's the only proof that if they've ever eaten anything, that's the proof of them being alive. Like otherwise, how could you be alive if there was no food gone into your system ever?
It's a very ineffective philosophy to say you don't know 100% that you ate something. That's a weak philosophy. Period.
Yeah, and we ask people one simple question, and this is how we know the kind of person that we're dealing with. And that one simple question is, are you 100% sure that you're using Discord right now? And when somebody says, no, you can't be 100% sure of anything, but they're arguing that they're 100% sure of the globe, boom. And they usually leave the VC pretty freaking quick after that.
Yeah, that sounds wowzers. Yeah, it's a constant set of like humbleness and self-awareness that I think 99% is 99% the closest anyone could ever get to anything.
No, the point. No. Well, the point is that we can be 100% sure of things. All right, the apple is the apple. The chair is the chair. I've just poked myself in the eye. Oh fuck, it hurts. I can be 100% sure of that. But when people come in and say I'm 99% sure, or any other derivative underneath 99, then what they are saying is, oh shit, I can't prove the Earth to be a ball. Then how can I know anything to be true?
Yeah.
How sure do you think? How sure do you think of a reality is if they were dangling above a wood chipper? Do you think they wouldn't want you to get them down?
Oh, exactly. Oh my gosh, I've made that point before. Bravo.
Yeah, you would feel it for sure. You could.
Well, no, the whole thing is could you prove a globe, a spinning globe in outer space with a gun to your head?
Wow. I didn't think of it that dramatically, but yeah, that's a good point.
No, I did. I literally, that was my personal experience. is
you said
I
someone.
literally cannot prove a globe. I cannot prove rotation. I cannot prove gravity, and I cannot prove space to save my life. Literally. Wow. And I've brought that to people's attention. Do you think that in a really serious situation you could prove this with a gun to your head?
Whoa,
or being like he said, being held over a wood chipper? No, you'd want out. You'd want down right away. Get me out of here. I can't prove it. I'm sorry. You know, that's
huffing to like.
What I thought I heard from Jace, or at least another way that you could look at it is that, okay, you're over a wood chipper. How sure are you that you want me to save your life right now? It's either yes, save my life, or no, don't save my life. There is no
right.
Wow. No, that's a good way to look at it. To get closer to like this certainty.
Because sometimes you just have to really shake people right there at that pivotal point. Do you think you could prove it if your life were on the line?
Yeah, that cuts to the point. That's actually genuinely incredible to just right from the start.
Right from the start. I'm glad that Drace brought it up because I've used that before.
Wow, I just
freaking
I like to think I'm dramatic, but that's on a different level. Wow, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible because I most certainly would never even consider trying to explain the globe model if I have a gun in my head. No, I'm not confident in it. I will say I'm not.
And if people are honest with themselves, then they're not going to say, well, yeah, I could prove it even if my life depended on it. I haven't heard anybody, not once, in the few times that I've asked that, nobody has ever come back with a response. It's usually been some sort of gaslight, some projection, some ad hom, or, oh, are you threatening me? No, I'm not threatening you. I'm just giving you a thought. Like, you put this thought in your head and mull it around for a minute. Do you think that if your life depended on it, you could prove it? Could you prove a spinning globe? Yeah.
They probably felt threatened because you made them feel like you made them try to think, and it hurt, so they felt threatened.
Right. Yeah. Oh man, I feel threatened. You hurt my thinky parts.
Well, I mean, I think the most dramatic thing I said is, do you swear to God? Like, I'm just like, do you swear on your life, like that the heliocentric model is true? And they'll like give a small pause for a second. They're like, why are you sounding crazy, bro? Like, why do I have to take it to that level? I'm just like, well, do you swear do you swear on the Bible? Do you swear on God? Like, even if you're not religious, this should be easy for you. And like, they don't really want to say it. Like, it's just like, well, I don't want to say for certain, you know, like. But then after a few pauses here and there, they'll be like, yes, I do swear to God. Yeah, like it takes time for them to have that full conviction. It takes time for that full conviction.
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Right. Yeah. Right. And they always bring up another person telling them. It's not the product of their own conclusion. It's one of my favorite mentors, Jim Rohn. He always says, like, is this conclusion yours? Like, is this a product of your own?
There you go.
Oh man, I gotta. I'm in a chain. Have you guys ever had to move and it was emotional? Oh man, I gotta get over that.
In the middle of, you said you're in the middle of moving?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm quite a minimal person. Like, I don't really need much. I have a laptop and clothes and like toiletries, and and then like my papers. Like, that's really all I really need. I don't really need much. I don't want much. I'd rather have a bookshelf than a TV. And so I
can't even say that I know what that's like, because for the past 10 years of my life, it's been, set up and live, pack down and go. Set up and live, pack down and go.
Yep. No, I do feel that. Like, the longest place I've ever lived was a year. So, like, I mean, and a year is not really that long. And so it's just, I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. I'm just going with it as best as I can. I mean, it seems like I've made the right choices so far for the most part. I do trip out sometimes. I'm just like, oh man, with that Truman Show movies, like that movie trips me a lot. Like,
look, I'm the type of person that'll go to a concert and not come back for 2 months. Like, where'd you go? You know?
Yeah, it's like a digital nomad life. Like, I mean, I kind of am going into that world, like working on a podcast, working for Spotify, things like that, working on the internet. I mean, that's kind of like what a lot of people are trying to lean into now remotely. I mean, you save gas, you save time, you get to stay home, you get to work in your pajamas, quite literally. And so that is a way of life for me at the moment, is just remote work and just trying to keep it together, yo. It's too much, yo. It's too much. It's a lot.
Yeah, I travel around for work, and it's really nice. You know, I don't have to pay a whole lot for my living expenses, and I make pretty good money, and I get to go state to state, and I get to see some cool things. I get to watch some really cool sunrises and sunsets, and I get to see some really cool stars, and just just traveling around it's just so pleasant. Like, that's just my way of life, and where I only have my phone, I don't have a TV, I don't have all of that, shoot, half the time I barely have electricity. It's just my camp, so my camping equipment and whatnot. I love that way of life. It's just it's freedom.
Yeah. I went to Best Buy and I saw like the TV showing like nature. I was like, oh wow, that's beautiful. I'm like watching
Isn't that
nature.
weird though? Isn't that weird that people virtually watch nature when they can just step out their front fucking door?
Exactly. They're like showing you like the oceans and the trees and then like all these like lands and valleys. I'm just like, whoa, why this in real life?
Dude, they're gonna push us. They're gonna try to push us towards a future where everybody has a VR strapped to their face,
or like contacts or something. Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, something like that where like we're stuck in a metal.
That.
Yeah,
I'm not
for
about
sure.
That.
Or yeah, I mean honestly, we're kind of heading to that.
What I was gonna say is that we need to go back to a natural way of life. We need to go back to a way of life that is a symbiotic relationship with the earth. Period.
Yeah, absolutely. Seriously though, yes. I mean, everything else makes me go insane. We're not supposed to be inside as much.
I can't stand this. I want to try to convert my vehicle to hydropower. I'd like to see free energy come up in the world. I'd like to see, better use of solar and better use of stuff like that for the earth.
Jenna.
Yeah.
Nikola Tesla tried to bring free energy. Remember what happened to him?
The FBI stole his stuff. I know.
And he mysteriously died pretty quick after he said that.
Well, he was already pretty old, but yeah, the FBI took his stuff and he tried for a long time to try to get it back, and there was a whole bunch of stuff that went on, and that's a deep rabbit hole.
You guys just need to take a page from our book. Our entire country is run on geothermals. All you got to do is explore the earth that's under our feet, and you can get free heated water and a lot of energy, as much as you want. You just dig more holes, put more water in there.
Springs, right? Like a hot spring.
Yep. The steam rises, drives the turbines, and you got power.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We need more stuff like that. I don't know why the whole Western world is so dirt.
I think they're kind of like they kind of have turned into the animals that they eat. Like they're very like complacent. The whole goal is for the U.S. and the whole world to become like WALL-E. And I remember watching that movie on a plane, and I was mesmerized. I was like, this is the future. Everyone's going to be so. That's why it's so important to get get like half an hour a walk in every day. Like not even walking once.
Funny that NASA's rovers look a lot like WALL-E.
Technology is so great, isn't it? This is what technology has done. All right, so you can look around for answers, but it's the misuse of the technology that has been given to the people that has created this state. Period.
Ding.
Yeah.
You know, they did say though. I don't know. I think it was one of those Rockefeller or Rothschild guys. They were like, the worst thing we ever did was let them have the internet. They're so mad because people like us, the autists that know how to dig and know how to, decode and hack shit, we got in there. We figured it out. We found things that they thought that we would never, ever, ever, ever find all the way down the blockchain. They never knew. And so they're like, crap, why did we even give them the internet? Because there's some people that they use the internet for stupid shit, right? Video games and shopping and Wish and all this dumb stuff. But we're over here using it for building knowledge. Do you know, guys? I had somebody just yesterday in my comments on one of my videos tell me to stop seeking knowledge and to seek help.
Oh wow!
I was like, only an idiot. Only
We
an
got to be
idiot
careful with this
would say
internet,
that.
right? Got to be careful with the internet and the things that are given as knowledge, and to think that somehow or another we have unlimited information. There are so many servers that you can't get to that has documents that you can't see without behind the paywall, behind some sort of government issue website, behind some sort of school, university website, so they have all sorts of things. And then even then, the information is limited. They tell us all the time how China and Iran restricts their internet. Well, do you think they're giving us free internet? When you put a hit in and it gets 3 billion hits and you get to the 4th page and that's it, where's the rest of my billions of hits, right? So they've taken information off of the internet. They didn't just make it hard to find. It's not there anymore, period. The same way that they've changed definitions right in front of our faces, the same way that they restrict our information. They found out that we were getting too wise. They cut down on YouTube. I mean, that's the big thing. I mean, look, there's no information on YouTube hardly. It's hard to find information. All the content creators that want to put out anything that's truthful, anything that goes against the current narrative, they're getting their accounts banned. Okay, so this is why everybody has to be so careful and tiptoe around what they say, with the First Amendment in America, but you got to tiptoe around what you say. You can't have a dissenting opinion in the narrative unless you get shut down, okay? And so if they're doing that, you think that they're giving you free information? No. Well, what we're doing is we're applying and we're digging and we're putting together pieces and we're going with other information that people have found prior to the changing of the. There's a lot of ways that we got here, but it ain't because of the internet today. I'll tell you that much.
What do you? Okay, well, I was gonna come around to that point. Is that there have been things that I've looked up, very very controversial things that I've looked up that I can't even find anymore. Seen it once, seen it twice, can't find it again, type of stuff.
Yeah. It's like the creative Mandela effect. They want you to kind of go crazy, but like they want you to question what you saw, kind of thing. I'm not going crazy. Like I know what I saw, and I take screenshots. I got a couple memory cards full of things.
451. I don't know if you guys read that book, Fahrenheit. Listen, keep your books. Keep your books. Keep what's in print that they can't change.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I always had good vibes with that book. Yes. I did have a question. About I saw some wild comments saying like, what if flat Earth was part of some sort of psyop? What do you think about that? Because I saw a few comments on YouTube saying that. I seen a few comments on Twitter that said that.
Then you need to make it very known to them.
My question would be, explain what do you mean?
That would mean the conspiracy of the conspiracy, which would mean they want people to believe something that could be. I don't even know how to explain it, other than the fact that they want you to like go down this path for a reason.
If they're calling it. I'm sorry. One second, if I can. If they call it a psyop, then they're making the positive claim that it is, right? So what would be the evidence?
That's valid.
I guess the evidence would be the fact that it's a thing.
No, that's just begging the question. That's circular reasoning fallacy.
So then I guess there is no claim to support it.
Right.
Unless someone presents one. But don't just go answering questions that you don't have to. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. That is a question that has been asked before. Like, they were like, do you think it's a psyop? I'm just like, whoa, what? I never thought of that. I genuinely have never thought of that.
No,
I don't even know.
the Flat Earth Society is I'd say the Flat Earth Society is part of the Flat Earth disinformation. Those are some shilly agents that try to make Flat Earth look stupid, and it prevents people from even looking further into it, because once they have people mocking it, well, then they've just created their herd of mentally controlled anti-flat earthers at that point. It's so stupid, yeah. So that's what the Flat Earth Society does. None of us here are okay at all with the Flat Earth Society, and that's what people don't understand, because they try to make it look like a disc in space and all this stupid other nonsense that's not even where we're at.
Mainstream media covered it. It's like that right there in itself. The mainstream media does not show you anything they don't want you to see. They want you to see that.
Oh yeah, the mainstream media was gaslighting the subject. The mainstream media was gaslighting it. CNN was like, well, what about Flat Earth? And they made it look really freaking stupid.
I will say I've never seen...
And they made it look completely something that it's not. That's the whole thing is. They made it out to be something that it's not, by putting a disc in space and all of this stupid shit of the disc Earth is going up at 9.8 meters per second squared to account for gravity and all this stupid crap.
Right. This is the one thing that that is so focused on over any other theory, any other conspiracy, whatever it may be. This is the one that gets people because if you think about the sheer kind of silliness of people getting angry over, hey, where do you think we live? As if that's insulting their family, or you're attacking them.
Think about it this way. If you were a narcissist and you had people believing a lie, and then the truth got out about you, well, what would you do? You would gaslight the crap out of the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You would make it seem like all the people that are telling the truth are flipping crazy.
That's true, yeah.
And that's exactly what's going on. We have these narcissists. We have these absolute narcissists running the show in the world, and they sit there, and the truth is out now. So what are they doing? They're gaslighting the crap out of the truth.
Yeah, wow.
And they're making the truth seem like it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. It's an abusive relationship.
And by deleting information and deplatforming people, all they're doing is just cutting the opponent's tongue out.
That sounds
Why would you cut your opponent's tongue out? Maybe you're afraid that he has some truths against you.
Yeah. There's a quote: if you cut someone's tongue out, you're not proving them to be a liar.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep. Wow. Yeah. This one hits different for sure. There's something wrong. There's something going on. It's one of the oldest. You gotta go deep. Gotta keep going. It's leading somewhere. The heliocentric model is a dead end with confusement. But then when you go down flat Earth, yeah, and then it keeps going. There's more to the story. It doesn't end. There's something else, and that
honestly, it's pretty easy for us to go. We live on a pretty flat Earth. It's flat. The water's flat. The shit's kind of bumpy, but it's this level, stationary, neutral Earth plane. We live in this, whatever this is. We live in this world. Okay, yeah. Whatever this is, we live in it. Do we know what's beyond the sky? No. And it's okay to not know. I think when people get to a point where that's a mystery that they will know when they leave this earth, and that they are able to cope with that, because that's where I'm at. I'll know what's beyond here when I leave here, and I'm able to cope with that. Other than that, I know exactly what's going on here right now. I understand, and I know, and I see the physical nature of this earth, and it's not curving. The water's not curving. You know, we're not spinning. I don't feel motion. And gravity has several problems to it. So, you know, if more people could come to that understanding that we all live in this tent together, you know, and we don't know what's outside. We don't know what's outside of it. We can't go there. And that maybe we'll all know what it's like outside the tent when we die.
Yeah. And
is it okay to level with that? Like, is it too crazy?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're taking away their fairy tale. You know, you're taking away their whole structure, ideology, and fantasies. It's even Disney themselves has that tent, that firmament, and their logo.
Yeah. Because Disney and Werner von Braun partnered. Disney and Werner von Braun were working together.
That's why they have Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story named after Buzz Aldrin. Yeah, like it is very wild to see. So I'm just like, okay, there's too many coincidences for me to ignore at this point. So like either my gut is right or like I'm just crazy and I'm just going with my gut. Yeah. There's something there. You got to keep going and digging. Like maybe perhaps the truth is a little, but that doesn't change anything.
It's about seeing the hidden picture. There's it's like Where's Waldo, you know, and you're just finding the hidden picture. You're reading between the lines and you're connecting these dots and you're putting these things together and going, well, I guess 1 and 1 really does make 2, you know?
Well, right now I'm not looking for Waldo. Waldo found me. I'm just like, all right then, here we are. Like here we are. It's just
I'm over here.
Yeah, that's how it feels though. Like I felt like I just wanted, you know, what does the Bible say? Ask and you shall receive. I really asked. I'm like, okay, so what's going on here? A little nudge, a little question, and then there's the Jenga. There's the Jenga piece. The whole thing fell apart. Now I have to build it back up and figure out from the ground up. Like I got to really figure out what piece started this. Now what? Like how can I explain this piece? And it's just like I started over. And it's not fun. I rejected it for a very long time, as everyone else does. And then eventually it's just like, well, this tower is so tall and doesn't make sense, and it's kind of weird. And I can't really stand behind it. Yeah.
But look, it would make sense that we live inside whatever this is. It would make sense that we live in this contained environment. It's probably bigger than we even really know about. You know, if there's stuff past Antarctica. But the fact that, you know, gas pressure requires containment and there's all of this gas being made here on Earth, you know, it would just make sense that we live in this kind of a mysterious tent. You know, mysterious terrestrial tent. I cannot explain it any other way.
Yeah.
It's like a terrarium.
Yeah.
There's You ever seen rain in a jar? Yeah.
Exactly. Right. And I think that's why we find things like that so fascinating. Like a majority of people do like that kind of like it's like seeing a snow globe or you're watching fish in a tank or you
want to know why it makes me mad? It just pisses me off because it's so simple. It's as simple as, have you ever seen a terrarium? Have you ever seen rain in a jar? Have you ever seen fog in a jar? In a closed system where these things are just in a cyclical pattern consistently.
Actually demonstrate it, yeah. Wow.
Easy. It's too easy. And these knuckleheads just can't seem to understand it.
Well, you're right. That's why people kind of like they love lizards and stuff because you can create an ecosystem inside like a tank, like a contained tank or something. Yeah, it's fascinating and. Geckos, exactly. Like wow, right. So like, yeah, there's something to that. There's definitely something to that. It's like people love taking care of like animals and like they care about their pets and stuff. So yeah, that's wild. There's definitely something to it. Something about snow globes. I don't know. Something about snow globes. Just I don't know. Something about that.
I don't want to give the image of it. I don't want to give the image of a snow globe, because there's a lot of globe earthers out there that are like, you think you live in a snow globe on a pizza, the kind of weird, and it's like,
I'd be like,
well,
this
I don't
is.
even want to argue what it looks like. I can't even argue, because if you're trying to argue what it looks like, then you're trying to argue what it looks like from the outside. And have any of us been on the outside?
No.
So we cannot argue it about what it looks like, really, because then you'd be making a positive claim towards, what it looks like. And then you got to try to prove that. So the whole thing is, nobody can prove that. We've never seen it from the outside. We don't know what it looks like from the outside. For all we know, it might even look spherical from the outside, but we don't know.
Right. Yeah.
We live on this inertial level plane inside of some sort of containment zone. We're able to extrapolate that much.
Yeah. Well, that's factual, which is kind of wild because it's kind of biblical as well. So yeah, that's wild. It's very intense. It's very humbling.
Well, yeah, because you can't have gas pressure without containment, and anybody that tells you otherwise is an absolute, just, they're being idiotic. I shouldn't call people names, but they're being idiotic, and they just need to revisit some physics about gases, the gradients, the layers, things like that. What levels are certain gases up at? Like your neon gases are up there at higher levels than your oxygen and hydrogen.
Well, it also falls into like the similar category of like, how can anything survive without anything in the first place? How can anything? Two things, right? How can anything survive without protection and nurturement? Like those two things, protection and nurture. So, sorry.
Testing. Oh, that's better. That's better. Sorry. So I've got an Ohio phone number, so every now and then these random scammer numbers call from like an Ohio number.
Yeah.
But yeah, telling these people they gotta go back to the physics of gases. They need to literally start from square one with the periodic table, and really study that out, feel that out, and then go through those and understand what these gases do, what these gases are at their bases, because some of these gases are liquid at their bases, like liquid nitrogen.
Mm-hmm. And back to what you're saying about like the containment. I mean, anything really can't survive without nurturement and protection.
Right. Think about propane, right? Like you shake the propane tank and it feels like liquid in there, right? But it's putting out a gas.
Yeah.
That's because there is liquid in there, and that's due to the pressure.
Right. Yeah. There's liquid in there due to the pressure. Now that's kind of my understanding is why, there's liquid on Earth is, also due to pressures, right?
Yep.
So I mean,
if you lived in the globe and there was this vacuum, the second law of thermodynamics dictates that all the gas would just push off the surface, and you would end up with all of the water evaporating because there's no longer any pressure on the water to keep it in a liquid state. And so would all liquids eventually just disappear from the globe, and it would just dry up into a husk and break apart.
It's a paradox at best. At best, paradox. It doesn't make any sense. It's like they're trying to create something that nothing can exist, but it can exist somehow by existing.
Plain and simple. Their spinning wet spaceball defies far too many laws of physics.
Yeah, there's a lot of
substitutes these laws. It substitutes these laws in physical science for these hypothetical ideas. That's what's been done. Is true science has been substituted for hypothetical ideas that cannot be proven.
Yeah, and assumptions. Yeah. I mean,
presumptions, assumptions. They have to assume things. They have to imagine things.
It's like that's having
I
faith
walked
in.
right out of the server when they told me. I'm sorry. I walked right out of another server when they told me that I had to imagine. I basically, yes, had to close my eyes and imagine gravity and imagine the Big Bang and imagine an effect without a cause. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not going to play your imagination games. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
That's right. That's the one that always stumps people too when you ask them, like, okay, what's the beginning of gravity? And then it's just like, well, it's always been and always will.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay,
one word answers.
Right, and I'm just like, so what you just said is gravity is infinity.
When they tell you it's always been, you got them, because that's not the actual story. In the actual story, gravity wasn't in the beginning, otherwise the Big Bang would never have happened, because everything's in a singularity.
Oh, wowzers.
It would be an infinite gravity well, and nothing could escape. And so what they have happen is there's this singularity that explodes, and then later on gravity is born. That's why I look at it like a religion. There's like this creator God who creates all the laws and all the matter except gravity, and compresses it into a point, a singularity, and then as he's fiddling with it, it explodes and kills him. But his spirit is infused into all the matter as it spreads out into the imaginary universe, and then his son is born, gravity. And gravity creates suns, his son, and you get planets and all this other bullshit. It's just a religion.
That's what I've actually came to that conclusion too, where they're trying to replace God with gravity. I mean, not to sound too religious, but it's an assumption of something that you can't even prove, or even demonstrate, or recreate, or even measure.
Look, dude, over here we got the big G. They got the little G, right? Like we got big G. We got God on our side. We got this creator, right? And they got this little G, this thing that they call gravity that has a whole bunch of problems with it that they can't even validate.
Right, and the irony, right? Like growing up, they always try to make creation look wild, but then they try to make the science look like it's honest. But then, as you get older, you're like, "Oh, wait a second, it's flipped." I mean, as wild as it may seem, it also explains just a tad smidge better than dark matter, and you don't know. I mean, just a tad bit better. I mean, also with the whole heliocentric outer space in general, it's like something existing within something that can't exist within out of itself. It really is a paradox at best.
Yeah, it's very contradictory, their worldview. Nothing exploded, created everything, but supposedly in between all the atoms there's nothing. And so why isn't that nothing exploding, creating everything all over again, all the time?
Yeah. Why isn't there multiple?
Ask them if their brain can exist outside of their skulls. Can this thing exist outside of this thing? If not, then how do we exist on the outside of this ball in this fallacious space vacuum?
Yeah, they like to compartmentalize everything, and that's kind of where you get into all these problems. When you think about, or when they tell you that, oh, matter is like 99% nothing, so therefore, like, you're more nothing than you're something. It's just bullshit, because all of that matter is inundated in fields. Like, you have multiple fields emanating off of you, and so this is why even in high vacuum experiments and with, for instance, the Casimir effect, where they have really thin plates pressed against each other, they can't seem to create a vacuum, because there's always going to be fields and other energies and things in between where you think there's no matter. It's going to be everywhere. It inundates everything.
Yeah, and also anti-gravity isn't a thing either. That no one can give you an example of anti-gravity, or unless you hypothetically are in the moon or something. Yeah. Yeah, but that one you said about the beginning, that's genius. I never really thought about that. How can gravity have always been if it was the second thing that supposedly became? Yeah, that's wild.
It gets even funnier when you look into the history of all of it. They created it with Newtonian ideas where all matter was supposed to be attracted to all other matter and all this kind of stuff because of mass. But then Einstein came along, and Einstein's ideas are basically you need something big enough to bend space-time to get gravity. That's why you're not seeing gas attracted to gas and all this other stuff. So that it was a precursor within the Big Bang, gas attracting gas. So their whole idea is logically incoherent. It's not intercorrelated and working together. It's rather compartmentalized, and different people have different views of how it should work. So that's why you hit all these issues when you're dealing with globers where they're contradicting themselves in the same sentence because they heard one thing from one field, another thing from another field. And so they hold both of these ideas. These both must be true because the expert said so. But you end up with the massive contradiction there. That's why, like, when I got into this, I have an astrophysicist friend and I have a robotic engineer friend, and I thought I would just easily debunk all the flat earthers by going to my expert friends and getting all the evidence and the experiments, and then I would just show the flat earthers how they're wrong. Problem is, they fought like cats and dogs because one of them was like Newton, the other one was like Einstein, you're an idiot. And I was just sitting on the side like, what? My experts don't agree?
Yeah. Yeah, because none of them claimed any of it to be true. They left with just a theory. They left it at theory.
Yeah. They're lost in mathematical equations, and going from theory to theory, they have lost the experimental foundation.
Right.
Please forgive my choice of words, but it fits so well. It's their mental masturbation.
Right. Yeah. That's probably the best way to describe it. Because, I mean, you have people that have believed in something for so long without question. I mean, it's kind of insane psychologically to think about how just taking it by word, not even for a minute, not even for a second, questioning.
That's the worst part. People go through school and learn to be an astrophysicist, for instance, and they learn a specific set of things to become an astrophysicist. But a theoretical astrophysicist will be like, oh, wait, there's problems within our current cosmology, and we know that gravity of Einstein doesn't work because we look at distant galaxies and they rotate at the edges faster than they do at the center, and that wouldn't work with Einstein's gravity. So we need some other stuff to try to make it work. So we invent dark matter and dark energy to fill in the gap and create all this mass that doesn't exist and all this energy that doesn't exist to try to make the math work. But on the highest level of academia, they're all stuck trying to find quantum gravity, and so you got all of our best and brightest just stuck trying to dig in a hole they can't really find anything. This is why there hasn't been a lot of progress scientifically in the last few decades. Most of it's just been reiterations of Tesla's work on work that was done much earlier.
All right. Yeah, there's no measurement for gravity that not just quantum, but cosmically as well.
Well, we can measure the effect on Earth. They can assume the effect when they look at things in the sky, but that's correlation, not proof of causation. Like they have divorced the old scientific principles and the scientific philosophies that made science a tool for verification, and taken the authority of science and cloaked everything under it. And so science has lost its meaning.
Yeah. It really has, actually, because people kind of watered it down. Are you a scientist? I trust the science. Oh, so do you trust yourself? No. It's like, what? You never asked yourself?
I think the problem there lies in you have all these people, like you have psychologists, and psychologists wanted to be scientists. They do interesting work, and their data is very valuable. Like their social experiments have good results, but they're not the same as the scientific method. It's a little bit different. If you look at astronomy and that kind of stuff, they're just looking at the sky. They're not doing any science. They're just looking and then doing calculations and assuming based on previous assumptions. So you have all these disciplines that like want to have the authority of science because it makes you sound credible. It used to be something that mattered, and that's why people use it like it's an authority or a bludgeoning tool. Like science says so, even though like science is not a thing that says anything. It's just a method, and most of modern science has divorced that method.
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes especially clear if you look into the definition of pseudoscience. You can see that things that get called science but fail to use the scientific method correctly are defined as pseudoscience. People just didn't like the connotations that came with that, so they wanted to be science, not pseudoscience.
Yeah. I mean, that's how the formula for gravity is mass times acceleration. But mass and acceleration don't require gravity in their formulas. So I always found that a little weird. I mean, this stuff, like I said, I've been on this for like about 2 months, maybe a little bit more. And like that, I mean, in that short amount of time, you can you kind of figure out some of these things that are surprisingly simple. Yet we danced with that idea for so long because we just safely believed and safely assumed, put 100% trust and faith in what you're told.
It was also so easy because they taught this to us when we were children, when they had no business doing that, when the globe was not practical for us to learn, when we should have learned more languages so that we were more fluent when we grew older, because it's easier to learn when you're young.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
And so they use the authority of the teachers to program that into their minds young. And if you continue in schooling, it continually comes up. And then if you watch the movies or if you watch the news, it's everywhere. It's constant programming that feeds you a cognitive ease. So this is why a lot of people go into cognitive dissonance when you show them anything that proves the globe wrong, because they have their whole lives lived with this cognitive ease or the comfort of this knowledge or belief that the Earth is a globe. They think it's knowledge because it's coming from everywhere. So to them, it feels evident. It feels like it's coming from their senses. And so they start imagining it really hard. That's why you talk to some globers and they're like, yeah, I have seen the curve at the beach. And you're like, okay, here's a picture of the beach. Where was the curve? And it was like, when I was there, I saw it curve. Yeah, you can actually hallucinate when you believe really strongly something. This is how hypnosis works. Other people tell us it's from airplanes. The windows can cause a similar effect, or it's the hypnosis again. It's such a strong belief in people's minds that when you start shattering that belief, it's really easy for them to get triggered. So it's kind of an art form to try to like catch them as they're falling, so they don't like hurt themselves or destroy the conversation and stop listening to you. So that's one of the reasons why I really love this place, because we have a lot of people who talk and a lot of people who try their methods, and you can learn from everyone how they communicate and improve your own method in the process.
Yeah. I'm just looking at some of the live stream voice texts with the memes. They're pretty cool. The dinosaur one's kind of funny. Or no, the evolution one too. Like caterpillars can evolve, but humans can't. They can grow. We can improve. But it's not like we're going to grow wings ever. We're never going to grow wings out of our backs. We're not going to have gills in our stomachs or our chest.
One of the things I love about evolution is the claim that they have that we all evolved from the platypus. Did you know that?
I think I've heard that actually. Yeah, that's been said before. That's such a weird thing. What?
Yeah, I see no logical reason why we would get rid of the poison spur that the platypus have. Like, why would you get rid of a life-saving tool to save yourself? And why do all these other iterations supposedly not have it?
Yeah, why would a platypus want to be a pig? I would rather be a platypus. That's kind of wild, yo. Or even be a dolphin.
To an evolutionist, if you change and become better at something, it's evolution. If you change and become worse at something, it's evolution. If you don't change at all, it's evolution. That's insanity.
It's true. That is, I've never seen this chart. Is this what evolution really claims? That's because they were. Oh yeah, before the monkey, they claim that we really were in the ocean beforehand.
Yeah, they're always trying to hook it all up into one tree because of their religious beliefs. It has nothing to do with science. It's just like, oh, things look a little bit similar, so they're probably related.
Right. Yeah. Right. Like as if. And so, and sometimes I feel like they move the goalposts. Like they'll say that it's a platypus, but then they'll say it's a amoeba. They'll say it's a molecule. They'll say this and that, or a piece of this. And yeah, wow, it's a lot. Right? It's a lot. I honestly, that's like some Pokemon or like Digimon stuff. Like I think anyone with an honest mind would say that a walrus will never turn into a person. They can share like similar traits if you really want to like be like, oh, we both have eyes. But like, I mean, but that's like, it's still reaching to kind of connect everything together like that.
Yeah, we're living creatures. That's what we have in common. We're living.
Right. Yep. And if we did come from cows, that's kind of wild because if you ever had a steak, then technically you're a cannibal. So yeah, that's wild. And pigs, and a rat.
Well, that wouldn't work because if you see the tree, you chase it up, and so it's a common ancestor. Supposedly that we share that then turned into a pig and into a cow and a killer whale and that kind of stuff and a horse. But if you just keep going up, you end up at platypus. That's your ancestor according to them.
That's wild. I have heard this. I forgot about it. Platypus. That's funny. Isn't it like? I think it looks or something.
Yeah, it's a mammal that lays eggs. So why aren't we doing that? Why did we stop laying eggs?
They're cool looking. I'll say that. They're cool looking. They're adorable, yo. What? Platypuses are kind of cute.
They are. I love them.
They are cute. Oh my gosh, look at this one. Ah, that's kind of cute. I mean, they're cool, but I wouldn't say we came from them for sure. Not. Yeah, that's kind of a stretch.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
This one's smiling.
It's like, why aren't they changing into? If the platypus is this amazing evolutionary animal that can just morph into anything, why isn't it changing?
Yeah, like the platypus is like the legendary Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's like I forget. I think speaking of Pokemon, I think Psyduck is based off the platypus, for sure. If you guys know who Psyduck is,
I loosely know it from a little nephew of mine.
Yeah, well, it makes sense because they both start with the letter P, and then Psyduck looks like he Psyduck is a platypus, huh? You know what's kind of funny is that Psyduck is like he's an adorable character, but he's like the character that always has a headache, so he can't really fight that well.
But anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's Clown World. It's like we gotta enjoy the show. You have to be crazy not to think that this is all crazy.
There's a lot of weird stuff in the world.
Mm-hmm.
People believe all sorts of things.
Yo, pigs are a very interesting creature for sure. Like somebody wrote, I think eating pigs is cannibalism. I mean, there's something about pig. I mean, every religion says to stay away from eating them. So I thought that's kind of an interesting thing. Like a lot of people avoid pork in general, unless it's bacon. But like other than that, I've never like if you had to choose a burger or a chicken sandwich or like a pork sandwich, I mean, I would think that people would want to have a burger. I mean, a burger is sold more than a pork sandwich.
I don't know. You don't live in Alabama like I do, where there's a barbecue place everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, pork barbecue sandwich.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Pigs are interesting. They're very intelligent. I used to play with pigs on a farm. They're actually very kind. Like I'm telling me that they're going to be vicious and bite me, but they're very sweet.
I find that to be true about most animals. I find them to be very sweet and innocent generally. It's not unless they have gone through some negative things like getting abused or getting hurt by something that they start getting distrustful and fearful.
Yeah, what Toby said about pigs being an old race of humans that were turned to pigs as a form of punishment. There's something to that. I think there's something to that. There's something karmic about it. Like they know their fate almost. Like when I was playing with them on the farm, like there's like this. It's weird. It's like they're fat and happy, but they like kind of know that something's happening at the end. It's so weird. Karma is a very interesting thing. I know that you can't really. There's always There's always a price for everything. So, what's the price of being malice and unkind, other than a reaction of most likely negativity, like after the aftermath of life, or even during.
Yeah, I call that karma. That's why my sister's called Karma.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yo, pigs are that I've never really had the other than bacon, and even then I'm just like I don't know.
I mean, I eat all sorts of meat. I don't care. But like, I talk to my cat. I'm not gonna eat him. And if I had a pig, I would treat it nice until I ate it.
Yeah, they're so friendly and fun. Like I saw a pig at Home Depot one time. Like somebody brought their pet pig, and it was so cute. It was like it's so friendly. It was like a dog. It kind of reminded me of like a different kind of dog or something. Like and they're like smiling. You can like see it smiling and stuff. And I'm just like, whoa.
Yeah, it's kind of like with my cat. Once I started to understand its body language and respond to it, he started trying to meow at me and try to talk to me and try to communicate with me more. It's just they go a lot of the time misunderstood because they don't talk.
Yeah, wow, pigs will eat you too. That's true. Yeah, that's something that people don't really think about is that pigs they eat everything.
Yeah, a cat will eat you too if it's really hungry.
Yep, I've heard that too. Yep. If the owner dies, the pig will eat. I mean, the cat will eat the owner. I don't think that applies to dogs though. I'm not sure.
Most dogs probably not.
Yeah.
But maybe some. Depends on the dog and how it was treated, I think. I think the same is with the cats. Like if you like the examples where the cat ladies died and got eaten by some of the cats, you got to think there were so many cats. Like she can probably have like some of those cats were just there as dicks, for the food. Because each cat has a character, each dog has a character. They have their own lives.
They do. They have their own little system. Like when my dog meets another dog, they just know how to play. Right? They don't even they just met for the first time. They'll play like this tag game of chase and stuff. Like it's like they just know how to play. They know how to interact. Like they know how to have fun, and they know how to communicate without saying anything. It's the most remarkable.
Yeah, they read each other's body language. This is why you can oftentimes communicate with animals just with body language alone. If you look into people who have lived with lions and other big cats or other big dangerous animals, you see they all talk about this. You have to express your body language so that they understand what's happening and so they don't get that instinct to try to pounce you.
It's true. I'm looking at that GIF of that pig that's looking at the pig. Like, they just have so much personality. Like you could literally tell if a pig's happy or sad, like immediately. They just have such a facial feature. It really is kind of weird. The more I look, I feel like I think my uncle looks like a pig. That sounds insulting, but I mean literally, like. But he was so gluttonous. It really is kind of like similar. Wow. Such a weird animal, yeah. What a weird animal. It's just so weird looking at it. I don't even know, yo. Because it's like, I remember my boss, he was vegan, and like he would always give me a hard time if like anything that was meat, and he was trying to explain to me like when the farmer slays the pig, like the pig is terrified before it gets slaughtered. So what happens is its body like releases all of these stress hormones and its fight or flight is going crazy.
That's not how you slaughter animals. You preferably don't want to do that. Kosher slaughtering is different because at that point you have to bleed them while they're alive. With normal farming, they try to fool the animals up until the last second and then just bolt them in the head while they're not looking.
Yeah, they're intelligent enough. I worked on a farm. My aunt runs a farm, and she had chickens. And I just assumed that she's going to collect the eggs. That I can handle that. But I guess she takes it far as like cutting their necks, and she just did it nonchalant, and it freaked me out, dude. Like she just did it nonchalant, and the chickens are freaking out. Like they all huddle in the corner, like squeaking, like they're freaked. They know it's happened. Like they actually know what's happening. Like they're not stupid. Like they understand that's something bad is happening, and so the chicken.
Of course, naturally, you can see the same thing happens when a fox comes in onto the property or whatever. All the chickens run away, or a hawk swoops in to try to get the chicken, but the goat's like trying to attack the hawk to save the chicken because the goat understands that's my buddy. I play with this buddy.
Yeah. Wow. Yep. Yeah. That's kind of sad to think about. It's savage too. I don't know. It's guess it's one of those unfortunate realities. I respect people that follow the vegan diet. Sometimes I just feel like having that steak just calls you. It's like not in a selfish way, just like I feel like there's just genuine more vitamins and minerals and beef and steak.
Yeah, you can also just, you don't have to murder the animals right in front of the other animals. That I think leads to worse produce.
It absolutely does. Like my aunt's like, "Do you want to try, Dea?" I'm just like, "No." I thought we were gonna have their eggs. I don't want to chop its head. I just can't. Perhaps in a dire situation, but we're okay. We can have eggs and toast for tonight. It's fine. This is a little much.
I'm just saying, take the chicken behind the shed. You don't need to do it in front of the other ones.
Exactly. I guess I just also I wonder what they would think if they brought one chicken out and that chicken never came back. I don't know. I don't think they would notice. Perhaps a little bit. I don't know if
they can speculate however much the chickens want to speculate. It's just they're not gonna go through the traumatic experience. So yay.
Yeah. Yeah. There's something of every living thing and every other living thing. Yeah, I think there's unity. I think there's something about that. I think that's why it's important to kind of study up a little bit of Buddhism. That they're very into that whole karmic thing. The ants eat the bird when it dies, but the bird eats the ants. And so, yeah, it's just like a circle in a sense. Yeah, there's something about when I was playing with the pigs, there was a human quality to them. I almost felt like they almost understood their own life in a way. They understood their fate, and they almost came to terms with it. There's also some silly theories of why a fly will bug you instead of leave you alone because they want you to kill them, they want you to swat.
It's very easy to personify animals with our human perception of the world. You gotta understand their perspective is very limited. To a fly, your sweat is delicious, so naturally it wants to sit on you and taste you.
I think eating dogs is definitely on a no-no. That might sound biased, but I mean, yeah, that's a little wild. But then again, I guess how can I even say that? Because we've eaten cows and pigs. Is it really that much different? I guess
all the animals are adorable. Cows are really sweet and thoughtful and nice, but they are really tasty. And if you gave them a really good life, eat them.
Yeah, I probably would stick to drinking their milk. As weird as that sounds, in a perfect world, I think I would have cows, chickens, and then vegetables. And I could be and then honey, and then fruits. You can make jams and toast and stuff, and rice. You can have rice.
Do you know what would happen if all of mankind stopped eating meat? Do you know what would happen to all of the cows and the pigs and the chicken?
What would happen?
Well, they would die out. We only keep them alive because they're food.
Oh wow! Yeah. Wow, what a fate! Wow, what a fate! Wow. Yeah, I used to like on the farm that I worked on. They ate grass, but they also ate a lot of corn. And like whenever I brought the barrel of corn, they would like all rush in the stable, and they're like their tongues are hanging out, and they're like waiting. Yeah, it's such an unfortunate wild ride. Like they're like big dogs, and it's like they can gallop in the field sometimes. Like they're super cute. But yeah, it's unfortunate because everybody likes a steak with A1, and so
Just think about it. What's the best steak you can get? Wagyu beef. How do they treat the Wagyu? Like a fucking king.
You're right. They do eat very well. Yo, the Beatles be
They
sus.
massage them. They're like they get treated like kings, and that's kind of the moral of the story. If you really like the animals, make the relationship symbiotic. So where you're giving them their life to be as peaceful and beautiful as it could be, compared to being in nature, dying to wolves and living in fear all your life, and then in the end they reward you with their meat and sustenance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. Because like a lot of the food at grocery stores and in general and the compost goes to pigs. They do eat a lot. I mean, they're fat for a reason. Like they eat very well, very well. They're in the sun all day. They get to just eat and play. Yeah, that's. And then at the very end, it's a horrific moment. But I mean, your whole life and then one day of horror.
Do we not all go through a horrific moment in the end and die? Even with the slaughtering, if it's not done in the kosher way, if it's just if the farmer is trying to make the animal conscious of it before it goes, it's just like it was having a great time and then lights out, and it's in cow heaven or whatever.
Cow heaven. Yeah, bugs are an interesting. Like I like lady, and I like butterflies. But when I see a cockroach, I get chills. I'm fearful. Like I'm scared of them. It makes me incredibly uncomfortable when I see a cockroach. Like ungodly. I hate it. I genuinely feel like it's some sort of like demon. I'm like, what? And it moves so fast. And your intuition hates it. Like it hates it. Like I've never met a single person that's like, wow, I want to play with it. Like it's just I don't know. It's odd. Yeah.
Well, I would agree with you that insects are creepy, but there are people who love insects and think they're very beautiful for some weird reason. I don't get it, but they're out there.
Yeah, all the celebrities are in that club. I mean, especially like especially with a lot of celebrities that mock flat Earth. Like you already know that like they're not on the honest team.
You know what a creepy insect is? Praying mantis.
Yeah,
they're fast. One like snatch its head around at me and look at me like into my soul one time. I'm like,
they're wild, yo. Gosh, yo, those things are fucking wild. They'll look at you. Yeah, you're right. They'll turn their head without moving their body. They'll stare into you. I've always wanted to hold one, but I'm scared. Like I'm scared to hold one. Like some cultures, they almost worship them. Like they honor them.
You know that they can like tear apart a lizard.
Yeah,
that thing can actually like take on
lobster. That's my goodness. It's like a freaking sea bug. 30. Yeah. Oh yeah, Primates is massive. Is that from Godzilla? That's from Godzilla, I think.
I've never seen a massive one. They're like relatively big, but they're not like super big.
There are many types of mantis. It's very interesting. I've seen a few people breed them and grow them. There are some really, really creepy things. Insects have many of them. I wouldn't class mantises as very creepy by those standards. But then I used to watch a lot of like nature documentaries about all sorts of things.
Well, have you ever seen one whip its head around at you? Like, it's like, who the heck do you think you are?
Yeah, I've seen plenty of little praying mantises being cute and playing with people. They're pretty harmless generally. At worst, if you don't know, if you poke close to them and they go in a defensive stance, basically, you know you shouldn't go any closer, and they need to get more comfortable with you before they're gonna not attack you.
Look at that face. It's so wild. That in itself, like when you think of all the insects and all the other animals, there's so many different types. It's like what's going on here? Was that an accident, or is that like meant to be? Like that they have a purpose. Like must they exist for us to exist, or vice versa? I have no idea. That's a wonder.
Well, I can guarantee you that everything in nature has its purpose because everything is cyclical. But I don't know if that's like. I mean, it could be. I don't know. It's just not. It's not something that I feel like people have to worry about. Like we're told, like endangered species and stuff like that.
Yo, that thing that Dre's just some of these things are damn terrifying, to be quite honest. Like that's genuinely fucking scary. Like imagine if you're walking down the street and there's like that thing just tried to like grab you into the bottom of the surface. Like that'd be insanity. That's like that would
Thankfully these fuckers only exist in the bottom of the ocean, and they're really long, disgusting worms that drag their prey underground. It's disgusting.
That thing just grabbed a freaking fish. Yeah, not meant for us to eat. Exactly. We're repulsed by them. They are dirty. Yeah, it's repulsive. It is. It's very repulsive. I mean, they're so repulsive that your first intuition is to kill it. That's like your intuition is, okay, at best, to get rid of it. Like, you don't want to share a household with it. Like, you just want it out. You don't want it near you.
Well, there are also insects like bumblebees, and bumblebees can be really sweet and helpful.
Yeah. But then again, you still don't want it to be hanging out in your house. I mean, then again, maybe someone does.
Yeah, you don't want it to overlay too much with your living space naturally, but you want to have, like, you don't want the goats inside your house.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm okay with certain spiders if they're outside, because I know they're, like, eating all the other bugs that are kind of creepy. I mean, spiders are creepy.
Yeah, exactly. I like those kinds of little critters just doing their job. But when you got critters that are like, I'm tiny, but I can kill you, and I'm like, why do you exist?
Well, that's spiders here where I live. We've got black widows, brown and black recluses, and
yeah, where I live, none of that exists. I don't got snakes, I don't got bears, I don't got spiders, I don't got anything that can kill you.
Well, I don't think we're meant to even eat bears. I was talking to someone just today about that, actually, how he had bear meat. I was like, can't you get sick from eating any animal that eats other animals? Because, like, cows can graze, and they can eat insects. Same thing with chickens. But bears, they eat fish, they eat other animals.
Yeah, that's what made me, like, not like insects. Jimmy V posted up close-up microscopic pictures of the face of insects. Yeah, I have these images in my head because I've seen a lot of documentaries. That's why I don't like them. They look like demons.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The last thing you want to put into your body.
Yeah, Sasha, we have volcanoes, sure, but those volcanoes are not a problem. Like, there was a volcano, I could see the light from the volcano from my house. Don't give a shit.
Joking.
Like rolling hand under a microscope, that's wild, yo. If that is true, that's fucking wild. I wouldn't be surprised. That's crazy. Yeah, I think vegetarian might be safe. Honestly, it's not the worst. Not complete vegan though. Like, but vegetarian seems like an honest diet because you can still have your eggs. Still have like
that has its own problems. I think you end up with certain deficiencies if you just go vegan. It's a problem. From what I hear, you can go either full meat or full vegan and have some benefits, but long term with veganism you end up with all these deficiencies, which isn't true for the other side. And I think this corresponds to there was a study done by scientists who tried to turn goats into meat eaters, and many of the goats died, but some of them survived. And after autopsying them afterwards, they found out that the ones that survived had their intestines shrink to accommodate for digesting meat. And so I think part of the problem why people are getting so unhealthy is because we've been fed this idea that we're supposed to do both.
I can't. Yo, that insect patty looks awful, yo. An insect patty. That sounds terrible. I read a story. I don't know if it's true, but this girl was trying to say on Reddit. She was like talking about how poor she was, how difficult her situation was. That like her mom and her, they lived together by themselves, and they were very poor, and they lived in like this really rundown apartment, and they would collect cockroaches and cook them and eat them because they couldn't afford groceries, and they got really sick eating that. Deer eating a bird, sweet gosh.
Yeah, cows do that sometimes too. It's kind of like from time to time they have a little bit. It's weird.
That one is interesting because veganism is treated the same way as flat earth, right? Like a lot of people resent it, like right off the bat, like it's almost like a trip. But like your appendix is, you can live without your appendix because your appendix is what processes meat.
Why do people have an aversion to the mention of veganism though? There's a very specific reason.
I would suppose because they've always eaten meat.
No, it's not the reason. The idea of just eating vegetables isn't like abhorrent to people, but there's been a push, right, to castigate the moral character of people who eat meat. And a lot of vegans push that idea, militantly so. And so, vegans who are just vegans, right, and not into that sort of thing, get a bad name by all those other people who are essentially, religious zealots for veganism, and they have a moral agenda, and they push it by basically calling meat eaters murderers or immoral or violating this or violating that. So there's this hoity-toity, I'm better than you because I'm a vegan attitude. Right? It's not the same kind of concept as flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like, it's not like plants aren't alive too. Like, they've already done these experiments where, and you can do it too, where you grow 2 plants, and you're always kind and nice to one plant, but always a dick to the other one. The one you're nice to is going to grow bigger.
Yeah, if you play it music and you talk to it and you're gentle with its environment. Yeah, I've heard that. Water can react to energy as well. There's many experiments on that as well. I mean, yeah, well, if we have water that's within our own bodies, based on your own like thinking process, you can affect your own psyche. Think negatively, everything reacts to that thought. You can actually make yourself sick, but then you can also make yourself better.
Yeah, it's it's called placebo and nocebo effect. You can create illnesses or what appears like an illness, all of the symptoms.
Yeah.
But you just created it with your mind, just like you can cure a lot of things just with your mind.
Yeah. I've literally have stressed myself out to being sick. Like I'll stress myself out, and then I'm just like, whoa, I'm very upset. I don't feel well. But then, like, if I, shake off that negativity and think positively, think about opportunities, then my mindset starts getting stronger, and I appreciate the moment a lot more.
Yeah. For instance, my mother got an ulcer just from stress. So, like, she got a hole in her stomach because of
Right. Yeah, exactly. And the fight or flight is meant to be there for a hot minute, but not forever. Like, so too much stress is obviously bad. We're not meant to live stressed out. What does that tell you, right? Like, if, we have a negative result towards our own bodies, our own chemistry, if we're negative, if we're stressed. And so, like, your body starts to fall apart quite literally if you're stressed. And it's almost like it's self-destructing itself. Like it's killing itself. Like it's like attacking itself like an autoimmune disease. So obviously, we're supposed to live better.
Yeah.
Happy.
Yeah, totally. There's also been tests with scaring people and looking at their cells and stuff like that. And if I remember correctly, when you're in a fear state, your cells don't communicate. They close themselves off and they don't communicate as well, and they start closing themselves off and start not dumping out waste material or something like that. And so, if I remember correctly, this is how fear can kill people.
Yeah. We drive someone crazy.
If they're kept in terror for too long, it can cause like organs to start shutting down and some crazy shit.
Yeah, we're not meant to be stressed. It's like it's like a warning. It's like, hey, this isn't right. Change it now, and then we'll live better. It's like the body wants you to be in a better environment, better mindset. It's the most important thing about seeking truth. If you're living in truth, then perhaps you wouldn't be confused. You wouldn't be stressed. Plants desire to be ate. That's interesting. Like the plants want to become one with humans. That's actually kind of interesting. That makes it seem I've had a veggie burger, and I'm not gonna lie, they kind of go hard. They have like this less greasy feeling to it. Like it's a little bit it feels cleaner. Like a little bit of ketchup.
It's just processed stuff. There's a difference between a fruit, which is grown by the plant to be eaten, so its seed gets propagated around. That's different. But if you're eating the leaves, for instance, the leaves contain chemicals designed to poison the insects trying to eat them alive. And so it depends on which part of the plants you're eating. Some parts are more beneficial to you than others. And so some people just say, oh, it's vegan. And so they carte blanche take anything plant-based and just, I can eat this processed shit as long as it originally was something plant-based. It's okay. That's like saying cocaine is great for you because it was originally plant-based.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of process for cocaine though. Whereas a plant, you know, they would just go for the source of it instead of like
when they make fake meat out of plants. There's a lot of processing that goes into that.
Mm. Plants use us to spread their seed. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting.
The process that you would have to go through to make a plant look like meat.
Yeah. Yeah. I always found that one. I didn't dive too deep into it, but I think there's something to it. Either there's something positive to it, or there's something a little sinister to it. Like it's gonna eventually lead you to like a very weak body that eats bugs. But from veganism, never gave me the impression that they want to eat bugs ever. Like it seemed more like vegetables and then plant-based, and then that was it.
There are healthy vegans. There are unhealthy vegans. There's a wide range of people.
Yeah, because technically Oreo cookies are vegan. That's one thing I learned when I was trying to like figure out the vegan diet thing. Whereas like you can eat Oreos because there's no there's no animal product in Oreos.
But when you look at the ones that are healthy, generally, they supplement with a lot of stuff to try to make up for what they're eating, because a lot of it isn't in the plants they have.
Well, I've seen charts where it does kind of explain, like, you can get protein from, like, pea protein, and then not soy protein. I hear soy a little bad for you, but pea protein is not bad for you. And then no, whey protein is technically not vegan, so that doesn't count. But pea protein is not bad for you. Broccoli gives you a lot of. It's packed with protein. Like one little piece of broccoli has almost as protein as an egg. Like 8 to 9 grams.
Yeah, carrot is good for you. There, a lot of fruits and root vegetables can be good for you. But I think of it kind of like you need your staple to really get all the nutrition you want.
Yo, Kiwi Buzz has a great point. Like I feed my dog like my princess, you know, like she's my best friend. So I'll feed her literally oatmeal and blueberries, and I'll eat the same thing, and I feel incredible when I eat blueberries and oatmeal. Like it sounds like an old person meal, but it put a little bit of honey in there too, and like it's sweet, it's clean, it's light. You feel like you're not running on empty, and so yeah, there might be something.
Berries themselves are naturally something. If they're like the natural types, there are some artificial types that we have modified. But naturally, they are meant to be eaten. That's what the wildlife does.
Eating for sure. Yeah, peanut butter goes hard. I mean, peanut butter jelly sandwiches, I think I've lived off that for quite a minute in my time. And yeah, there's. I do.
At that point, you're dealing with nuts, and nuts have a lot of protein and have a lot of different nutrition. So you're getting a lot of extra stuff from there. So that's why I say it kind of depends on what you're eating. Like some just say, oh, I just eat salad, and then eventually they just almost die. And so you have to be conscious of what you're putting in your body. And if you want to go that route, you got to be very conscious.
You're right, of course. I mean, it's arguably as you should be. Like what goes in your body is kind of a big deal. It's like your vehicle is your temple, and cashew milk goes hard. Almond milk is especially when there's a hint of vanilla. It tastes like a vanilla milkshake without the thick curd feeling. Like it's like a clean, light, smooth vanilla taste, where like you're getting the nutrients from the almonds, the nutrients from the cashews, and you get the texture of like it's milk. Like you're getting something sweet and tasty. Interesting nutrition until I made the switch. Yeah, I have much respect for people that can do plant-based. A lot, like I think there's a responsibility to it. There's an empathy to it. There's a science to it. There's nutrition to it. I would even go and think there's a karmic balance to it.
Yeah, the way I see it is, I know people who've taken both sides, who've gone full carnivore and who've gone full vegan, and I know people who've done it successfully in both directions. You know, I don't see any horrible negatives if you're doing it right. But I also see there being more pitfalls for the vegans because it's easy to do it wrong when you don't have it clearly defined. That's why when I generally see some vegans who are successful, it's because they made nutrition a little bit of an interest of theirs. They studied up on it. They figured I need this. I'm going to add this to my diet. It's not something you do without thinking about it.
Right. Yeah, you have to be very intentional. Very thoughtful, intentional, aware. It's almost like a connection with the food.
Yeah, but you could do the same thing with animals. You can, like I said earlier, you can raise them good and give them a good life, and therefore give them a reason to stay in this world. Because if you threw the rest of those animals out into the wild, they would just die.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that. I mean, that one is an interesting one that I think I probably should dive into a little bit. I can't tell what it exactly, but there is something to it. I don't know how to explain it, but it definitely.
That's why I'm like, everybody can be what they want to be. Nobody needs to push veganism on other people or say that other people are murdering plants or murdering animals. Like, just accept that other people are different than you. Some people don't take to the carnivore diet. Some people don't take to the vegan diet. It's very personally dependent. Like, was your ancestry raised in a place where they always ate plant-based diets? Maybe that's better for you. Maybe they always ate fish-based diets, and then that fits and makes you the most healthy. It's very dependent on what your line has gotten used to, kind of. It's because I think there's this entropy that's always happening. We're all degrading as time passes, and so we all degrade in different ways and retain the factor that we used the most. It's kind of like if you start injecting yourself with steroids, your body starts to eventually stop producing steroids. Or the male hormones, and you just become a bitch. Like, and it takes a lot of time for that to try to even out, but it doesn't even get fully fixed. So you kind of degrade your body by not training it. You degrade your mind by not using it. And I think that's the point. Like, we all are different. We all come from different roots, and so we all need to be just aware of like each other and allow each other to be different.
And don't you think it's kind of silly how people have fallen for the idea of evolution just because they present evidence of adaptation?
Right. Yeah. I mean, honestly, my gut tells me there's probably going to be vegan for sure. Like, because it is hated on them. It is. I'm not gonna
Oh, that got very echoey.
Oh, every time I come okay, it should be better. But yeah, there's probably something to it because it does a lot of hate. There's channels that will like debate veganism and like why it's not correct or something like. But if it isn't a big deal, why do people feel the need to like destroy them or something or like talk poorly of them? And it's just, but then there's channels that say veganism is great, vegetarian is great, and it's healthy, it's clean, and even dogs can be vegan or not vegan, vegetarian. And so I don't know, like.
Have you seen that be successful? Because all I've seen is people get charged for animal abuse.
Yeah, no, my ex-boss, he used to feed his dogs vegetarian, and they're like fat and happy. So, he would feed them sweet potatoes, broccoli, peas, like things like that, a little bit of rice, and so they were definitely flourishing. And so, they were definitely. But honestly, at the
organ meats were really good for dogs. Like not necessarily like muscle meat, but organs.
Yeah, like the liver is like in the wild, a coyote would go right for the liver. Well, first it goes for the neck, and if not the neck, the liver, because that's like the number one like nutrient source based meat. Is like the liver has all the vitamins and minerals. It tastes.
I grew up loving those fried chicken livers. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't mean to cut you off.
Dinner, yep. Yeah, you put a little bit of onion and garlic on there, and it's pretty. It's actually probably remarkable. They. It's the meat vitamin of the world. I think that that's what's in most dog food. When people see dog food ingredients, like that's the ingredient that's a little wild to people. Is like, oh, chicken liver, and then maybe even have a little bit of chicken heart in there too. And so, yeah, it is savage. The way a canine eats is to rip apart another animal. But then again, like with domestication and like as time goes by, like it just seems like perhaps it may have been simpler than that, or could have been simpler than that. Yeah, rice and veggies, yeah, exactly. And fruits, can't forget fruits. Like my dog loves eating blueberries, like blueberries, bananas, like mixed with oats.
I'm talking about. Sorry. I'm talking about a couple of different groups of dogs. My dogs on the farm, my grandparents would just feed them like sweet potatoes, rice. But my old dog, when he started getting sick, he was like 12 or 13. My vet told me to try canned vegetable food for him.
Oh wow!
And he chose that over the meat. Just for the rest of his life, he chose that, and it seemed like he knew it was like just better for him or something. I don't know. But I would lay both meat and the vegetable food out for him.
Yeah, like I would like even when if you ever caught a cold and you're out for a couple days, like bundled up in a hoodie, like watching movies, it's like I like the thought of meat it just disgusts me. Like I can't down it. I have to, but like eating like a strawberry isn't unattractive to me. Eating an orange when I'm sick isn't unattractive to me. Like it doesn't make me want to throw up. But like if you serve me a plate of eggs while I'm sick, like I'm just like, oh gosh, get that away from me. But like,
can I tell you guys a cool remedy really quick? While you just reminded me of it.
Yeah.
If you're ever feeling nauseous, eat a whole lemon or a pickle.
Oh, pickle. Oh, because the electrolytes. It's kind of like eating coconut or drinking coconut water. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Diet. That is kind of a big deal. Like, if we could live without certain things, or if we should live without certain things, like that could be a very big deal. I just know sugar is not good for you. In small doses, yes, you're supposed to have just a little bit. You know, you crave it for a reason. You love sweets for a reason. You love ice cream for a reason. Like it's like your body needs a little bit of sweetness, but not 40 grams of it in an energy drink. I mean, even a gram. Like if you think about marijuana, 1 gram is like that little ball, right? Like that's kind of a lot. 40 grams of like marijuana or like 40 grams of sugar. That's a lot of. That's so much sugar that I genuinely think it's like the equivalent of like doing blow. Like that's so much sugar. People have no idea how much 40 grams. That's a lot of sugar. Like it's just like I looked at the energy drinks just today because I needed a boost. I'm like, no, I don't want the one that has 40 grams of sugar. That's too much.
Yeah, I use honey to sweeten just about any and everything, and it works just fine.
Wait, what do you eat?
Local honey. I'll use that as a sweetener instead of sugar or anything.
Yeah. So if you ever whenever I had cravings.
Wait, that is sugar though. Honey is sugar.
I know that. What I'm saying is that I don't go and get the refined sugar. I use local honey as a sweetener.
Yeah, because it's not synthetic and man-made either. It's not like high fructose corn syrup where you just, they created it in like a laboratory with synthetic sugar from like, I don't even know what in the hell it is. But like a natural source, right from the source, yeah. And so, yeah, honey is great.
Hey, bro, the hint's in the title. Corn.
Corn?
Right? Yeah, it comes from corn. It comes from corn. High fructose corn syrup. Where does it come from? Corn.
Oh, word. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
What a mystery.
But it's not just corn. But it's not just corn though. There's like other chemicals that are obviously involved with that. Like it's not just one ingredient. If anything, it's always like a shitload of ingredients that nobody even knows what it means. There's like dye.
I think the problem with the corn though, the corn syrup,
Yeah.
is the process. Like the processing that they do is they condense down more corn than you would eat in your lifetime if you were just eating it off of your like plantation or something. You're consuming like almost a whole lifetime's full of corn condensed down into whatever little thing that you're eating that's got corn syrup in it.
And corn is really not that digestible. Like it's not. Like that's why farmers feed corn to animals instead of letting them graze all day, because like corn is I don't even think your body processes it. Like it's just it kind of is kind of weird. Like corn's weird. I don't even know what to think of corn. Like it's just such a weird vegetable thing. Like
Dude, I can answer that question for you, my friend.
Yeah.
Because I actually am an expert on this, so I'll explain it to you.
Yeah.
It's corn. It's a big lumpy knobs. It's got the juice. It's got the juice.
Yeah.
Now you know the answer.
It's got the juice. I mean, then popcorn kind of goes hard, and that's pretty good for you. It cleans your teeth a little bit. I mean, I guess you couldn't live off corn though. I think your body would. You could live. I think you could kind of live off coconuts, but definitely not corn. The juice of a coconut is so much more gratifying than corn. I mean, essentially, when you're at the hospital and they put that little IV in you, it's electrolytes. That's what coconut water really is. And so,
I'm glad you're calling it coconut water instead of coconut milk.
Right, I know, right? I've slipped on that before, but I'm just like, wait, that's not normal. It's kind of like, I mean, maybe it is. Actually, I don't know. I guess either way it works. It's just the liquid of the coconut.
Show me where the udders are on this palm tree.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. Coconut water, exactly. Yeah, that's my mind. Because when you look at it, it's clear, and it's sweet, and it's like tangy, and so yeah, it's lighter than milk. It's not thick, so it's definitely water. I've heard people say coconut juice, but that sounds weird. You don't squeeze it to get it.
I prefer the term nut juice because most of them are nuts that are made into juices, so they're nut juices.
Yeah, everything on a I love Rick and Morty so much. It's a little wild, I will say. I don't think it's for the lighthearted, but it's definitely think there's a couple. The second episode, the lawnmower dog episode, it's wholehearted. I think it's very sweet. It's a little satanic in some places, but yeah, I mean it's
A
good.
little.
Oh, yeah. So you did so like when I started, flipping through the Bible, it kind of opened my eyes to a lot of different things. Like a lot of my favorite shows are inverted. A lot of things. Yeah, I mean, just about everything. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I replaced Sour Patch Kids with pineapple. Yeah, exactly. Pineapple goes hard. If you put it in your freezer, get an ice cube tray and cut up a pineapple, put the pieces of the pineapple in the ice cube tray, put toothpicks in the pineapple, and then maybe put like orange juice in there too. You have like pineapple pops. Just eat them. Eat them for summer, yo. Summer's right around the corner. Like just have like fruit pops. Like that's the real Skittles of the rainbow. Like